Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to an all-new special event hosted here at UKSimRacing, the prime community for sim racing, not just in the UK but around the world. And as we welcome you all to our final event for 2023, settle in because you're in for a classic. We welcome to you this broadcast brought to you on the premier sim racing platform available only on PC, known as iRacing. And today's special event is 6 rounds of rapid-fire racing action, which aims to settle a long-term rivalry in amongst the UK sim racing community, whereby it's the big question of, is it the British drivers or the Norwegian drivers who are the fastest? Now, to provide you a little bit of context if you're wondering how this has all come about, simply put, at the start of this year we saw the arrival of a number of rather established names from the Norwegian sim racing community arrive in the UK sim racing community and racing as part of UKSR series. Indeed, some of you may know the household names such as Hekon Gustar, also Stein Arsani and Eric Rosev. And as the year has gone on, we've seen the Norwegian contingent come on stronger and stronger in the UK sim racing community, and we've absolutely loved to have them racing and amongst us. But of course, with even more drives from Norway coming to the scenes of UK sim racing series, and in multiple occasions dominating the podiums and even the interview room, where it all seems to start with a Norwegian Invasion as it was coined during the UK sim racing GT3 series League Season 11. Well, now it's come to a head whereby it's the battle of the Brits versus Norwegians, and who will come out on top in the end. Will it be the plucky gents, or will it alternative be what will be our Scandinavian cousins? Well, we'll have to wait and see in what is expected to be an absolutely brilliant way to wrap up the racing. And of course, you're tuning into this broadcast live on the official UK sim racing media platforms. For the first time ever today, we're bringing you the broadcast not just on one, but 2 media platforms for your viewing pleasure. And you can be tuning in right now via the official UK Sim Racing YouTube channel. That's at youtube.com and search for UK Sim Racing and UKSR. And welcome to you guys and girls tuning in there. And we do have a number of you tuning in already, including at Stargore Living, also there Paul Halliday, Thomas Cope and Paul at Livestone. We also say hello to you guys and girls have on the other media platform which we're streaming to, and that is the official UK Sim Racing Twitch channel, indeed at twitch.tv/UK Sim Racing. And we say hello there in particular to Tommy Box, who says, good luck guys. Not quite sure which nation he's cheering on, but Tommy's getting behind his favourite nation and his favourite drivers, and that's what it's all about today. And of course, whilst this is a rivalry, ladies and gentlemen, it's just as much about blowing off steam and having a bit of fun at the end of 2023 as it is about competition. There are no big prizes on the line tonight, apart from just national bragging rights and national pride, of course, but all the drivers who do participate will be entered into a raffle after today, I do believe, and there will be a couple of small prizes awarded out for 2 names drawn out of the hat. But as the drivers get set and ready to go today, all your racing action is going to be brought to you live from circuit side, and in the commentary booth you have myself, Paul TX141 Walsh, also known as Britain Spit, depending on what media you follow me on, and I'm going to bring you all of your racing action. But of course, let's take you through your schedule tonight, and as we can see here, we provide you the times in both Greenwich Mean Time or Universal Coordinated Time, that's UTC, and also if you're across the pond and in Norway, alternatively tuning in from Central Europe, we also provide you the times on the right hand side in Central European Time or CET, or that's also known as UTC at +1. And as we can see, we have 6 rounds of racing today, split into 2 stages. We're going to be starting off with the Norwegian stage. That'll be stage 1 at the Rudskogen Motorsenter, Norway's oldest main racing circuit for road racing in the country, and what a circuit is, which twists and turns and short straights, as we'll come to very shortly, and is a circuit that has been the scene of a multiple major series, both in terms of domestic and also international over the course of its history. And indeed, it's going to be a major place today for all of our racing to start off with. And we're going to be seeing our drives taken to the Rudskogen circuit in the global Mazda MX-5 Cup car, the car that you start off road racing with in iRacing typically. Indeed, we're sending all the drives back to basics, back to boot camp if you will, to take on the car that definitely is one of the hardest to get the most out of, but it's the one of the most enjoyable to drive, and that's why it's a major staple of international series, including IMSA as well, with the MX-5 Cup there. But we'll see drivers go into a qualifying session, firstly 10 minutes in duration, and that's going to be in approximately 15 minutes time, or will be 7 o'clock this evening in British time, or 8 o'clock in Norwegian time, and then we'll be making our way into round number 1 of 6 with a heat race, 15 minutes in duration, with all the drivers out of the circuit, qualifying on the grid and making their way away under lights out, and away they go. Will they quickly make their way into the pits and back out for round number 2? The consolation race, another 15-minute race, and then we come back into the pits before making our way back out again for our 3rd round of racing at the Rudskogen Motorsenter, and it's going to be the feature race there, 15 minutes in duration. You might be noticing all the races are the same length here, and that's why we're saying it's rapid-fire racing action. All of our races are 15 minutes, and after we've completed our first 3 rounds of racing, we're going to be packing up our bags and and making our way back to United Kingdom, albeit with a transient break, and we'll return at what will be about 8:15 for the build up to stage number 2. And that's where we see our drivers take on the British circuit of the Alton Park circuit, and we'll reveal the variant of it a little bit later on. But our drivers are going to be exchanging the Mazda MX-5 Cup car for the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car. So it's going to be 2.5 times the horsepower, and the engine is going to be moving from the front to the rear. And as our drivers get ready to go racing once again, it'll be another 10-minute qualifying session, which precedes 3 rounds of racing in the same heat, consolation and feature race format. All 3 races 15 minutes in duration, and those races are expected to kick off after a qualifying session, which starts at approximately 8:30 this evening if you're based in the UK. Alternatively, in Central Europe, it will be at 9:30 this evening. As we all get set and ready, those are the times, and the schedule may fluctuate, of course, depending on how rapidly we transition between session and races, but we're going to keep you updated on that schedule as best we possibly can. But let's take a look at our rules then for all of our racing actions, say indeed our qualifying session. We can't go racing without rules, surely. And as we can see here, start off with qualifying. A lone qualifying format shall be used, and it means in both qualifying sessions, both here at Rudskogen Motorsenter and later on at Alton Park, all the drivers will take to an isolated instance of the circuit. They'll have it to themselves, and they'll have 10 minutes to set their best possible time. There are no lap restrictions, and therefore all the drivers will be encouraged to get out there as long as possible and just keep plumbing in the laps until the clock strikes 10 minutes, and that's a lot, and they'll make the way to the grid. And when they make the way to the grid for the races, for all 3 of our races today, well, let's take you through the rules and regulations of those. And as we can see, the races shall commence via a standing start in both cases, whether it be in the MX-5 Cup, alternatively in what will be the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car. And on top of that as well, the grids will be set as follows. The heat race grids, rounds 1 and 4, shall be set based on results of qualifying. Perhaps that's a given, but meanwhile, where it gets a little bit more interesting in terms of grid procedure is for the consolation race grids, so rounds 2 and 5. These shall be partial reverse grids to mix things up based on results of the preceding heat race, so rounds 1 and 4, but the difference here being that the top 20 positions will be inverted. So to put that in layman's terms, well, that means the winner of round number 1, for example, will be then moved to P20 on the grid for the purposes of round number 2. Meanwhile, the 20th place finisher in round number 1 will be moved to pole position for the purposes of round number 2. Meanwhile, those who finish P21 and downwards, well, that's exactly where they'll be starting on the grid for both rounds 2 and round 5 based on the preceding heat race. So therefore, it will mix things up, and it means we'll be seeing different faces at the front of the field all the way through the evening. And therefore, it's not just going to be about the fastest drivers at the front of the field, but also the stars who are able to defend well, but perhaps don't have the outright pace, but perhaps they can spring some surprises as well. Now, we can see there as well the feature race grids, rounds 3 and 6, to wrap up each of the venues. They'll be set based on results of the preceding consolation race. There'll be no reverse grid for the feature race, so whoever wins the consolation race will be starting on pole for the purposes of the feature, and we work the grid out from there, going back down the finishing order. Now, there are no mandatory pit stop requirements in any of tonight's races. They are all outright sprints. Indeed, all the drivers will be encouraged from lights out the checker flag to go all in non-stop, and we can also see 1 fast repairs available in each race. And on top of that, a driver shall receive a drive-through penalty if they accumulate 17 or more instant points in a given race at any point in time. So whilst our drivers are encouraged to be a little bit frugal and definitely push it to the limit, they've got to be careful not to pick up a drive-through penalty, because it will essentially put them to the back of the field, and that'll be their lot for that given round of racing. Now, let's come on to our first circuit today then, and it is none other than the Rudskogen Motorsenter, located in the municipality of Rudskogen in the county of Viken in Norway. This is a circuit that is much loved for its ability to provide very close racing action, whether it be at a touring car level, indeed the host on a number of occasions to the Scandinavian Touring Car Championship, and also cup car racing. It's even played host to a number of V8 supercars in the past. But at its core, it's a variety of corners and short straights, and that makes this a very technical circuit as it weaves and winds its way through the local Norwegian forestry. However, do not be dismayed, because whilst it may be short and whilst it may be a heavily technical circuit over 2.02 miles, it is a circuit where overtaking comes in hard and fast drives, particularly in slower classes of car, and that's why we're racing MX-5 Cups here. For as our drivers make their way across the start-finish straight, as you can see from the circuit map provided by iRacing, and thank you to them for the wonderful simulator and the track mats that come with it. As our drivers make their way down towards turn number 1, they'll make their way into the sharp left-hander, 90 left-hander corner, before sweeping their way for the long right-hander at turn number 2, where it's all about return to full throttle as soon as possible in late apex and building up the speed in the descent towards turns 3 and 4. As our drivers charge downhill in towards turn number 3, they'll find it's all about balancing the throttle before going into a trail-breaking phase and trying to go as late as possible and making their way up towards turn number 4, because that's where all the speed will be. And keep in mind, of course, that these Mazda MX-5s do not have a lot of speed behind them in terms of their engine power. It means you want to carry every mile an hour you can as you begin your uphill climb through turn 4 up towards turn number 7. As our drivers make the way uphill, they'll weave the way through the S of turns 5 and 6, where we could see some brilliant battle in action, while they make the way to the precipice of turn 7 and then break the way down to turn number 8 before sweeping the way through the kink of 9 and upwards towards the hairpin of turn number 10. It's a downhill braking zone and where we could see some of the boldest overtakes made over the course of the racing, while drivers make the way out and uphill through turn number 11 and into the braking zone for the 90 left of turn number 12. Out of there, it's a run into turns 13 and 14, which are quite similar to the opening 2 corners of the lap, albeit a bit tighter at their apexes. But as the drivers make the way through turn 13, it's flat out through there, but then it's hard on the brakes at 14 to get a late apex as late as possible to get back to full throttle and attack the start finish straight and run to line before doing it all over again. Well, indeed, this is a circuit that's not simple by any means. It's much loved, however, by drivers, whether they're Norwegian or British, it must be said. As our drivers get ready to go racing, let's head to our live pictures then, ladies and gentlemen, and just give you a reminder of that schedule for this first stage of racing today in Norway. And as we can see, in just under 9 minutes time, times in Greenwich Mean Time here, that's GMT or Universal Coordinate Time UTC, we'll be going into our qualifying session. The first of 2 qualifying sessions, 10 minutes in duration, after which at 10 past 7 we'll be making our way to the grid for our first round of racing in the 15-minute heat race, and then we'll head straight to the grid for round number 2 in the consolation race, another 15-minute race, and after that we'll make our way to the grid for the third and final time for stage 1 here at Rudskogen Motorsenter, and it will be for the 15-minute feature race to wrap things up before we take a breather and make our way back to United Kingdom for Autumn Park. And it is a splendid evening here, it's no doubt about it, in Norway, with 21 degrees ambient temperature, that's centigrade, and on track it's 22 degrees centigrade, so that means the conditions are absolutely right, and indeed you can push these Mazda Cup cars very hard. But as the drivers get set, let's introduce a good number of them here. We do have the best part of 40 drivers expected to be in participation today, and whilst we may not be able to catch all of them, we'll do our damned best to make sure we catch as many as possible. And as we can see here, Anders Meyer for Team Norway leading the way in this practice session right now. He is leading the standings in terms of times by 3/10 over Daniel Sedje, and well, who no better to lead the way for Norway than this man, in the fact that he has been a tour de force in any series we have seen him competing, whether it be UKSimRacing or even higher, and indeed here in the UKSimRacing GT3 GTP League Season 1 that occurred earlier this year, when he was able to make it on circuit when he wasn't competing in the National Norway Championships. There was an absolutely dominant force in the GT3 class, it must be said, and the number 20 driver here will be looking at to try and dominate proceedings early on and trying to make things go his way and that of the team. And meanwhile, as we then look to a British driver here who needs no introduction, indeed he is a staple of the UKSimRacing Porsche Cup. He's from Olympus Esports, but today he's putting aside his main team and flying the banner for Blighty in the Team UK Mazda MX-5. It is Thomas Cope in the number 64 as he makes his way out to turn number 10 there. And well, perhaps not quite used to the Mazda MX-5 compared to some of his rivals, but I tell you one thing, it's going to be absolute fireworks when he gets his hands behind the Porsche 992 Cup car a little bit later on, given his tendency to absolutely master the craft of the German machinery. But right now, having to get used to a bit of Japanese machinery here, and looking good currently P3 in this practice session, 4/10 off of Myra's overall top time. Daniel Sedge between the two of them, he's currently leaving the pit lane, and well, here comes the man from Britain as well, a very fast driver, another Olympus Esports driver as well, much like Thomas Cope. And as he heads on down here, the two of them great friends in amongst the British community here, and have been working up with their teammates in the week preceding in order to try and nail those lap times as quickly as possible. We talked about 2 Brits, and it's only fair now we restore the balance by talking a little bit about some of our Norwegian drivers. And well, here's another name that you'll be familiar with, Simon Andre Livingston in the number 23, and as the Team Norway driver goes a little bit deep, they're going out 1 and 2, carrying far too much speed, and then trying to rejoin and losing the rear of the car. Well, I think they're exploring the limits of how much grip is available, but I think he'll be returning to the pit and getting ready to go back out there once again. But he's been a common sight this year in the UKSimRacing GT3 and GT3 GTP multi-class league, there's no doubt about it, and we look forward to seeing how he gets on. A very friendly driver as well when you talked him down in the paddock, it must be said, and therefore I think he'll be absolutely bringing smiles to the team, no doubt about it, and a lot of support to the team. But let's talk about some drivers who we haven't necessarily seen in series this year, including this driver of Olev Var, as the number 9 driver makes the way on through here. And I can tell you what, it's absolutely great to see Norwegian drivers in full force here. They absolutely poured into the UKSimRacing Discord server when they heard this event was on, and they're feeling absolutely competitive, and Var looking very fast as well, currently P6 in this final practice warm-up session, and looking very strong with it. And as he makes his way through turn 3 and 4, I'm going to apologise in advance on the fact I've done my very best to research all the pronunciations of Norwegian drivers' names and even some British drivers' names in the build-up to today. But if I do butcher a couple of pronunciations, you'll have to forgive me, or feel free to correct me whether you're in the YouTube or the Twitch chat. I always do appreciate being corrected, and it does help you make sure get things right. So the last thing at the end of the day, we want to be getting things wrong. We want to be getting it right, much like our drivers want to get it right under braking today. And one driver who'll be very eager to get it right, there's no doubt about that, will be Khalid Ramadan, who we've seen normally racing Porsche Cup cars and also the occasional GT3 race, but I do believe he is a deft hand in the British Mazda MX-5 as well, and as he makes his way down in towards turn number 10 here, rolling through the long right-hander of the hairpin, will getting himself all set up right now in the number 34. No lap time on the board at the moment, and I think just getting himself all clocked in and set as he heads in towards turn number 12. But as our drivers continue to put in these practice laps right now, and indeed we're 5 minutes away from going into our first qualifying session, we do want to say hello to a few more of you there, particularly in the YouTube chat of Kenneth Halswood, who is cheering on Team Norway, and also UKSimRacing, who says, good luck everyone, it's a bit of a nightmare this track breaking in the MX-5s, and well, Rudskogen, a very challenging track as we talked about earlier, and UKSimRacing has supported our fault with the fact corner, a bit of a nightmare to break it by these MX-5s, and as they make their way on through, we do look to Torbjorn Möller, as we can see, the number 42 driver here, making his way on through currently P27 in his practice session. And the great thing about today is in the fact that whilst we do have a number of drivers who have very high I ratings and therefore be right at the front of the field trying to compete for the victories, we have a whole host of talent on the grid here, from drivers who would be effectively, say, AMs through to primes all the way through to pros, and therefore you can imagine batting is going to come thick and fast, regardless of whether we're looking at the leaders all the way down to P30 or onwards in this field of 40. So therefore we have got plenty of exciting overtakes to look forward to, and two great venues for it to take place. And well, these Mazda MX-5s always entertain, of course, providing entertainment both on the simulator and the real world of motorsport. And as Marlon makes his way in to the pit lane, meanwhile we do look to Christopher Stevenson as he heads on through here, what will be turn number 6 into 7, and a very tricky rise over the left-hander of 7 to set up the run through turn number 8. And it really is momentum-based racing in these Mazda MX-5s, whereas if you're racing around here in a much faster piece of machinery such as a Porsche Cup car or a GT3, that's when it does become a lot more about stop-start on the brakes. But in these MX-5s, whilst you have to do quite a bit of braking work and also the occasional gear shift, it is all about trying to carry those miles an hour, and that is the trade of the craft of racing at these Cup machines. As he heads in towards turn number 12. So you may be wondering at this point, so how do we decide who the victors are after today? Well, we are going to aim to provide you in the break period, or at least when we return from the break period in the build-up to the Autumn Park stage, stage number 2. We're going to provide you an update of the standings after the first 3 rounds of racing, and provide a further update on the standings after our potential post-race interviews today at the end of the broadcast, and that's where we'll decide who the winners are based on the number of points accumulated by each team. Now, how are the points awarded? Well, they're based on race results only. It's going to be 40 points for the win, as in a big 4-0, and then we work our way downwards to 1 point for P40. It's as simple as that. So all the drivers are actively encouraged to stay out there and compete from start to very end of each and every race, even if they have a spin, because regardless of where they finish, they will be contributing points to their team's bank account, and that's why you want a consistent set of performances across your entire team, not just 1 or 2 standout performances at the very top of the field. But as we see Christopher Stevenson making his way down into turns at 3 and 4, meanwhile we do look to Helge Svensson, as we do see the Team Norway driver in the number 65 head on through. And what's absolutely lovely here is the fact we can see the Rashids all in their special nationalistic liveries with Norwegian drivers here. I believe the livery being put together by Eric Rose, unless I'm very much mistaken, in the proud red spec colour there with the Norwegian flag on the bonnet, and you'll see this on the Porsche Cup cars as well, as you may have seen in the intro put together by UKSimRacing's own Matt Edmondson. And Matt, if you are in the chat, stand up and take a bow, good sir, because that was an absolutely phenomenal intro video. Indeed, you always seem to go one step further each and every time. I don't know how you do it. We're looking forward to playing more for yourself in 2024. They've knocked it out of the park today, it must be said. I'm sure many will agree with me in the Twitch and the YouTube chats. But as Helge Svensson makes his way off through turn 1 and bounces the car for the apex curve, they're taking a very aggressive run through the open left-hander. We're getting himself all set up and ready right now, and looking forward to seeing how he gets on. And indeed, currently P8 in this practice session. But then again, we may have some drivers who are perhaps holding a bit back in reserve who haven't got times on the board. Conor Craven here right now in the thick of it, it would seem. A little bit side by side with one of the other drivers, in fact one of the Norwegian drivers in the 71, and that's Gordon Helge there, looking around the outside, and Craven perhaps getting a little bit of practice in as to what it's like to defend and battle with another driver, making the way on around the hairpin of turn number 10. And it's always good to sometimes use this practice session as a little bit of a pre-build-up in terms of getting used to, because it's the final opportunity you get to see how wide you can go around this circuit when you're 2 wide, perhaps even 3 wide, although you've got to be very careful. Of course, although we have got some very lenient stewarding in effect today, we are expecting our drivers to uphold showed a modicum of sportsmanship, but at the same time, we're not going to be coming down on them too hard. But we do expect all of our drivers to be very respectful, and at the same time, they've all been absolutely upstanding drivers. It must be said, over the year of racing, there's no reason why we should be giving anybody a rap on the wrist today when it comes to penalties or anything along those lines. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, as we do see what is one of our drivers going very straight on, it is time for us to go into our first qualifying session of the day. It's going to be 10 minutes alone qualifying here at Rudskogen in the Mazda MX-5s with a checker flag for in this practice session, and who will be on pole and set the pace in our first stage of the day? Let's find out. So as we make our way into this lone qualifying session, then all the drivers head out onto circuit, a circuit of their own, in which they have the full 10 minutes to put in the best possible laps. Until the clock strikes 10 minutes, they can do whatever they want. Indeed, our drivers all absolutely said it is going to be quite a long session, and it's quite a long lap here in the Mazda MX-5. But you can imagine all the drivers will be absolutely chomping at the bit now to have a good start, because whilst overtaking is highly possible here at Rudskogen Motorsenter, the idea or the name of the game, understandably, is you want to be on pole position, or you want to be as far up the field as possible to give yourself every opportunity to run away at the front rather than worry about what's coming from behind. But as he makes his way on through turn number 3 into 4, we're going to get some onboard laps with our drivers once we do have them up to speed and getting those tyres up to temperature. It does normally take 2 to 3 laps in these Mazda MX-5s to get the car in the prime condition, but what can we expect here in terms of this qualifying session? Well, given the fact our drivers have been given the right to run open setups in these Mazda MX-5s, it does mean that they will most likely be tweaking the setup very slightly for the purposes of going into this qualifying session. They'll want to light a car, and naturally they'll run a bit less fuel in the car in order to just have enough in order to get to the end of the qualifying session and have the lightest possible car at the end of it, and also the tyres in their absolute prime. What they may also do is make some adjustments to the way the car behaves, perhaps raise the rear ride height a little bit more compared to under race conditions in order to make the car a little bit less stable on that rear on turning, and therefore the greater the amount of rotation in the car, the more aggressive you can be with it. But the tuning options typically quite limited in the Mazda MX-5 compared to some of the more technical machines available in iRacing. You imagine all the drivers will be looking to try and find every little margin or marginal gains, as they say, in order to be able to get the job done and put it on pole. But Anders Meyer right now, a very quick outlap, it must be said, and as he makes his way to the timeline here, we're not going to get a time on the board initially. We can definitely see it really wanting to attack this strong. But meanwhile, looking at another name here, Matt Strand as well, a very fast driver in his own right in the number 25, and making his way on through turn number 13, has recently been the tour de force in what is the UKSimRacing Porsche Cup Season 9, leading the way in the silver class, albeit has got some close competition from the likes of Daniel Weston in there, albeit Daniel Weston not on the grid today. So therefore, for Strand, it's going to be about focusing about some other British rivals, not necessarily Weston, but we look forward to seeing how Strand gets on here in this qualifying session. But we also do have in the British corner the likes of James Armstrong, and many of you will know James Armstrong, a very fast and capable driver. And I do believe, unless my memory is not mistaken, racing for Brabham Esports at a professional level. And as he makes the qualifying through, you can see they're weaving from side to side, doing as much tyre and brake warming as possible here, and trying to go for the most on a couple of laps. And that's one approach you can take to qualifying, of course, so long as your outlap or your warm-up lap is within a certain time threshold of the average qualifying lap. It does mean you are allowed to spend a bit longer on your outlap, really trying to get those tyres heated up, trying to get those brakes warmed up as well. And that's exactly what Armstrong is going for here, really focusing on getting the car into a prime condition rather than just trying to do lap after lap. It's two different approaches, and indeed this approach being a bit more of a risk versus reward in the fact you take away a lot of your available time in the qualifying session, in the fact that whereas you could perhaps get in 4 or 5 fast laps, instead now you're restricting yourself to 2 or 3 fast laps. But the idea being you've got a car in prime condition as soon as you go onto your first flying lap by comparison, and that's exactly what Armstrong's going for as he makes his way on through. But as we say hello there to Marcus Jesdal in the YouTube chat, it says just don't break then, and I do believe it in reference to UKSimRacing's comment in the YouTube chat. Already a little bit of banter going back and forth, which is great to see. A good evening to you, Marcus. I hope you're doing well, and to all of you tuning in, I hope you had a Merry Christmas. And this is a late present compared to Christmas Day, but one that just wraps up 2023 nicely. Well, those first lap times are now starting to come on the board as James Armstrong goes on to his first flying lap of this qualifying session, and as he makes his way on through, very shortly we're going to have one of our other drivers making the way to the timeline, and it's going to be none other And then what I believe will be the driver of Lee Holmes who heads the line, albeit there he is as he makes his way in towards turn number 13. As he comes on through the left-hander into the right-hander, we're going to jump on board with Lee Holmes for a flying lap of the Rudskogen Motorsenter circuit as he comes around to complete his first flying lap, and the car now will be in ideal conditions or close to optimum, and now we can give you a good reference lap. So he makes his way up towards the timing line, then flat out all the way he goes, and we ride on board here, and you can see in the bottom right corner the speed and the gear selection. And into turn number 1 and braking about 70 meters from corner apex all the way down to second gear, mounting an apex curve and setting up the run for a very tight entry into turn number 2, keeping the car close to the curb to rotate the car more, with there being a little bit less grip on the curb by comparison with the asphalt. As he makes his way out the corner now flat out all the way down towards turn number 3, charging on through here, and now it's all about commitment. You've got to wait for it, wait even more, balance the throttle, coming on down here, lift off, and just coast the car into the apex of turn number 3, and now into turn 4 he goes. Wheels absolutely screeching there as he comes on through the right-hander, drops the second on the apex, and now powering his way up the hill, building up the revs in the car, up to third gear as he just about hits the rev limiter, going through turn 5 into 6, and now positioning the car in the apex, braking over 7, lets the car go a little bit wide, turning on through into turn number 8, opening up turn 8 before coming back to the apex, and now going from first up to second as he winds his way through turn number 9 and up towards turn 10, in towards the hairpin, and braking here about 50 meters of corner apex. You can brake very late here, all the way down to first gear, braking all the way to the apex, now powering out, stamping the throttle in first gear as he builds up the speed over the rise of 11 and into 12. Here, using the entry curve to open up the corner, they'll do that as much as possible. They've got to be careful not to do it too much to invalidate the lap, and as Holmes comes out of 12 into 13, over the rise flat out through 13, now hard on the brakes into 14, second gear, he's going to try and hug the apex, goes a little bit deep, but he gets the car back together, albeit of a fight, as he makes his way out the corner, second gear, flat out now all the way to the run, to the start-finish line. What's it going to be here from Lee Holmes? He's currently P18, he might get a bit more time under his helmet, and it is P14 now to 34.407. It was a fast lap to be fair, albeit I think a couple of moments where Holmes may just wish he'd gone a little bit tighter to the apex, particularly at 14. As he makes his way through turn at number 2, he's still got the best part of 4 minutes to correct it, or what's going to be worth 2 more laps. Given the fact that as soon as we hit 10 minutes on the clock, that does mean done and dusted, no more laps, no overtime. But right now, the man who really is the one that everyone wants to try and get over his time to beat, it is Anders Meyer, the Team Norway driver, currently pole position on a 32.734, 4 tenths faster than the next fastest lap set by Daniel Sedgey, who's just coming to the pit lane as I look at my COM2 booth window, and it does seem as though right now the leading British driver, waiting as Meyer loses the rear end, pushing too hard into 14, and well, that's going to cost him very dear. Now, will he decide to go to the pits, given the fact that's going to most likely flat spot the rear tyres? Indeed he does, and Anders Meyer right now may have just gifted an opportunity to his rivals. Speaking of him, Thomas Cope coming to the line here, and what's it going to be for Cope? It's P4 on a 33.288, still looking for a bit more time, but you can see now Sedgey, McGirt and Cope P2 through to P4, so Meyer a little bit alone at the top of the standings there, the Norwegian driver, then the 3 Brits behind with Leander Engelbert in P5, and then we do have quite the contingent Norwegian drivers all dominating the remainder of the top 10 from P5 through to Aspau in P10. Well, now Svensson moving up to P9, and we're looking here at Le Rud as we can see the number 99 driver making the way out of turn at number 2, and well, P5 through to P14 going the way of the Norwegian flag. And how can you tell in the timing tower who's Norwegian and who's British? Well, those who have got a red sash against their name, such as this man here, Steinar Sani, they're Norwegian or representing Team Norway. Meanwhile, the Brits have got the blue sash against their names, such as Khalid Ramadan or Lee Holmes, who you can see there, or alternatively Nathan Foster, who we look at as he crosses the line. And for Nathan Foster, he goes P13, so he's trying to break up that Norwegian bubble that's really dominating the top 15. And well, right now, Nathan Foster, I think he'll be happy that he's in amongst the top 15, but he'll want to see a couple more British names in amongst there as well, because right now it's going to look a very lonely field, although we have got some drivers still to get laps on the board, including Owen Halliday as he makes his way down from turn number 2 up towards 3, running out of time. Here is Owen Halliday, indeed James Armstrong as well. They really do need to find the lap time now. We've also got Chrisada Fasang in the Team Norway group, who right now has not put a lap on the board, so we've got the best part of what is 39 drivers here. 33 have got valid laps, or Craig Shield, to be fair, 12.7 seconds off a pole. I think that's more of a banker lap than anything, just to put his name up there and not start from the back row. But meanwhile, speaking of James Armstrong, he's gone purple in sector 1, he's gone purple in sector 2. Can he make it purple in the final sector? This is going to be a fast lap. He crosses the line. It's going to be the last lap he does, and it's P2 for James Armstrong, a 32.971. He strikes back there. It's not enough to beat Myra's time, but it's enough to put him on the front row, and that may be it for qualifying at the front of the field. Or we'll have to wait and see here, but I think most of our drivers now are on their final laps, or if not, they're going to be in the pit lane. And here comes what is Crystal Stevenson as he makes his way across the line. And as he does so, does he improve from P29? He doesn't seem to as he crosses the line, stays exactly where he is. We've also got Lee Holmes heading to line, albeit I believe this is on a lap that's not an improvement. As Thatch has gone P34 on a 38.126, and Humberstone has going to improve shortly by looks of things, but Lee Holmes crosses the line here, and I don't think he's going to improve. What about Glenn Humberstone? Well, he's improved to P29, and Crisada Fasang has moved up to P32. As we do see there, the driver running a bit of a different livery compared to what was expected. We'll be able to denote them there in the Luigi Mobile as he makes his way through turn number 2. Meanwhile, 30 seconds left on the clock, and we have had Rob Armstrong jump to P32 at a very last but by no means least attempt at a faster lap on a 35.930. But for the most part, this, ladies and gentlemen, it seems as though the top 30 positions are locked in now, with nobody else able to get a lap on the board at this time. Or I think Khalid Ramadan may just be able to squeeze one in. Here he comes, the Team UK driver as he heads to line, currently P19. Can he go a little bit further? Can he get an attempt to move ahead of Alden Hegerseter? No, he can't. He stays P19, and that is qualifying complete, ladies and gentlemen. It's a front row led by Anders Meyer and James Armstrong alongside. It's Norway ahead of Britain on the grid, but will it be that way in the race? Let's find out. So the drivers make the way to the grid. This is how they'll line up for round number 1 of the UK versus Norway December 23 special event hosted by UKSimRacing. Anders Meyer from Team Norway takes pole position on a 32.734, 2.5 tenths faster than Team UK's James Armstrong. On row number 2, it's Team UK's Daniel Sedgey and Carl McGurk, followed up on row number 3 by Team UK's Thomas Cope and Team Norway's Leander Engelveld. Then we have on row number 4, Team Norway's Olav Var and Simon Andre Livingston, followed up by the top 10 being completed by Adam Robinson for UK and Norway's Alexander Skared. We then have Helge Svetsson starting P11 ahead of Erik Rosev, both of them from Team Norway. Behind them on row number 7 we have the pair of Thomas Aspaug and Adelaide Rudd for Team Norway, followed up by the Team UK's Nathan Foster starting P15, and a bit of a lonely P15 given at the number of Norwegians around him, including of which Kim Andre Björklund there starting P16. Steinar Sani and Auden Hegerset to continue the Norwegian theme, P17, P18, with Khalid Ramadan and Lee Holmes, the two Brits, making up your top 20 there on the 10th row of the grid. And then Nikolai Algaard starting P21 for Team Norway ahead of teammate Matt Strand, with Gordon Hauge then P23 for Team Norway ahead of Team UK Simon Bamber. And on row at number 13 it's Vigard Olsen at Leah, who starts P25 for Team Norway ahead of Torbjörn at Merle, their teammate. And then it is Team UK's Matty Wild starting P27 ahead of Team Norway's Ronnie Tegan. And then the top 30 completed by the UK pair of Glenn Humberstone and Krista Stevenson. Paul Halliday and Rob Armstrong continue the UK theme, P31, P32 ahead of Crisada Fasang, and then Craig Shield with the Norwegian driver just staying one step of the Britain. And then it's the two Britons, Chris Edison and Alistair Hatch on row number 18, with row at number 19, and then going to Owen Halliday and Connor Craven to complete a back row of Britons. But the grid set, ladies and gentlemen, we're waiting the lights, and they're going on soon. It is going to be 1 red light, 2 red lights, 3 red lights, 4 red lights, 5 red lights. And it's lights out and away we go for the first round of racing here at Rudskogen, as Anders Meyer gets a good start off the line. James Armstrong not quite able to compete as they run in towards turn number 1. We can see that everyone at the front of the field getting a relatively good start, albeit the 4 Brits who give pursuit behind all close in as everyone makes their way through. Oliver battling side by side with Leander Engelveld already as they make the way through turn number 2. But as they all come through, I think we've had a spin a bit further down the field for one of our drivers. They roar through 3 wide behind, including there it's Torbjörn Merle who's got on the inside, on the outside of him, Glenn Humberstone and Crisada Fasang. But as they make the way down, this is the battle for P28 here, and the MX5 charging on down the hill now as well on the inside. Meanwhile, Fasang getting ahead around the outside as they make the way into the braking zone. If a turn of 3, it's a little bit of a squabble between the two of them, and as the rear cuts loose of Fasang's car, it's going to be drifts aplenty here for the Brits. Rob Armstrong, Craig Shield, and also Glenn Humberstone, Christopher Stevenson all getting it wrong in quick succession. It's a disaster for them. But meanwhile, looking further up the field, well, right now we've got a driver going very slow, Alavar there, seemingly getting it wrong, coming through turn number 7. I wonder if there's a bit more so that meets the eye as they make the way through it and up towards turn number 10. But it does look as though these Mazdas are absolutely sketchy under braking on cold tyres, and Anders Meyer right now under pressure, and James Armstrong at the front of the field as they make the way in towards turn number 12. As they head into the braking zone here, Meyer right now under pressure but keeping cool as a cucumber as he makes his way on through the left hand and up towards turn number 13. But Armstrong there continues to put the pressure on. He's got through the warm-up phase faster in the car, and Meyer right now to do everything to try and hold on. We've had instances distance further back as well. We will bring you those as soon as possible, ladies and gentlemen. As our drivers make the way out to turn at number 14, and to the end of the first lap. Anders Meyer still under unfathomable pressure as they make the way into lap number 2. It's Meyer who leads ahead of Armstrong, followed by Sedgey, then McGuire. But here comes Armstrong on the inside. Meyer right now not defending too hard. 9, it's the inside of turn 2 that matters most. He's got the outside of 1, inside of 2. Is this going to be enough as they come on through? It looks like it will, but Armstrong right now knocking on the door time and time again as they make the way through 2 and down towards 3. And Armstrong getting the better run off the corner, it would seem. He's going to be on the inside as they make the way in towards the braking zone. We've got multiple cars coming to the pitch due to damage, including Olsen, Leah, Halliday, Stevenson and Humberstone. But as they come down here, Armstrong all in on the brakes. Meyer's not going to back out either. There's a bit of door open between the two, but it's great respectful racing. And as they make the way out the hill, Armstrong gets a nose ahead. Meyer takes to a slight bit of gravel, but he's still there inside of turn number 5. Up they go through the winding S's. Who's going to back out? And it looks like Meyer's going to lose the position, and James Armstrong takes the lead after a brilliant side-by-side battle between the two of them for practically half the lap. And as they make the way out towards turn number 10, things calm down for a brief moment. Meanwhile, behind the end, Engelbelt starting to make some progress, chasing after Thomas Coe. As the Team Norway driver here wants to try and give some support to Meyer, and right now Meyer having to gun it alone, but Engelbelt getting closer and closer towards the British trio in front of him of Sedgey, McGurk and Cope. Cope being the first one to take on, but Robinson there as well, as Robinson right now looking up the inside into turn number 12, goes to win on the brakes here, and Engelbelt now looking to defend the inside to outside of 14, but cuts right across there as he rolls on through. And meanwhile Robinson backing off. I think Robinson may have a slowdown for a little bit of track limits there, seeing the brakes gone a bit prematurely. Or could that have just been out of respect? Well, either way, losing a lot of time. But meanwhile, there's a bit of drama further back. We've got a car pointing the wrong way in the rear of your picture. That's Nathan Foster, meanwhile, who's the focus of our cameraman's attention, going around the outside of, what was that, Connor Craven. Gordon Haugen now, the inside of Craven, who gave too much space for Foster, it would seem, in order just to open the door for Haugen as they make the way through 14. So onto another lap they go, but Gordon Haugen making progress. In fact, 4 places gained since the start of this race. But the biggest gainer of all of our drivers, ladies and gentlemen, as you'll see there on the left-hand side of your screen, is currently Connor Craven, who may have lost a place there versus Gordon Haugen, but he's gained 18 places since the start of this race. Absolutely stellar work from the number 36 driver, and practically started P38 on the grid. But as he makes his way up speed right now, you can see the biggest losers and gainers down the left-hand side of your screen. But meanwhile, speaking of drivers losing places, Anders Meyer losing another 2 places now to Dane Sedgey and Carl McGurk. It's all going wrong for the Team Norway driver early on, or is he just playing it safe? He might be doing the latter, given the fact that whilst these MX-5 Cup cars have only got sprint races to contend with, their cars which very quickly do start to wear down those tyres. And the number 20 driver here on the hunt for having to wait and play the patience game as he makes his way through turn number 10. But meanwhile, looking further on down the order, this is Simon Andre Livingston, who right now is trying to go on the attack versus Paul Halliday. We ride on board here with the Team Norway driver looking over the front of the car as he makes his way over towards turn at number 10. Halliday here just trying to stay in defence of P21. Then here comes Livingston up the inside, he goes all in on the brakes. Halliday gives the space, looking for the cutback run, but look at Orden Hegerseter in the rear, and Halliday goes deep as a result, thinking the Hegerseter looking around the outside, can't quite find it as they make their way through the left-hander, and as a result Orden Hegerseter having to wait another lap in order to try and make the move happen. Meanwhile, up front, new fastest lap race of 32.904 for Daniel Sedgey, who's gained a lot of ground on James Armstrong. They're breaking away at the front of the field of the 2 Brits, with Carl McGurk also trying to follow them away. But as our drivers push on him, we say hello to Zingy in the YouTube chat. Well, right now, meanwhile, whilst all this is playing out, we look just a bit further in front. And we can see here Jordan Mahler having a bit of an exchange with Simon Andre Livingston as Livingston goes up the inside, and Mahler, I think, just dropping off the pace here and deciding to play defensive and help his teammate out by simply saying, right, I haven't got the pace to stay ahead of you, so I may as well back off, let you through, and now try to be in a bit of an obstruction to Paul Halliday. Albeit Halliday's not going to appreciate that, but that's where the teamwork aspect of the racing comes on in, as this field now looking very shuffled compared to how it qualified with the Norwegian field. Whilst it was a good qualifying session, a good number of members of the Team Norway have fallen a bit further down the field, and now there's quite the sprinkling of drivers from both teams inside that top 20 where the big points are earned. But meanwhile it goes very wrong, and that's Connor Craven going out to the barrier, and the gravel there coming out of turn number 4. It's a disaster for the man who gained 18 places, and as he rejoins, he's going to do so very gradually with all of these British compatriots there making the way on through. And indeed we can see just behind a little bit further Helge Svensson, who came into the pit due to damage to the car, the Team Norway driver, now trying to pick up pieces once again in P30. And well, I don't think it's going to be long, given the fact that whilst it's 27 seconds too, it was Alistair Hatcher just up the road. Well, Alistair Hatcher dropping down to P29, I believe, in a bit of an incident and rejoining quite recently. But right now there's plenty of opportunity to be gained here, because it does seem as though these cars proving very difficult to keep pointing in a straight line even when they're up to optimal conditions. And as we do see it, Svensson make the way through turn number 7. Meanwhile, we do look back up into the top 20, and in particular, we look to Thomas Asphaug here, who's ahead of Kim Andre Bjørklund as they make the way on through turn number 1 into 2. Was the 2 Norwegians here try to break away. They've got Lee Holmes playing chase, and well, meanwhile, Asphaug there going slowly now. Is that a slowdown or is that an attempt to let Bjørklund go? I think it's the former rather than the latter, as here comes Lee Holmes looking around the outside. So it's also going to be Erik Røslev there looking around the outside as they head onto the brakes. Røslev makes it through. Lee Holmes right now gaining places, taking names, but at the same time he's got a lot of pressure building on him. And as we look back from the rear, over the rear spoiler of Lee Holmes' car right now, we can see there Erik Røslev looking fast, furious and determined, and Røslev may not have been up there in terms of qualifying. He started in what was P12, but right now up to P10 and is looking to build on that pace and prove to be one of the faster drivers in this field, albeit the fastest driver at the moment has recently been Anders Meyer. Meyer's pace is now back on the leaders, and it continues to sway back and forth for a number of drivers here as Lee Holmes onto the brakes there into turn number 10. You can see Røslev starting to build on through, but meanwhile in a dramatic shift of momentum at the front of the field, well, here is your top 3. This is James Armstrong right now, albeit we are missing a couple of drivers. In fact, I think Leander Engelbert has made the way past Thomas Cope and Carl McQuirk off camera. We'll see if we can get a replay of what exactly happened there, because Engelbert definitely on the charge, but as they make the way on down the start finish straight, in fact we do have an immediate replay, and this is how Engelbert made the way into what was P4. So it was a battle of Cope versus Engelbert. Engelbert on the right of your picture as they made the way down towards turn number 3. The better run off the 2 there. Meanwhile, Carl going slowly at the front of the field. I think that may have been Carl McQuirk going slowly there for track limits from P3. So that explains how the 2 places were exchanged for Engelbert. But Leander Engelbert definitely proven to be fast, consistent, and everything you need to be at the front of the field. But return to your live pictures now, ladies and gentlemen. And here is your top 3. And Anders Meyer absolutely glued to the rear of his rivals as he looks to move up the inside. Daniel Sledge into turn number 4. Sledge now have the inside of 5, but remember it's a back and forth for the S's. We saw this between Armstrong and Meyer only a couple of laps ago as they come on through, and you can see there Sledge trying to squeeze the door shut, but Anders Meyer saying no can do, I'm going on through whether you like it or not. Side by side they come on through turn number 8, onwards they go towards turn number 10, and there's the descent into the hairpin, and Meyer's got the inside here, albeit keep in mind these MX-5s being so slow that being on the outside of the hairpin's not as risky or as difficult to try and hold the position, given the fact that it's really about burying the throttle. But Meyer there gets it covered on the inside. You can see Sedgwick was trying to look for a cutback run onto the inside and a braking, trying to intimidate, trying to psych out Meyer, but Meyer not falling for it. And as they make the way through turn at number 12, we're moving up into P2. And now James Armstrong has got a 9/10 of a second gap to play with, but I wonder how long that gap's going to stand. And whether it's a question of when, not if, Meyer's going to be back battling for the lead here, given the fact we've still got 6 minutes to go, plus the final lap, and it seems like the Team Norway driver, whilst he may have lost the lead in spectacular fashion on the second lap of racing, right now he's coming back for it very rapidly indeed, and as they make the way onwards towards turn at number 1, meanwhile we look to another man who's pushing his way through the field. This is Khalid Ramadan, who's gained 6 places overall. We've got a driver going slowly on the inside there. I believe that's Thomas Asphaug who's having to slow down, which he's had to serve. Ramadan on the inside looking for the move of Rude. He can't quite find it as they come through the left into right, and as they make the way through 2, well, right now Ramadan knocking on the door for it, but it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass, as the late great Mo Walker once said, and you're seeing exactly here as they make the way down towards turn number 3. Now the thing is, you would think Ramadan would be peeling to the inside, but the problem is the inside line of turn 3, there's no grip, and it's a very narrow run to the apex, but he's going to gamble on it. He's going to try and go for it and get Ruud to outbrake himself. Ruud just simply calls it and says no you don't, and Ramadan there, well, it would have been very bold if he'd fully commit to the braking zone, because there the car would just straight line. It requires your rival to open the steering, but Ruud in the end not being intimidated and simply saying we'll go for it if you like, but I know where my place on the road is, and that's exactly why Ruud's in P11 at the moment, because he knows how to stay one step ahead of Ramadan as they make the way through turn 8, up towards turn number 10 they go, and as they do right now, these drivers still nose to tail in a fashion as they head into the braking zone. They're closing up on what is the battle of a P9 between Lee Holmes, Erik Røslev, and meanwhile Kim Andre Bjørklund in P8 has still got Lee Holmes absolutely glued to the rear of him as they head in towards turn number 12 here. No difference between these guys whatsoever at the moment. It does seem as though they're forming the second pack in the field, with the top 7 breaking away, with Carl McQuirk being the next driver up the road, 5 seconds up the road now. Given the fighting between these drivers just seen on the screen, that is costing them the best part of what is 4/10 a lap compared to their relative average normal race pace, and it's letting the leaders just run away with things. And Holmes very close in the toe hits Bjørklund as they head across the line, and you can see in the slipstream how they gain a couple of miles an hour, even the short straights, and that's enough to put them in a fighting position. But Holmes, as much as he tries, he can't find a way in at this time. As they make the way out of turns 1 and 2. Meanwhile, we look back to Gordon Hauger here as he battles side by side with fellow teammate Alden Hegersetter. I think they're both fighting with Paul Halliday, and Halliday on the left of your pitch there in the Team UK machine. But right now it's 3-1 or 2-1 as they make the way in towards turn number 1. Hauger on the inside there looking for the move. Halliday, I don't think he's really got a response here other than trying to late break. And meanwhile, it's going to be 3 wide as they make the way into the break into Hegersetter looking around the outside. And in the end, there's some contact as they make the way and through. And as they do, it is going to be disaster. In fact, my apologies, that wasn't Alden Hegersetter. That was, I believe, none other than the driver who was laid down of Ronnie Teagan, who may have been a bit of contact there with Paul Halliday as they made the way and through. And we just spotted that Teagan being in the mix there. And well, Alden Hegersetter gained her place, but I don't think Paul Halliday is going to be very pleased about how that one's played out. But meanwhile, from them, we did look to a couple of Brits who are still on the charge here. And it's a Matty Wild who right now looking up for a move on fellow teammate Chris Eddersfield as they head on down. And well, two of the major organisers at UKSimRacing, I wonder if they're having a little bit of fun battling in amongst one another. We're not a Norwegian in sight at this time, and therefore having to play for points themselves. They make their way up the hill through turn number 4 into 5, but I'd imagine they'll work together and stick in the toe of one another to try and gain a bit more lap time. But meanwhile, oh goodness me, what on earth has happened here? We've got a load of smoke, and that's Simon Andre Livingston, who seems to have been the cause of the smoke. I think the Team Norway drivers had a spin at turn number 10. Now, what exactly happened there? Well, we have a replay to tell you the story. Coming down to the braking zone at the time, running in what was a rather comfortable, I believe, P17, and under braking, well, gets it nicely hooked up, but then carrying too much speed on that rear axle, and the car just lets go and goes around and losing the place. As you can see up there, Nathan Foster having to take evasive action. Indeed, everyone coming up through, having to go a little bit wider than normal. But meanwhile, return to your live pitches, ladies and gentlemen. It's a good thing we do, because the battle for the lead is on again, and here comes Anders Meyer looking around the outside to inside into 5 as they wind their way through the S's. James Armstrong now, once the hunter, now the hunted, and as they make the way over the crest of Sam Murray, retakes the lead in absolutely stellar fashion as they come through the left and down the hill towards turn number 10. Now Armstrong, I don't think he's going to let this go immediately as they head in towards the braking zone of the hairpin here, and the fact there's one more lap to go after this. They will get a 10th lap in given the time remaining and the average lap time, but Armstrong right now back on the offensive here, and it's Meyer ahead of Armstrong, followed by Sedgey, then Engelveld. The top 4 has broken clear of the rest of the field. The next driver is Alexander Scarrett, who is 4.5 seconds back. So right now the fight for the podium places is between these 4 drivers, unless they should take each other off the road. But then again, Scarrett's got more important things to deal with right now. That's in the rather fast looking Carl McQuirk as they go side by side into 13, into 14. Scarrett's back there, there's contact between the two of them, and McQuirk is turned sideways. Alexander Scarrett goes on. I think arguing he had the right to the inside of turn number 13. I think McQuirk would argue differently, but they'll sort that out after the race, there's no doubt about it. But as they head across the timeline to onto one more lap, we take a look back to Thomas Asphaug and Oliver. Asphaug going slowly here, I think a slowdown in effect from track limits earlier on in the lap, and therefore dropping down a P13 at the expense of his teammate. But meanwhile, back to the front of the field. In fact, we don't go back to the front of the field immediately. Calories Ramadan under pressure here from Vars. Vars goes very hard on the brakes, and Ramadan being given the elbow as they make the way out of turn numbers 1 into 2. And will Ramadan there being surprised, there's no doubt about this. Asphaug gains the place back, but meanwhile, the very front of the field, with the top 4 right now absolutely as close together as they were at the start of this race. We're right on board looking back from the rear of your race leader of Anders Meyer as they make the way over the rides of turn number 6 into sound contact slightly there between Armstrong and Meyer. And Meyer right now into part the car in apex in order to stay one step ahead, and Armstrong really now trying to go all in. And remember, the results of this race will influence the top 20 reverse grid of the next race, so whoever takes the win here starts P20, and therefore winning may not be the most important thing. Consistent results over 6 rounds will just as be key, but right now I don't think they're thinking about the numbers on the maps. I think they're thinking about victory as they make the way in towards turn number 12. You can see there making the way on past Steiner Sani, who is a lap down, and as they head in towards turn number 13, I don't think Armstrong's got a response here as much as he huffs and puffs, but as they come through the corner, you can see there Owen Halliday stepping aside. The checker flag gets ready to wave, and it is going to go the way of Norway surely as they make the way down towards the start finish line. Anders Meyer sees the checker flag, he weaves to it, and Anders Meyer takes the win for Team Norway ahead of the British pair of James Armstrong and Daniel Sedgey. And Leander Engelveld misses out on the podium but takes P4 ahead of Alexander Scarrett, and then it will be what will be behind them Thomas Cope P6 at Kim Andrew Björtland, Lee Harms, Eric Rosev, Atle Ruud, who completes the top 10, and then P11 it's Oliver ahead of Thomas Asphaug, ahead of what will be Adam Robinson and Khalid Ramadan as they all park up and get ready for the next race immediately here. But Matt Strand wraps up your top 15 ahead of Carl McQuirk and Nikolai Argard. As Argo comes across line, then a bit of a lonely P17, the best part of 6 seconds clear of Gordon Hauge, as we see Hauge crossing the line for Team Norway ahead of Nathan Foster. Simon Andre Livingston will complete your top 20, and then behind him it will be P21 to Paul Halliday, a driver who made a lot of progress early on in the day, but lost out in a bit of a late instant, and well, he'll be looking forward to the next race, and just missed out in reverse grid pole as well. That going the way of Simon Andre Livingston, so Halliday having to start P20, strong P22 ahead of Alistair Hatcher, and there's Auden Hegerset at P24 ahead of Chris Eddersford, and in the end Eddersford leaving Matty Wild behind, again ahead of Helge Svesson, with Connor Craven at P27, Matty Wild P28, and then we can see Vegard Olsen Leah finishing P29, with Torbjorn Merlet finishing P30 as he crossed the line now, and we'll give them all a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, whether they won the race or finished right at the back to reach the checkered flag. They're all winners in their own right, and as Merlet comes on through P30 ahead of Krista Stevenson, well, that completes your finishes on the lead lap, with Simon Bamber being the last finisher, and well, we immediately make our way to the grid for our second race of the day, and this is how they'll line up for what is the consolation race. Well, I do believe it is Anders Meyer, who, in fact, they won't line up this way, surely, because of the reverse grid, unless there's been a bit of an error here, ladies and gentlemen. I think there may have been, in fact, as all the drivers make the way to the grid, and, well, I think we might be seeing the reverse grid, perhaps, in what will be our third race today, but it looks so. We're going to be having the grid set based on how they finish. So Anders Meyer takes pole position for this race, ahead of James Armstrong, with Daniel Sedgey and Leander Engelveld on your second row. It's then Alexander Scarrett starting P5, ahead of Thomas Cope, and then it will be Kim Andre Björklund and Lee Holmes who complete your first 4 rows of the grid, and Eric Rose and Atle Rudd start off P9, P10 on the 5th row. Oliver, we start in P11 ahead of Thomas Asbaug, and then behind them it will be Adam Robinson and Khalid Ramadan, with Matt Strand and Carl McGuire P15, P16 ahead of Nikolai Argard and Gordon Hauge, and then we will see Nathan Foster and Simon Andre Livingston complete your top 20, but we'll have to stop the run through there, ladies and gentlemen, because the grid is set once again, and here come the lights, and it is going to be 1 red light, 2 red lights, 3 red lights, 4 red lights, 5 red lights. And it's lights down, away we go for another 15 minutes of racing here as all the drivers make away. There's a bit of a bog down further down the order from one of the Team Norway drivers, and that's going to be multiple places gained for a number of British and other Norwegian drivers as well. But Anders Meyer gets the better start versus Armstrong once again as they all come to the opening corner. Daniel Sturgeon having to go very defensive there versus Leander Engelveld, but it enables Thomas Cope to come on through immediately there. So a bit of teamwork working out. Oh, goodness me, and it's gone wrong for Cope as he gets the power down. There's a contact between 2 Norwegian drivers. Everyone scatters their way around. Further contact as Cope just holding the car, holding his brakes on, doing what he should do, and everyone right now just not able to see as everyone piles from around the sides of the car, but those who can't see it go into contact. But meanwhile, Armstrong immediately back on the offensive here. It's a repeat of race number 1, but they're immediately going at it on lap number 1 this time as they make the way out the hill, and Armstrong attacking and taking the lead this race for turn number 6. And what Anders Meyer right now will just simply look at it and go, okay, if that's the way you want to play it. But now looking up the inside into turn number 8, here's Armstrong going a bit too deep on cold tyres and cold brakes, coming through 7 into 8, and immediately now having to go on the defensive as they make the way into the turn 10 hairpin. Hard on the brakes they go, and as they make the way through, Meyer looking all the way around the outside, using the grip available. Both drivers here not giving in, absolutely tooth now as they make their way in towards turn number 12, and now Armstrong are trying to hold the outside of 12 as Meyer gives them the space to do so. Daniel Steggy closing up here as they head in towards the final 2 corners of this opening lap of the race, and goodness me, I think we're going to see a repeat of race number 1, and I don't think we're going to be complaining at that as Daniel Steggy looks to try and get involved as he makes his way towards the end of this lap and onto lap number 2 and gets the better run out the final quarter, with Armstrong really having to pin Meyer behind him, and now Steggy looking to try and get into the fight as they charge across that timing line. So after 1 lap of racing, it is James Armstrong who leads ahead of Anders Meyer P2, Daniel Sedgey P3, Lee Holmes P4, and as they head into the braking zone here, Sedgey going all in, outside to inside through 1 into 2. Meyer is not going to give in, it's going to run out the corner. Meanwhile, Armstrong will slow down there, coming out the opening 2 corners. Daniel Sedgey is now your leader, but for how long is the question as they make their way in towards turn number 3. Well, Sedgey's going to defend the inside line. Meyer will pin him there as much as possible and use the wider width of the corner to feel as though he can carry the speed all the way through. Knowing his racing line versus the defensive line, but Sedgey there in a little bit of contact between the 2 of them. These cars very light as well, very sensitive to the touch, but Murray gets ahead around the outside turns 3 and 4. Brilliant driving from the Team Norway driver, and Sedgey and Holmes now tucked in behind and looking for an opportunity to try and strike back, but will Murray break away? That could be the concern now of the Team UK drivers, given the pace he's shown in qualifying and also in race number 1. Meanwhile, they've got Kim-Andre Björklund, Alexander Skarret, Erik Rosen and Leander Engelbelt all behind and itching to start a fight. But Seji is going to start one of his own as he looks at the inside, bold under braking into turn number 10. And as he makes his way up the hill in towards turn number 12, right now it does look as though Lee Holmes waited to get involved in this mixture. But I think these two are absolutely blinded right now, battling one another as they head in towards turns 13 and 14. But they settle it down and Anders Meyer retakes the lead. But meanwhile behind, Erik Rosev here trying to go on the charge with Leander Engelbert just in front. Engelbert on a poor run through turn number 14. I think Rosev might be on the radio right now to say to his teammate, look, I'm coming on fast, let me go, otherwise we're going to lose out on the leaders here. And as they make their way in towards turn number 1, we'll have to wait and see. There's a play swap occurring between the two of them soon, but I get the feeling they might be thinking about it. Meanwhile, further down the order, let's not forget we've got battling outside the top 10 as well. This is the battle for P12 between Alistair Hatcher and Matt Strand. Strand on the outside, Hatcher on the inside. The UK driver there defending to the inside, but in the end Strand gets it done, very close to the apex between the two of them, but moves into P12. As meanwhile, I believe that is going to be a lap down car of what is Olsen Leah just steering clear in P38, and another difficult start to the race for further down the order. And in fact, what happened at the start, so you might be asking, when we take a look back and find out. This is us looking a little bit further down the order this time, but Tilly Vigard, Olsen Leah, as everyone went green flag and away they went at the start of the race. And the team at Norway driver had a relatively good start in amongst all their peers as they charged away up towards what's turn number 1. With Adam Robinson having a slow start, very slow start in terms of reaction time. A bit further back, a contact between two drivers there that started to trigger things off in the rear of the picture, but everyone's safely through turn number 1 for the most part. Olsen Leah on the inside here as they made the way on through. They came down towards, this is where it all went wrong with Cope losing the rear of the car, and this is where we did see the traffic jam and number of collisions. Olsen Leah avoiding all the contacts, doing very well to avoid that, weaving the way on through, gaining the best part of what's about 10 places in all of that. So where does it go wrong is the big question for the Team Norway driver. Well, here it is under braking, cold brakes, too much speed, and that was it for the number 26 driver of that contact. Well, one of their teammates was already stranded, but meanwhile we return to your live pictures and looking at Matt Stranded missing a front bumper is the Team Norway driver. I suspect that's going to be a car into the pits. Not quite sure what's happened there. We look away for one moment. It's drama wherever we look. But meanwhile, Simon Bamber carries on as he makes his way up towards turn number 1, once again going to lap number 4 now. 5 minutes of the race complete, 10 still to go. Goodness me, the time absolutely flies when you're having fun, as they say. And I think a lot of our drivers are definitely having that today, and plenty more. And as Bamber makes his way in towards turns 1 and 2, at the rear of the car, coming very loose there into 1, going a bit too much speed, having to snap the car back together before it went deep and potentially picked up a time penalty. And as he makes his way out of 2 and down towards 3 here, well, right now Bamber pushing hard versus Helge Svensson, who's just in front, but I think being made to push a bit too hard and therefore just not quite able to stay close, but coming down in towards turn number 3, and as they do, will mean while we look a little bit further up the order, this is Lee Holmes is pointing the wrong way, cars off into the grass, and that I believe is Rosev, who's been collected, as has another driver who had to take a bit of a trip to the grass, and I think that may have been James Armstrong, who had to take evasive action across the grass in order to survive. And well, with that, Lee Holmes having a nightmare moment, and well, what exactly triggered that is the big question. Holmes has to park the car up, that front left suspension is completely gone. Well, let's take a look. So they made the way up the hill and towards turn number 7. Holmes at the time battling, and I think Erik Rosev just behind. More coming through the corner and losing the rear of the car. They're turning in very aggressively, and in the end Rosev just coming to the scene of the instant and the contact immediately. And well, that explains it, as Holmes at the time was battling with Kim-Andre Björklund and also Alexander Skarret and Leander Engelbelt, and in the end the pressure being unfathomable, and for Holmes it's been a visit to the pits as a result. But meanwhile, whilst many drivers are in the pit lane now, having repair work done, and that's why we've got the one fast repair available. Here's Anders Meyer, your race leader, ahead of Daniel Seji. Seji still only 2.5 tenths behind, but behind him is the Norwegian crowd that's growing in terms of Björklund, Engelbert, Skarret, and then it's Adam Robinson. And well, would you believe, ladies and gentlemen, that Adam Robinson, having one of the slowest starts of everybody, has moved all the way back up through the field, dropping down towards the bottom end of the top 20 up to P6, and it's all just through simply keeping his calm, keeping his collective mindset together, and making sure not to make any mistakes. And as he makes his way up the hill through turns 5 and 6 and 7, that's what it's all about in these fast and frantic races. If you're not the fastest driver out there, you can always pick up places where others are making mistakes. Mistakes seem to be coming to plenty today as he makes his way down through turn number 8 and onwards to turn 10. But as he does so here, the team UK driver making his way in towards the next braking zone at a rapid rate of knots. And and trying to close up to the back of Thomas Cope, who's a lap down, but I would imagine that Cope's trying to stay glued to the back of the team Norway crowd in front of him, even though they're a lap ahead of him, and therefore just not lose any more race time and see where you can perhaps pick up a tenth or two by using them as a little bit of a pace car. But from then we look back here to the battle for P22, and this is in amongst Matty Wild, also Conor Craven and Owen Halliday, and Halliday there missing the front bumper of the car, it would seem, as the battles with Craven on the inside here, Halliday having to steer clear as they make the way through turn number 4, and also Carl McGuirk coming on through, and was McGuirk cuts his way up the ordeal very quickly, trying to recover the place he's lost, but will he be able to do so? We'll have to wait and see as they head through turn number 7 in towards 8. Once they come through the long left-hander, I'm hearing that we do have into the bits Olavar from what's P7. Meanwhile, goes very wrong there, and that into the wall, I believe, was Conor Craven, who's just gone to the tyre barrier, and well, getting very well coming out of turn at number 8. Carl McGuirk just about steering clear of most of that, and that's going to be a huge shock to the system. And well, as he makes his way on through, Olavar still in the pit lane right now. Meanwhile, Rob Armstrong also involved in an incident off camera, but here we look to Ronnie Tygan, who's making his way in a side-by-side battle, albeit getting caught out there side-by-side with Hauger as they make their way through turns 1 and 2. I think now some teammates here getting the gloves off of one another and seeing this as an opportunity also to have a little bit of battling in amongst their fellow countrymen as they make their way down towards turn number 3. And Tegan still ahead of Steinar Sani for the time being, but Sani looking close, looking threatening as they weave their way through the double right at turns 3 and 4. And will their target up the road will be none other than what will be Fritada Fasang. And well, right now in the number 39 car, the Team Norway driver may have started all the way down in what was P35, but are now P11, and this is all due to them just simply steering clear of the danger as best they've been able to do so. And goodness me, what a shake up in the field, it must be said. And well, even though we didn't quite have a reverse grid that we expected to have, I can tell you one thing, right now it does feel as though the grid has been severely reversed in the way most of the field is shaping up here. And well, could we see even more in race number 3? Well, we've still got plenty of race number 2 to go, of course, so they make the way on through, and we're looking back up towards the front of the field. This is where the main contention point is, because whilst we do have 3 Norwegians leading the way, right now as we ride on board and look back from the rear of the trio of Norwegians on the form of Kim Andrew Björklund, behind his one Team UK driver who's trying to put himself to the back of them, and that's Thomas Cope. With Adam Robinson 2.6 seconds back. Remember, Cope is a lap down, Robinson is on the lead lap, and I think right now Cope is trying to unlap himself, and in doing so potentially pick off a couple of these drivers in terms of lap time to give Robinson an opportunity to get involved. It's not quite working out the way he'd like it to at the moment. Björklund holding firm as they make the way up the hill, but none other than what's Tilbin Mala as they make their way through turns 1 and 2. When you got the position coming out of the final corner bit, it was a drag race up towards turn 1 and cements the position there in the battle through turns 1 and 2. And the Team UK driver now making his way down towards turn number 3. His next target is Steinar Sani, who is 4 seconds up the road, but Armstrong's pace right now compared to Sani last lap, he took the best part of 3 seconds out of Steinar Sani, and what I think on average it might be Armstrong who is about 1 second a lap faster and is on a full attack here to try and get himself back towards the top 10 before this race is said and done. But meanwhile, as we see here, Gordon Hauger going up the inside of Sang, and as they make their way on through turn number 9 in towards 10, well, Hauger being released by his teammate, trying to pick up a bit more time to chase down Nikolai Algaard, and more importantly Simon Bamber. Well, speaking of Simon Bamber, here he is up the road from his rival, and with that we can see Algaard just behind in a bit of a crumpled MX-5. Indeed, both of those MX-5s look as though they're not fresh from the factory anymore, and as they make their way through turn number 14, well, right now Simon Bamber in a bit of a lonely P9 as far as UK drivers is concerned. He does have the company of Alistair Hatcher in front, but Hatcher is a lap down in P30, so right now Bamber's got to try and hold back Norwegians behind him of Algaard, and also will be Hauger, who's closing little by little and go hunting after Sversen and Hegerseter, but will he be able to do so in the time remaining? That will be the change that confounds him as they make the way on to lap number 8, but as he does so, we can see here side by side between Sversen and Hegerseter as they exchange places, or do they? Well, indeed they do in the end. Hegerseter dropping in behind Sversen as they make the way down the hill in towards turn number 3. Onto the brakes they go, and as they do, well, they don't want to cost each other time, they don't want the pressure of what is Bamber closing on. So Simon Bamber right now 1 second behind and not really gaining enough to be threatening, and really the threat at the moment is Azan trying to unlap himself, but I think he's just playing the game to stay behind at 9 at the end of the day. If he's to unlap himself, he needs to break away quickly, which is very difficult to do in these MX-5s, particularly when they pick up the draft to one another so well. But there we see Simon Bamber looking around the inside of what's Hatcher coming on through through turn number 8, and Hatcher just steering clear at the last possible moment to make sure he doesn't lose any race time of his own, and to make sure that Simon Bamber is not spoiled. But as they come down to braking, Nikolai Argard there seizing the opportunity, coming through immediately as Bamber having a bit of wheel spin there. Meanwhile, we've got smoke coming out. That's all in the Hegasetter, who's had a spin in the rear of your picture, coming out to turn number 10, and turn 10 claims another driver. He claims 2, as that is also Gordon Hauger. They're getting it wrong on the right of your picture, really joining right now as they all bring it back together. And as they do so, James Armstrong looking around the outside of Hauger does so, takes P13 back. As he makes his way on around, we jump on board here with the Team UK driver heading into turn 13, battling around the outside to the inside of Steinar Sani. Sani's still there, but now Armstrong really getting his elbows out, saying, no, I'm taking this place back whether you like it or not. And I think Sani at this point will try and get the run in towards turn number 1. He'll be able to get the toe, there's no doubt about it, as they go on to lap number 9. Sani immediately looking around the outside to try and set up the inside of turn number 2. But will it be Armstrong? Will it be Sani who holds on here? And it will be Armstrong who is the one to take the place. And now looking for a move on Tegan as they head in towards the right-hander at turn number 2 here, very close as they go, and as they make the way out of the corner with 2 tenths is the gap, and Armstrong glued to the back of his rival as they head in towards turn number 3. In the draft, down the hill they descend. Armstrong looking up the inside, making sure to get fully alongside as he commits to move. It's going to be side by side. This is a P11. Armstrong right now recovering very quickly and very well indeed, and he makes the move count as he comes through 3 and 4 up to P11. The Britain goes, and right now I think Tegan, Hauger and Sani are going to be wondering what on earth they have to do to keep Armstrong at bay. Well, they've not been able to today, but from them, meanwhile, we do look back to the leaders as they make their way towards the end of this lap and on to the final lap of racing here in round number 2. And then Desmara right now on a charge, he makes his way in towards the left hand of turn number 1. Onto the brakes they go, and as they do, well, right now the number 20 driver here keeping his cool and carrying on as Daniel Seji looking close, looking aggressive, but not quite able to get in the fight at this time as they make the way through the right hand and onwards towards turn number 3. Well, Seji 6.5 tenths is the gap, and it seems as though this gap has been pinned there ever since Mara got back ahead and in to lead this race. And Seji right now would be happy to take the P2 and take the points through it, but he'll know as well that Anders Mara has gained a huge haul of points as a result of taking the win in race number 1, and now looking to make it 2 wins back to back. And well, for Team Norway, whilst it's all about the points up and down the field, when in terms of the top 20 right now, you do have, if my mental maths is correct, 15 drivers from Norway inside the top 15. It is going to be an absolute landslide of points for Team Norway in this opening stage of tonight's event. Of course, they've got one more race after this as the clock strikes 15 minutes there. As you can see at the top of the screen, it's low to go over 15 minutes, and that means it's the final lap. And as they weave their way on through it, meanwhile we look a little bit further behind as we do see Gordon Hauger, Ronnie Tegan, also Steinar Sani and Oliver all chasing after Lee Holmes, who's a lap down, with James Armstrong already breaking away. So these guys right now, firm at Norway, all exchanging place and trying to settle where they want to be on the grid for what is the next race of MX5 action. But from then we look back to your leader because the checker flag is about to wave, and we took the win by a slender margin in race number 1. This time it's a bit more of a comfortable margin by comparison, but the point is Anders Mara makes it back-to-back wins here at Rudskogen with 2 wins out of 2 for Team Norway ahead of Team UK's Daniel Seji P2, Leander Engelveld P3 as he crosses the line ahead of Alexander Skoret P4, and then it's Kim Andre Björklund P5 ahead of Adam Robinson P6. They're the second of the Britons to cross the line, and there'll be Helge Svensson P7 as he makes his way in the long run through turn at number 14. A very lonely end to his race, it must be said, but I don't think he'll mind that too much given the fact that he's inside the top 10 and big points abound for the Team Norway driver. P7 for him, Simon Bamber comes on through to take P8 for Team UK, and what has been a strong drive, having started from P32 on the grid, and then Nikolai Argard P9 I should say, over what is P10's driver, Chrisada for Sang, and they're completing at the top 10 in the Norwegian Norway Mobile ahead of James Armstrong P11, and then Gordon Hauger P12, Ronnie Tegan P13, Steinar Sani P14, Olavar P15 ahead of Auden Hegerseter, who takes line P16, I think frustrated with that late spin coming out of what was turn number 10. Some smoke already going up from some drivers in terms of doing donuts, I do believe. Simon Andre Livingston P17, and then it will be Torbjörn Mallet who takes P18 ahead of Carl McGurk, who takes P19. Matty Well completes your top 20, and well, we've still got a couple more drivers to make their way to the checker flag, including Craig Schill as he comes through at P21. Owen Halliday will just finish ahead of brother Paul. P22 then, Paul Halliday will be coming on through very shortly to take P23, and well, from them we've got Rob Armstrong in the pits, and I do believe that will promote Connor Craven to P24. at the finish line, and Rob Armstrong in the end will take P25 as a result of finish the race in the pit lane. But those are your lead lap finishes, ladies and gentlemen. What a phenomenal race number 2, it must be said. Close-knit racing action from start to finish, albeit I think some of it getting a bit elbows out. But the one key thing here is he does donuts on the start-finish line. He's celebrating because he knows what he's done. 2 wins back-to-back. It's Anders Meyer for Team Norway, who's absolutely led things in the end from almost start to finish in this second race, not without a brilliant battle with both Daniel Sedgey and James Armstrong, but the number 20 driver here definitely proving that he has the mettle and he has the pace in the Mazda RX-5, and Rudskogen Motorsenter is going to go the way of Team Norway. As he makes his way on through, we are just checking in with race control, and I do believe there's going to be another MX-5 Cup race, ladies and gentlemen, before we do go into what will be our Porsche Cup races, and that's due to the fact we didn't quite see the consolation race that we were scheduled for, and we do apologise for that, but we have had confirmation that we will be seeing a single race for race number 3 appearing very soon, or round number 3 I should say, in terms of Rudskogen Motorsenter in the MX-5s. And as Craig Schill makes his way into the pit lane, we're coming on through the pit entrance there, the extended pit lane which detours its way off of the circuit and runs in parallel to the start finish line straight. Fantastic pair of races. We've still got plenty more to come in what will be round number 3. Of course, there will be a bit of a slight delay as we get underway with round number 3 in due course. But as he makes his way into the pit lane, well, we are just going to look to the scenic view there, and let's take a look through. So those finishing positions for our drivers, and here they are from our second race of the day. Anders Meyer taking the win in the feature then by 8 tenths ahead of Daniel Sedgey, and then Leander Engelveld completing a top 3. Team Norway ahead of Team UK, and then Team Norway once again, and then the top 5 being completed by the Team Norway pair of Alexander Skurret and Kim Andre Björklund. Adam Robinson at P6 for Team UK ahead of Helge Sversen, with Simon Bamber, Nikolai Agard and Krisada Fasang completing a top 10, and huge special mentions there to both Simon Bamber from Team UK and Krisada Fasang for Team Norway, both drivers starting very far down the order outside the top 20 and both making their way through to the top 10. Great effort from them. James Armstrong recovering to P11 after that nasty incident in the early stage of the race. A good effort from the Team UK driver, best the rest, ahead of what has been the long line of Team Norway drivers of Gordon Hauget, Ronnie Tegan, Steinar Sani and Olav Vard to complete the top 15, and then Auden Hegerset, Simon Andre Livingston, Torbjörn Malley P18, and then the Team UK driver Carl McGirt breaking the trend at P19 ahead of Matty Wild, his teammate P20. Craig Schill P21 ahead of Owen Halliday and Paul Halliday, with Connor Craven P24 ahead of Rob Armstrong, and then Matt Strand finishing a lap down. The first driver to finish a lap down P26 ahead of teammate Atle Rudd, with Khalid Ramadan P28. And as we can see, the continued theme of a lap down for what was Thomas Cope P29 in that unfortunate open lap incident, which saw him right at the tip of the spear of a major multi-car collision. And then Vigard Olsen-Leah P30 there, completing the top 30, ahead of Alistair Hatcher, Lee Hongs, Glenn Humberstone and Nathan Foster. 5 laps down for retirement for Eric Rosev and Chris Eddersford, with also retirements for Crystal Stevenson and also Thomas Aspaug. So 38 starters and was a grand total of 34 finishers, of which the best part of 25 were on the lead lap. But that concludes our first 2 rounds of racing action, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to step away for approximately 5 to 7 minutes, but we'll be back to bring you the final race of stage 1 here at Rudskogen Motorsenter. It's coming up shortly. It's going to be another 15 minutes of intense racing action, and we'll see you very soon. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and we do apologise for the slight interruption to our schedule for this evening, but we are back and ready to go racing once again. And as we can see, we're now on to part 2 of stage 1 here at Rudskogen Motorsenter. We've had one qualifying session, and we've had 2 fast, furious and absolutely intense races in the Mazda MX-5s, and we've got one more race to go, albeit not without a preceding qualifying session. And as all our drivers get set, we're just waiting for the last couple of drivers to make the way in to the iRacing lobby, and of course this event only possible on the iRacing simulation platform, while the Premier Sim Racing platform is available only on PC, and this event being brought to you by UKSimRacing. But it has been an absolutely brilliant pair of races so far, and as we can see in our revised schedule, we're going to have another 10-minute qualifying session, and then it's going to be what will be a 15-minute round number 3 feature race, which will be scheduled for approximately 10 past 8. But as all our drivers get themselves set times in Greenwich Mean Time, of course, Universal Coordinated Time, that is UTC as well, and as they make their way on around here, it's just the last couple of stragglers we are waiting for. We're not expecting this practice session to go at the full distance of the 15 minutes there. I think it is just being kept extended for the purposes of making sure that everyone is able to get into the session as soon as possible. But as we just confirmed with race control, and in fact we have got confirmation that will be an advancement of the session very shortly once all final drivers are in. And well, everyone absolutely set here. What did we see in races 1 and 2? Well, firstly, we saw many of you tuning in and enjoying the racing, including Zingy there in the YouTube chat, also Shazzy in the Twitch chat cheering on the UK team, and also their Fire KT cheering on the Noel Pointers drivers of both Paul and Owen Halliday, the 2 brothers. We see one of them here for Team UK. We also saw Medmo there, who says, I'm late to the hype. Well, you may be late in the Twitch chat, Matt. We're always very happy to have you here, whether you're late or on time. And we mentioned earlier about that absolutely hype-setting introduction you provided. And thank you to that once again. I don't know how you do it each and every time when you put one together. But everyone absolutely set now, and we are just waiting to go. We have seen some absolutely brilliant battling action, but it does seem as though on home turf, Norwegian drivers have got the advantage here. And could we see the same when we go to Alton Park after this race? Well, we'll have to find out, but it definitely seems to be as though Rudskogen Motorsenter is favouring the fellow countrymen. Meanwhile, the Britons are putting up a good fight, albeit we saw that top 20 in race number 2 in particular being dominated by Team Norway. 15 out of 20 drivers being in the Team Norway category, and therefore an absolute plethora of points, and therefore the pressure is going to be on Team UK to regroup in this final race at Rudskogen and then bounce back even stronger in what will be the final 3 races of the evening at the Alton Park circuit. As Paul Halliday makes his way up through the S's once again. Been some absolutely stellar performances, not just at the front of the field, but also from drivers who made the way through the field, including Kritzada Fasang, who are now running the appropriate livery on the car. There, a little bit of an error, but we've got that all resolved. And as we briefly lose them to have them rematerialise from the internet ether, we do shift over to the purposes of the qualifying session, ladies and gentlemen. So now it's going to be will be another 10-minute lone qualifying session, so it's an opportunity for all the drivers to give it everything once again. And what we talked about earlier, the fact that to do well here, you definitely need to be on full throttle as long as possible, carry as much speed from corner to corner. But our drivers had already had 1 qualifying session and also 2 rounds of racing under their belt. Now the big question is stamina going to be a factor? Will we start to see some drivers just feel a little bit worn down compared to how they approached all fresh going into the first qualifying session? Flip side of the coin, of course, is that perhaps some drivers' nerves there have been calmed, and perhaps we'll see some different names right at the top of the field, as Olav are very eager to make their way out of the circuit in order to get their laps on the board. And I believe this is another full 10-minute qualifying session. My drivers do have the best part of at least 4 laps in order to put their best possible time on the board, and now everybody on a mission to do so as soon as possible. But as we do see Var making the way through, we also look to Adam, well, it's not Adam Robertson, Khalid Ramadan in fact, as number 24 driver heads on down towards turn number 3, and as Ramadan makes his way up through the right hand here, just taking it nice and gentle. And again, we are seeing that contrast to some drivers who opt to go all in and just treat every lap in qualifying, whether it's a warm-up lap or an actual fast lap, as if it is a fast-paced lap. Meanwhile, we've got Ramadan here just gradually massaging the car through its tyre warming phase, also trying to bring those brakes up to temperature and then go on the attack in what will be the first flying lap. Both approaches have their strengths, have their weaknesses, but it does look as though right now a few more drivers opting to go with the latter approach, of which is build up to a fast lap rather than attacking straight away. Get the car all in the right conditions. And well, as we look from Ramadan up to what is Chris Edisford as he makes his way, in fact parking the car there, coming out of turn number 11. Well, that's the tow to the pits for Chris Edisford. Perhaps there's an error with the car. Perhaps he's noticed something that's got a bit wrong with the car. But either way, Edisford definitely not happy with the condition of the car right now. And I'm to take it back to the pits. As meanwhile, one driver makes his way past the pits and onto his first flying lap of this session. It is Owen Halliday. As Halliday comes on through, turn number 1 into 2. Right now, number 22 driver here looking to try and push a little bit further up the order after what was a difficult qualifying session the first time around. Will he be able to do so, or will he find that it's going to be another battle to be inside the top 20 in the race? They have to start from further afield. All time will tell as he looks to get that first lap of the board, trailing the car through turns 3 and 4. You can hear those tyres screeching at a distance as well, and it just goes to show you how hard they're pushing, but at the same time as well, how challenging it is to control these MX-5s. And you wouldn't think it in the fact that these cars packing less than 200 horsepower, they wouldn't be that hard to control because they are the introductory car when you go to road race and iRacing, but far from it given the fact they may lack engine power, but they're very lightweight machines, and therefore you have to toss them about to get the most performance out of them, the best possible lap time. But of course, the more you make the car dance, the more unstable it is, and with that, that's where the mistakes come, that's where the spins also arise, and that's what's caught out many a driver today so far. But meanwhile, speaking of one driver who hasn't been caught out, indeed he's been the man to catch, Anders Meyer, as we see the Team Norway driver in the 20 making his way out of the final corner to complete his first flying lap of this second qualifying session. And what's it going to be this time as he heads to line? He's going to put the first lap on the board for everyone to beat, it would seem. And for Anders Meyer, it's going to be a 33.189, and will pole position in the previous qualifying session was a 32.6, if our memory does serve us correctly. So Anders Meyer is the man who's got to be beaten by everyone. And we'll get their first laps on the board there. Quite a scattering of lap times, it must be said, with what is Leander Engelvelt P2 ahead of Daniel Sledgy. The two of them separated by only 300ths, if that. So close between them, and then it's a sizable 8/10 to VAR in P4. And as we do see it, Meyer making his way up the hill for turns 3 and 4, and Sedgy meanwhile making his way on down here in his own lone qualifying session. Well, Sedgy wants to go a little bit higher, and indeed a lot of drivers yet to get lap times, and I think many drivers opted to really take their time with the warm-up lap before they go to the first flying lap, and knowing they need to get the best possible lap in here, and they need to get the car set up as best as possible before going into the race, as in terms of if they can qualify a bit further up the order, get inside that top 20, it does seem to be where the big points are going to be scored. But not only that, it does seem to also be where you're able to really hang on to the top 10, and we've seen how close these cars can run with one another in terms of being in the tow, with Sedgy for the best part of what's the second round of racing, staying with Anders Meyer, albeit just falling away very gradually, Meyer having a bit of an advantage. But if you haven't got that natural pace advantage on your rival, you're not going to break away. And well, as Sedgy makes his way out of turn number 12 in towards 13 and 14, and as Meyer heads to the timeline, we're going to jump on board and fly that with our current pole sitter to see just exactly how it's done. As he crossed the line, it's a 32.905, and here he goes once again for a third flying lap to try and better it. So braking just before the 50 board, about 57 meters from quarter apex, and it coming into turn at number 2, absolutely brazen there. The car riding over the apex cars and bouncing around as he makes his way down towards turn at number 3, accelerating all the way through in towards the trail braking zone here, the double right, as he heads down on hill, braking about 100 meters from quarter apex, coming down to third gear very gently, taking the car through, staying in third, down to second of the apex. You can see the car dancing there in the downshift, kicking the rear of the car round to make turn 4 even more quickly, as he makes way through 5 and 6, flat out on the rise, cutting his way over the apex curves as much as the track limits will let him do so. And now through turn number 7, second gear, not dropping down at first, hold it in second, as he makes his way through the left-hander, and now to the right and kick of 9. In fact, lift off the throttle there, and in fact, I think reset. I think track limits might have just caught Meyer out and deciding not to commit to this lap any further, but just cool the car down and go once again. So even the very best full foul track limits every so often, and Anders Meyer doing exactly that. As meanwhile, we've got more drivers about to put lap times on the board, including Connor Craven, who goes on to his first flying lap, I do believe. In fact, it's his second flying lap. His first one was invalidated due to a track limits error, and therefore as he makes his way through turns 1 and 2, running out of time with only 4 minutes left in this qualified session, that means he'll get 2 more laps in, including the one he's gone on to. As he makes his way on down the back straight and in towards turn number 3. Well, right now, Mario definitely, I think, will have it in his mind that he just needs to take it one step at a time. And well, not just Mario, Craven will have one thing in his mind, and that'll be to take it one step at a time, which is just to simply get a lap on the board and see where he can improve from there, because a lot of drivers do seem to be struggling with lap times at the moment, including down in P33 at Nathan Foster, as we do see here the Team UK at number 52 driver making his way on through the final corner, heading to the line. Can Foster improve? Can he improve noticeably? In the end, he jumps up to P14 on a 33.914. It's a good lap from Foster, and these are the laps I think he was hoping for in that first qualifying session of today. But I think also now getting a couple more laps down will be to the better. I think a number of drivers coming into this were a limited amount of practice time, and therefore I think learning as they go. And we are seeing more Team UK drivers now starting to put themselves close to that top 10, if not the top 15, including what is there, Adam Robinson going P11. And it's good work from Robinson, given the fact that previously he qualified outside the top 20 and therefore had to fight his way through the order. But this time, moving to P11 and now looking for an opportunity to break into the top 10. Steinar Sani will be the driver he needs to beat by 600s if he wants to have an opportunity to do that. Of course, the more time he can beat him by, and he can try and jump ahead of rivals, something like Aspau in P8. Also Holmes, his teammate, but of course he'll want to try and get ahead of as many people as possible, with Holmes in P9 at the moment. And noticeably, it is from P1 down to P16. It's only a second that separates all the field, and meanwhile we do see Robinson making his way out through the left hand out of turn at number 8. Well, the comment there from Zingy much earlier on, which was about less than 2 seconds between first and 24th in qualifying, the first qualifying session, making it a very tight field. We're seeing more of that here with the fact it's only 2 seconds once again separating P1 through to P23. And meanwhile, drivers just raised the bar even higher. Anders Mario's gone even faster at the front of the field on a 32.668. He does have a fellow driver who's been able to do a 32. That's Daniel Sedgley on a 32.99 to nearest 100. But Mario's already in the pits. I think he feels like he's got the job done. I believe our drivers have only got 4 laps available to them, so number drivers immediately coming to the pits at the end of their full flying lap, and Adam Robinson coming to the line. And as he does so, I do believe this is going to be his final lap. Will it be an improvement, or will P11 be the highest he's able to achieve? I think it's the latter, as he cross line does not improve. Lee Holmes, meanwhile, now backing the car off and bringing it across turns 1 and 2. And well, for Lee Holmes, that's it for his qualifying session. He'll be happy with that, though. Meanwhile, Chris Edison coming out of the final quarter, looking to try and get a better lap on his currently last place P38. He heads to the timeline, and well, can he move up from the back of the field? It's going to be P36 for Chris Edison of 36.862. He won't have time to get his fourth and final lap, given the fact he's got less than a minute left, and the lap time here is over 1.5 minutes. We haven't got anybody else out there on a lap, or have we? Yes, we have. Rob Armstrong, who we see here. He's currently on an improving lap, currently P35. Looking to try and make his way into the top 30 if he can. But notice again, how the fact we do have a couple more Team UK drivers inside that top 20, but it is primarily dominated by Team Norway, and it does look as though Team UK right now, once again, having to fight their way through when it goes to the race. We've only got one more race here in Rudskogen before we do make our way over to Alton Park. But as Armstrong across the line, it's P28 in the end for Armstrong. It's a good end to this qualifying session. Ryan Halliday crossing the line will not improve, I do believe, given the fact that was a 5th lap, which will not count. So the last lap will be set here by Rob Armstrong. The checker flag comes out, it's qualifying complete, and it's Anders Meyer once again on pole position for race number 3. Speaking of which, here's our drivers. Here's how the grid lines up as our drivers make their way to the grid. And it's Anders Meyer who takes pole position for Team Norway, making it back-to-back pole positions of the qualifying pretenses for Team Norway ahead of Team UK's Daniel Sedgley, and then James Armstrong starts P3. The Team UK driver has the company of Team Norway's Leander Engelveld on row number 2, with then Thomas Cope starting P5 for Team UK, joined by teammate Carl McGuire on row number 3. Row 4 goes to Team Norway with Helge Svensson and Kim Andre Björklund lined up together, and then we do have on row at number 5 Thomas Aspau for Team Norway ahead of Team UK's Lee Holmes to complete your top 10, with Steinar Sani for Team Norway P11 ahead of Adam Robinson, and then the Britain will be followed up by the Norwegian pair of Olav Var and Nikolai Argaard, and then we do have Team UK's Khalid Ramadan P15 ahead of Norway's Alexander Skarred, with Atle Ruud ahead of Nathan Foster in a Norway UK row number 9, and then the top 10 rows are completed by Gordon Hauger and Eric Rosev, who wrap up your top 20 as well for Team Norway. Simon Andre Livingston and Matt Strand continue the Norwegian theme, P21, P22. Northern Hegerseter P23 ahead of Team UK's Christopher Stevenson. And then we do have on row number 13 Simon Bamber and Matty Wild, the two UK teammates, who are followed up by their teammates of Paul Halliday and Rob Armstrong. And the top 30 being completed by Kritsada Fasang and Torbjørn Marley, who wrap up what is a row for Team Norway. Row number 16 goes to Vigard Olsen-Leah and Owen Halliday, with the Norwegian ahead of the Briton. And it's the same for Ronnie Teagan and Team UK's Glenn Humberstone on row number 17. Craig Shield and Chris Edison make it a British row number 18. And on row number 19 of 19, it's Connor Craven and Alistair Hatcher starting for the back of the field. They've got the work to do for Britain, but we'll have to wait and see how they get on. But here come the lights, ladies and gentlemen. The grid is set for the final time today, and it is going to be 1 red light, 2 red lights, 3 red lights, 4 red lights, 5 red lights. And it's lights out and away we go for race number 3 here at Rudskogen Motorsenter. And as Anders Murray gets underway and charges his way down towards turn number 1, it's a brilliant start for Norwegian, with Sergio Armstrong tucking in behind. Meanwhile, Engelbert looking to go defensive versus Cope immediately to the inside of where it's turn number 2. Cope looking around, he can't quite find it. And as they make their way out of the corner, everyone are making their way in rapid fire succession through 3 wide. They're a bit further back as they make their way out of the right hander at turn number 2, and it does look as though there it's more the Norwegians battling one another at this point. Well, UK driver or 2 in the mix. Khalid Ramadan here finding himself in amongst the group as Oleg Var going very slow there. Was slow down due to track limits, but Ramadan defending as he does have pressure from Hauger, Strand and Rudd all together. And I think they're Strand almost tapping the rear of Rudd. As meanwhile Nathan Foster trying to come through. He picks off 1. Can he pick off 2? He's got through Rudd, but can he get past Strand as they make the way up the hill? I don't think he can, as he tucks in behind as they make the way through the left into a right-hander. Right now Nathan Foster gaining a little bit, but not enough. In fact, losing 1 place overall since the start of this race. But meanwhile, it's gone very wrong for Lee Holmes, who's pointing in the wrong direction, gets the car off the road to the grass, the inside of turn 8, car off wide there in the rear of the pitch. That's Rob Armstrong pointing in the wrong direction now. It's a disaster for Team UK on this opening lap. And meanwhile, Team Norway pushing on with their leader of Anders Meyer right now, continuing to try and break away from Sedgwick and Armstrong. But as they make the way for turn at number 12 into 13 and 14. Well, right now it's only 1 lap almost complete. We've still got another 9 to go after this, based on previous form of the previous 2 races here in Norway. So right now Meyer leads ahead of Sedgwick P2, Armstrong P3, Neander Engelbert P4 ahead of Cope P5, then it's McGurk ahead of Aspal, then Svensson P8 ahead of Andre Björklund P9, and there's Alexander Skaren who completes your top 10. We're starting on Sonny Bester as P11. But right now it is a Norwegian-dominated top 10, as meanwhile there's been a big shake-up in the field. Oh my good lord, and what on earth has happened there? Coming out of turn number 14, there's car parts everywhere, and well, a number of drivers being heavily afflicted as a result of an instant coming out of the final corner. And well, we immediately get a replay to find out what exactly happened. So there was a spin for one of the Team UK drivers that triggers on a train reaction. That's Christopher Stevenson, I do believe. And Vigard Olsen-Leah just coming into the mix at the wrong time. We take a look back at that from the perspective of what was here Christopher Stevenson as he made his way through the final corner. Was he did a bit of contact there with one of his rivals, and that set off, I think, the contact, as then there was the number 1 who came right into the scene of the initial contact. Stevenson being turned across the road, the one going off, and that's what led to the chain reaction. And well, Team UK and Team Norway both have multiple drivers afflicted there as Stevenson trying to bring the car back together, but goodness me, a disaster for many. As you can see, Stevenson's car just absolutely struggling to come back together. But meanwhile, as we return to your live pictures, ladies and gentlemen, on lap number 2 here of round number 3 of the racing tonight, out of 6 rounds of racing, and Khalid Ramadan right now still fighting hard for position as the Team UK driver battles with Simon Andre Livingston. Livingston on the inside there into turn number 12, and Ramadan, I think, having to step a little bit wide here with Nathan Foster looking to get in the mix. But the 2 Team UK drivers need to try and work together on this one. They don't want to belittle or annoy one another and take away the race pace. For the simple reason, they've got a long pack of Norwegians behind Matt Strand, Alden Hegerseter, Kristoffer Fasang, and also Atle Rudd, all behind and itching for a fight. And here comes Strand as he looks around the outside of Foster in towards turn number 1. And you'll have the draft there, Ramadan, to work with as they make their way into the opening braking zone on lap number 3. Foster's going to defend inside to outside. Stranding tries to get his nose in. There's contact between the 2 of them, and well, they'll both go to the runoff area there. And well, difficult one, I think Strand just trying to carry enough speed to look for the middle inside the 2, but Foster getting it stopped in time. And in the end, I think Strand has fallen a bit foul of too much momentum. But meanwhile, as they look to bring things back together, we've got plenty of Team UK right now who want to charge here, as they all seem to want to exchange places in amongst one another. And this is Craig Shield we're focused on, who's trying to make his way around the outside of Lee Holmes into turn number 3. But they don't want to be going side by side through here. It costs them a lot of pace, and Craig Shield stepping very deep there, letting on through what is going to Humberstones. We've got a car going sideways in the rear of the picture, and was Matty Wild makes his way past Ronnie Teagan. Meanwhile, that is Robert Armstrong getting it very wrong, going through turn number 3, the one that we saw sliding in the big plume of smoke going up out of the corner, but as he brings it back together, Simon Bamber, meanwhile, making his way, coming up behind to try and make his way through. That was Conor Craven who just made the move on Rob Armstrong for P30, but from them, we look back to Ronnie Teagan, the Team Norway driver who's under pressure from Matty Wild. Wild looking for the move around the outside of 9, can't quite find it, cuts back to the inside of 10, looking bold to the brakes, Teagan going defensive here, Wild having to back off as a result, as they come to an abrupt halt on the anchors into turn number 10, and whilst Teagan's had a bit of a difficult lap and lost multiple places, he stops the rot any further and doesn't lose any more, with Wild now trying to go on the offensive. But meanwhile, looking back up the order from them to what is your P9 driver of Alexander Scurran. He's right now got teammate Kim Andre Bjorklund behind him. Bjorklund trying, I think, to find a way on through here to go hunting after Aspal. And there's a little bit of pride on the line, of course, when you are in a large team as this, whilst you're all racing for national pride here and also for the collective Team Norway at the same time. You'd love to get a one-up on your fellow teammate to say that you're a little bit faster. That's what it's all about, of course, in terms of having a bit of fun with it, and therefore these two right now starting to chisel some time off of one another, as we see Marla there stepping wide, deciding to respect the blue flags and steer clear, coming out to turn number 4 into 5. But from them, we look back to Wild, and once again all over the back here of Teagan in the battle for P27 as they head down towards turn 3. Remember, there's points at every position today. The higher you finish, the more points available, understandably, from 40 points all the way down to 1 for P40. But as they come in towards turn number 4, Wild there looking for the move into 3, but recognising there's no way to make the way through turns 3 and 4. They should put it along the inside and the nose ahead into the first part of the double right, and therefore having to wait. But meanwhile, Craig Shield having a nasty incident there coming out turn number 6 as he brings the car back together, losing 4 places, dropping from what was P25 at the time down to P29. So Shield losing out considerably, and as he brings the speed back into the car, now the Team UK driver really having a difficult day, it would seem. But meanwhile, we've got a change of P2 here. James Armstrong moves up to P2, fastest lap of the race on lap number 4 with a 32.642. And with that, Seji stepping aside and letting Armstrong go. And Armstrong wants retribution here. He wants another battle with Anders Meyer. And Meyer is 1 second up the road. But I would imagine that right now Armstrong's got the bit between his teeth and saying, I'm not going to lose the 3rd time. But Meyer, I think, is going to be looking at his rearview mirrors and grinning from ear to ear and saying, bring it on, James. He'll be ready for it. But as they make their way in towards turn number 4, will Leander Engelbelt putting the pressure on Seji as we ride on board with the number 6 driver here as he makes his way up the hill. Really has been a very strong contender for top 5 finishes in the races so far as they make their ways over the rise and in towards turn number 7. Engelbelt there having a much better run into the corner. You'll notice the body language of the cars in the fact that Seji carrying a lot of speed uphill, but the problem is as soon as he goes onto the brakes on turn number 7, the car just wants to go very deep. Engelbelt, meanwhile, by comparison, just able to get the car nicely turned in to turn 7, almost as if he's just not carrying as much speed by comparison, but in the end being able to get their nose in nice and tight and just ride the apex of the corner. And the difference in driving styles means that while Seji, you can see on these singular corners, able to open up a bit of a gap, it's on those combination corners, such as here at 13 and 14, that is where the Norwegian driver is just able to close up, because every time Seji's just going a bit too deep into the second corner of the sequence, and that seems to be where the Team Norway driver has his advantage. But as they make their way onwards towards another lap in the draft in, there'll be nothing between them as they head towards the braking zone, with Seji picking up distance of Armstrong, so therefore it neutralises any straight line speed advantage that Engelbelt gets off of being in the toe of his rival. And on towards lap number 6 they go as they make their way through the right-hander and staying right behind his rival for now. But how long will it be before he potentially starts to look for a move? That'll be the question. That'll be on the mind of Seji, and Engelbelt will be trying to plan it out. He'll be trying to scheme his way to victory and try to find a way to finish P2 and make it a Team Norway 1-2. I don't think we're going to see a 1-2-3 from any of our countries so far today at Rudskogen Motorsenter. Albeit Norway have come close, but they haven't been able to quite make it happen. But meanwhile, looking a bit further back here to Thomas Aspau, as right now holding up P7 ahead of Helge Sversen. And then Carl McGurk just a bit further up the road, and McGurk and Thomas Cope nose to tail here as they make their way in towards turn number 8. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's a potential place swap coming soon, given the fact that Cope does seem to be the faster of the 2 drivers at the moment, or at least that would be suggested by how close he's running. But then perhaps McGurk just making a small error. And as they make the way up the hill. And I do apologise there for taking a sip of water, ladies and gents. You have to forgive me, but as they make the way in towards turn number 12, right now the team UK driver trying to push on versus Engelbert, but not quite able to stay close enough to put the pressure on, and that's leading to essentially just feeling the zone a little bit lonely at this time, and that battle for P3 started to grow more and more as they come on to the next lap. But from then we looked at Adam Robinson right now outside of the top 15. He's running in a P20. It's a valiant charge here from the Briton as he chases after the Norwegian pack. But the first driver he wants to try and take off this being Alden Hegerseter. But Hegerseter going very deep there, coming on through turn number 13 into 14. This is going to be a prime opportunity for Robinson as meanwhile into the pit lane comes Eric Rozev. Now is that for a drive-through penalty or is it for repair work? We're not sure. But what we can be certain of is the fact that right now Robinson looking for the charge for P18. He's going to be on the outside of 1 to the inside of 2. Hegerseter is going to defend it as hard as he possibly can. They turn into left now for the right, and Robinson getting the nose ahead as they make the way through the right hander, gets the job done. It's a smooth move from Robinson, but now as we ride aboard and look back, here comes Hegerseter. He will have the run down towards turn number 3. Or will we have enough of a run here to consider making the lunge into the right hander, or really just keep the pressure on? I think it's going to be a latter here as Robinson gets it nicely tucked in to the apex, not feeling any pressure at this point from Hegerseter, and instead just decided to stay one step ahead and try to chase after Strand, who's 1.3 seconds up the road. But Robinson is looking fast right now and is looking to try and carve out a couple more places before this final race in Norway is said and done, as Hegerseter they're making a slight error, going a bit too deep out of 7, and that's going to open the gap up enough for Robinson to feel safe, I think, going into turn number 10. As they head on down towards turn number 10 now onto that braking zone for the hairpin. What a long line of Team Norway cars in front of Robinson, there's no doubt about it. It's Kutsada for Sang, and what is there? Rud decided to swap places with Sang on the inside, letting Rud go around the outside to turn number 12. Bit of a tactical switch here in order to maximise the pace out of both drivers, and well, I think for Sang will be used as a bit of defensive wall with Matt Strand as well. Strand just behind that, and you can see Robinson very close now as they come out to turn at number 13 into 14. Going through the right hander, we are keeping one eye on the battle for the lead of this race. Anders Murray's advantage over James Armstrong now slashed to half a second. It's been half in the space of a lap and a half, we can tell you, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, as Adam Robinson tries to go on the attack here for P17, Matt Strand is going to prove a very difficult driver to pass, there's no doubt about it. But Robinson, I think, will absolutely revel in the challenge as we ride on board here, looking down over the nose of Robinson's car. And meanwhile, you can see for Sang there putting the car on the right, meanwhile Strand on the left. They're going to make it as wide as possible, the Team Norway drivers. Robinson's going to gain the overspeed here, but he's not going to have anywhere to attack from, given the fact he's going to look around the outside. And there is the Sang's car, and Robinson right now to back off due to latency issues for Sang. He doesn't know where the driver's going to reappear for the EVA, and as they make the way out to turn 4, up towards 5, 6 and 7 here. Robinson very close. He wants to pass Sang as soon as possible. He knows he's got the speed. Looks like the inside turn 7. He can't get it, but Sang goes deep, and as a result Robinson gets the move. Up to P17 he goes here, so Robinson is picking him off one by one, but he's running out of time. As for Sang, that costing Robinson a significant amount of time. Robinson immediately going defensive here down to the braking zone for turn number 10. Sang trying to come back at him, and Robinson saying, no you don't, I'm going forward, not backwards anymore, as they make the way up the rise and on to lap number 9 soon enough. But meanwhile, speaking of lap number 9, they're already onto it, and this is Daniel Sedgwick versus Leander Engelbert as they make the way onto the penultimate lap. Engelbert on the inside behind his car, McGuire trying to help out. But the Team UK drivers now starting to work together. The 4 Brits at the front of the field with the 2 Norwegians with them, and it's a sizable gap to what is Thomas Askau in P7. As you can see there in the rear of the picture, 2.5 seconds further afield. But as the 2 leaders break off into distance, we're expecting fireworks for the final lap. Don't doubt it for any moment. But meanwhile, the battle for P3, Sedgwick is having to do all the work here to try and force Engelbert in to what is McGuire and also Cope. And speaking of McGuire being given an opportunity, side by side out of 4, he's going to go and look around the outside of 5, but it's a bit too much to dare to treat to do so as they come through 6 and into 7. But Carl McGuire absolutely glued to the rear of Engelbert as they come through the long left-hander. But as he makes his way on around and on towards turn at number 10, right now the Team UK driver, as much as he'd like to stay close, I don't think he's going to have an opportunity, or is he? He looks at under braking, he can't quite find it in the end and has to wait and tuck it behind. Well, a bit of a wheel spin there, a bit of an oversteer moment. McGuire very fortunate to catch the car just in time before it went completely wayward, and that is going to be a bit of a scare. But meanwhile, we look to your leaders here, ladies and gents, with the top 2. Anders Murray from Team Norway looking to make 3 wins in a row here at Rudskogen Motorsenter, and James Armstrong, the challenger, looking to try and take the win off him for the 3rd time of asking, was they made the way down the start-finish straight. You can see by they're tugging into the toe of what is none other than, I do believe, Owen Halliday. Well, in fact, that's Paul Halliday as they make the way down, we confirm. And as they make the way in towards the braking zone for turn 1, Mayan to go defensive here, using the toe of the lap down driver to keep him a nose ahead. And as they make the way through turn number 2, we're going to stay with this battle all the way to the finish now, ladies and gentlemen, as they make the way on towards turn number 3. And Armstrong again on the offensive, looking from one side to the other. We ride a more look back from the rear of Marius car. Armstrong looking around the outside, throws the dummy. Now looking up the inside. It's going to be bold here from Armstrong, but if anybody can do it, he's going to dare to dream he can. And as he comes on through, it's going to be Myron goes deep, side by side through 4 now. They're giving each other plenty of space, but he's in now. Can he convert the position? No, he can't. He has to back off there. Looks for the cutback out of 5. Myron parks the car on the apex. Through 6 they go, and over the rise into 7. These two now will absolutely chomp time out of one another, but the thing is, when the rest of the field is 3.5 seconds back and further, there's no way it's not going to be a battle between these two all the way to the line. And as they make the way in towards turn number 10, Armstrong close, 1.5 tenths, looking up the inside, harder the brakes he goes. Myra turns in. Armstrong in the end not quite able to force the issue. Myra's still got a nose ahead as they make the way up the hill, and now gets fully ahead in towards turn number 12. Going in towards the left-hander, it's going to now be Armstrong who's got to try and find a bit of magic coming out of the last 2 quarters, but can he do so? Whereas Armstrong looks around the outside of turn number 13, he'll try and cut it back here to get the inside of turn 14, but Myra sees it's coming. He parks on the apex once again, and as they make the way out of the final corner, it's a bit of a run by for Myra, but I don't think it's going to cause many issues. He took race 1, he took race 2, and he makes it a trio of wins as Anders Myra with the checker flag waving ahead of James Armstrong P2. Team Norway just beating Team UK to the post. Daniel Steggy holds on for P3 ahead of Leander Engelvelt, with the Briton fighting back for the final spot on the podium. Leander Engelvelt missed out on the podium, but a P4 ahead of Carl McGregor, Thomas Coe P6, Helge Svensson P7 ahead of Kim-Andrew Björklund P8, and then we do see Alexander Skarrett P9 ahead of Steinar Sani P10, with Thomas Aspal Besteres P11 ahead of Nikolai Argaard, and then we have Gordon Hauget P13 ahead of Atle Rudd P14, with Crisada for Sang P15, wrapping up the top 15 there, and another solid drive for the Team Norway drivers, starting P29 on the grid. Matt Strand P16 ahead of Lee Holmes and Alistair Hatcher as the 2 UK drivers make the way on through. And there is Gordon Hegesetter P19 ahead of Glenn Humberstone, with Simon Andrea Livingston P21, Owen Halliday P22, Craig Shield P23, Simon Bamber P24 ahead of Nathan Foster, with Matty Wild P26. And in the wall there, I don't think he's actually finished the race yet as Wild, so not quite sure what's happened there, but it's very late drama for Matty Wild and also Rob Armstrong. I think both of them have had to come in together at the finish line, so in fact they've lost out to Eric Rosev and Vigon Olsen-Lear and Nathan Foster, so while P28 get ahead of Connor Craven, as Craven there making contact with one of his Team Norway rivals, and I think both of them decided to scrap the cars, but we do have, I think, everyone across the line now, and meanwhile Christopher Stevenson finishing a lap down, but taking P37 at the finish line. And goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a conclusion to our third and final race here at the Rudskogen Motorsenter. We still got 3 more races to go, but we need to take a look back first and see what exactly happened for Rob Armstrong and Matty Wild right at the end of the race. So this was Rob Armstrong making his way through the final corner. Pressure on him from what was, I believe, I'm not quite sure the door number there, but one of the Team Norway drivers. And in the end, Matty Wild just in the wrong place at the right time to be collected by Rob Armstrong's car. And I think going across the line there, that may have been the 42 of Eric Rosev was caught up in that incident. Indeed, we can confirm that was Rosev. So a bit of an awful incident for the 2 of them there. And Wild, just an innocent bystander, it would seem. But still, it happens in racing, even at this top level. But congratulations to all of our drivers for making it to the checker flag. And let's take a look through those race results. And here they are. So we can see after another 15 minutes of frantic racing action in our final race of stage 1 of the UK versus Norway special event hosted by UKSimRacing. Anders Myra making it 3 wins out of 3 in Norway for Team Norway, ahead of the Team UK pair of James Armstrong and Daniel Sedgley. Then Leander Engelvelt P4 for Team Norway, ahead of the UK pair of Carl McGregor and Thomas Cove. And it's Team Norway from P7 through to P16 with Helge Svensson, Kim-Andrew Björklund, Alexander Skarrett and Steinar Sani completing your top 10. Thomas Aspal P11 ahead of Nikolai Argaard, and then Gordon Hauge, Atle Rudd, Crisada for Sang, and Matt Strand wrapping up the run to P16. Team UK P17 for Lee Holmes and also P18 for Alistair Hatcher. And then we can see at P19, Auden Hegerseter ahead of Glenn Humberstone, with Simon Andre Livingston at P21 ahead of Owen Halliday, Craig Shield P23 ahead of Simon Bamber, with Nathan Foster P25, and then Eric Roser in a challenging end to the race. No doubt about it, an unfortunate incident between himself and what was none other than Rob Armstrong, seeing this race end in P26 ahead of teammate Vigard Olsen-Lear, and then Matty Wild at P20 in a dramatic turn of events right before the finish line, but still bringing on home inside the top 30 ahead of teammates Connor Craven and Chris Eddersford. And that should leave that finishers with Adam Robertson P31 a lap down there ahead of Ronnie Teagan, the Team Norway driver, having a great start to the race, but an unfortunate mid-race incident cost him very dear, as the same for Rob Armstrong and also Paul Halliday. Oliver P35 for Team Norway ahead of Khalid Ramadan, for Christopher Stevenson P37, and then finishing 2 laps down to Orbjørn Marley for Team Norway. But all of our 38 starters finishing the race, which is what we love to see, and 13 finishing on the lead lap. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude our racing for what is stage 1 of the UK versus Norway special event. But we're going to be back in approximately 15 to 20 minutes time for the build up to stage 2, and that will be as we head to the United Kingdom for the Alton Park Racing Circuit. And well, we're going to be exchanging out the Mazda MX-5 Cup cars for the much faster and perhaps even more dicey Porsche 992 GT3 Cup cars. And well, the story has already been set that Team Norway have been dominant on home soil, and their drivers leading the way inside the top 20, with Anders Meyer picking 3 wins up out of 3. But could we see a bounce back from Team UK on home territory? We'll have to wait and see. We'll be back in about 15 minutes time to give you the build up and plenty more, and we'll give you an update hopefully on the point standings going into the final 3 rounds of racing. So don't go anywhere, you won't want to miss it. But if you're looking for a good time to go get yourself a beverage or whatnot, then this is the absolute prime time to do so. But just before we do go away, we'd just like to let you know that if you have been enjoying the broadcast today, do feel free to let us know firstly in the respective chat, whether it's on YouTube or Turkey on Twitch, and make sure, regardless of what media platform you're following, to subscribe or follow that media platform, so that way you can stay up to date with all the latest broadcasts that are available at UKSimRacing. Because if all goes well today, we're going to continue to stream to both YouTube and Twitch going into 2024. But we'd also like to say that if you've been enjoying the racing so far and you'd like to know how else you can support UKSimRacing, did you know there is a quick way to do so via our affiliates? Because UKSimRacing is affiliated with multiple sim racing and real-world motorsport companies, which do include Swilly Meda, Sim Racing Coaching, Race Anywhere, and Demon Tweaks. And if you do head to our website, that's uksimracing.co.uk today, and that website will appear on screen in 3, 2, 1, and there it is in its full splendour. Well, if you click on the Discord link in the top right of the webpage, which you can see on screen, you'll be able to join the official UKSimRacing Discord. Now, why would you want to do that, I hear you ask? Well, firstly, is the fact that if you ever want to take part in any of our one-off series, or alternatively any of our special events, you will need to be part of the UKSimRacing Discord so you can attend the driver briefings. It's a mandatory requirement. But perhaps more relevant to today is the fact that our affiliates provide discount codes to UKSimRacing, which are only available on the official UKSimRacing Discord. And if you use one of those as part of a purchase, it puts you in pole position to receive a discount, so it's a win for you, but it's also a win for the wider UKSimRacing community, because we are a non-profit organisation, so that means all of our affiliate earnings shall be invested back into the community to fund future series, including the UKSimRacing Porsche Cup, the GT3 League Season 12 that's upcoming, more on that later, and plenty more we have planned for 2024. So do remember, a little purchase can go a long way in supporting UKSimRacing, and right now, to save my lungs, a bit of a breather will go a long way in getting us ready for the second stage of racing. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes time. We'll see you very shortly.
Yo.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back then for stage 2 of the UKSimRacing Community special event for December 2023, the Battle of UK versus Norway, here on the premier sim racing platform available only on PC, known as iRacing. And you may notice the locale has changed now. We have moved away from Norway and Rudskogen Motorsenter to the United Kingdom for the alternate part circuit in Little Budworth in Cheshire. As our drivers all get ready to go racing, you'll also hear in the background very shortly, but you'll see in the background currently the number of German machines, the Flat 6 flat-out machine, the Porsche 992 Cup GT3 machine, which is going to be driven by all the drivers now for the final 3 rounds of racing in this year's event. And goodness me, we have seen in the first 3 rounds Team Norway lead the way, and in particular Anders Meier dominating at the front of the field, albeit with some batting with his UK counterparts of what has been James Armstrong and also Daniel Sedgey. But I think figures talk a little bit more than just words, and as we welcome you back to this broadcast, let's jump straight into giving you an update of the standings after 3 rounds of racing, beginning with the drivers' standings. And these are the top 20 drivers with points accumulated from the first 3 rounds, and as we can see, leading by 5 points, it is Anders Meier currently, with an infallible 3 out of 3 wins, and therefore picking up the maximum possible score. Daniel Sedgey for Team UK is the one given the closest pursuit at the moment, 115 points, 5 behind there, having picked up a run of podiums, including what's that 2nd place in round number 2, but also 2 third places in both rounds 1 and 3. Leander Engelveld meanwhile in P3, the Team Norway driver there, having a good set of results as well, only picking up 1 podium so far in round number 2, but otherwise finishing just outside the podium in both other races. And then James Armstrong, what could have been if it weren't for that instant in round number 2, and therefore down in P4 on 108 points, but the one to keep an eye on, because I think he'll be very keen to try and close the delta and have a win or 2 swing his way. Alexander Sky in P5 as we continue the back and forth between Team Norway and Team UK. Well, he's the end of that back and forth, because in P5 on 105 points, he kicks off a trio of Norwegian drivers, which also includes Kim Andre Björklund and also Nikolai Ågaard. And then we come to Thomas Coate, P8 on 83 points. Joint on points with Carl McGuire, with both drivers looking very fast, but having misfortune plagued them in 1 race or 2, and therefore they'll be looking for redemption now in our final 3 races of the day. Helge Sversen completes your top 10 on 83 points, completing a trio of drivers, but he's behind on based on result count back. And then it's Gordon Haug at P11, who for Team Norway is best of the rest, and 6 points clear of Adam Robinson. Atle Rudd, a 3rd point behind, and leads the run of a trio of Norwegian drivers once again, with Steinar Sunny and Matt Strand completing the top 15. And also on 67 points, but behind based on result countback, it's Lee Holmes ahead of Simon Andre Livingston for Team Norway, and it's a Norwegian run all the way to the end of the top 20, with Christopher Sang, Auden Hegerset and Olav Var completing the standings. An interesting contrast of fortunes for Christopher Sang and Olav Var, with Var being the faster driver in qualifying, but not quite able to put it together in the races perhaps, compared to Vasang, who hasn't been on form in terms of pace in qualifying, but has been delivering in the races. And perhaps we might see their fortunes change once again here with a change of machinery and circuit. But where the bigger picture matters most is how does this factor into the team standings. And as we can see, Team Norway currently lead by 339 points over Team UK, and in particular round number 2 being where the damage has been done most, and that gap has been opened up, albeit in all 3 races the gap has been opened up, but in round number 2 in particular, that's where Team UK really did lose out the major form of points. And of course, with Cope and McGuire both being involved in significant incidents whilst being up at the front of the field, that's where a major gulf has erupted between the 2 teams. And now we look forward to seeing how Team UK can potentially close it up in our final 3 rounds of racing today. But before we go back to our live pictures, let's introduce our circuit for our final 3 races, and it is none other than the Autumn Park Circuit. International layout being featured here, albeit without the Britain chicane that you would see at where turn 6 is on the circuit map, and the chicane would be shortly after. But thank you once again to iRacing for their brilliant simulator and the circuit maps that are provided with it. And this circuit, located in Little Budworth in the county of Cheshire in England, the United Kingdom, is going to be a bit different from Rudskogen Motorsenter. Whereas at Rudskogen, the road racing surface is much wider in terms of its operability to provide 2 or 3 wide racing action. Here at Autumn Park, you can go 2 wide, but you've got to keep in mind just how narrow the road racing surface is around the majority of the lap, and with that, it does mean around here track positioning is absolutely key. Add to that as well the fast-flowing nature of the circuit, where there's extended runs from corner sequence to corner sequence, where you either run out of Lodge at turn 13 to Old Hall at turn 1, or alternatively the run out of Cascades at turn 3, all the way out to Shell Oils at turn number 5, or the run down the infamous back straight over the hilltop and from Shell Oils all the way to Hislop Chicane and Knickerbrook at turns 7 through to 9, where it's going to be a very tricky circuit to master here, and with all our drivers very eager to do well, qualifying is going to prove pivotal to success. But as our drivers make their way on around here, there's plenty of household names in the UK in terms of these corners, with Old Hall Corner being the opening corner. It's bump in the middle of the apex, easily unsettling cars, but if they get it right and make their way out the avenue with full flat out speed, they'll come through Denton's at turn number 2 and into Cascades and the downhill braking zone at turn 3. There it's about getting back to full throttle as soon as possible for the run past Lakeside and up towards Island Bend at 4, known as Island Bend in reference to the fact that's where the island hairpin would be. We were running the island hairpin layout, but not to be, and instead our drivers will make their way through the long left-hander before braking hard for Shell Oils Corner, where it's heavily cambered road surface there, meaning that drivers can attack on the outside just as much as they can on the inside. But then they'll make their way through the Kinker 6 and flat out they'll go past where Britain Chicane would be, and over the hilltop and down into Hislop Chicane at turns 7 and 8, a major spike in terms of where we could see some overtaking opportunities before they come out the infamous right-hander at Knickerbrook and up the hill through Clay. Through 10 and over the rise of Water Tower 11, there it's one of the trickiest corners in the United Kingdom, the run through Water Tower into Druids Corner, with the double right apex corner being all about that second apex rather than the first. We could see some drivers get the rear end unsettled or run very wide and into the grass, and as they come out at 12 and make their way out to lodge at 13, the last major corner of the circuit underneath the Warwick Bridge, they'll head hard onto the brakes there, while making their way out into the depression of the Deer Leap and launch their way up over the start-finish line to complete the lap and do it all over again. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we return to your live pictures, and here are your times, your rescheduled times now for stage number 2, times in Greenwich Mean Time, that's GMT, or Universal Coordinated Time at UTC. And as we can see, in approximately 4 minutes time, we will be going into the qualifying session, 10 minutes in duration, unlimited laps available to our drivers who will be on pole there. That's the big question. Can Anders Meyer make yet another pole position, or will we see another name on the top step? And after that, we'll then be making our way to our first of 3 races, with round number 4 being the heat race, all than 15 minutes in duration, mind you, but the heat race being at 10 past 9, and then we'll head straight to our consolation race, 15 minutes again in what will be round number 5 at 25 past 9, and our final race of the day to close off this event will be at 20 to 10, our round at 6 feature race, and then after that we'll bring the curtain down and see who are the winners. But we are only now about 3 minutes away from going racing once again. Similar conditions to at Rudskogen, 21 degrees centigrade ambient temperature, 22 degrees centigrade track temperature. So it's a relatively cool track surface, and that should mean that our drivers are able to give it everything in these Porsche Cup cars, which are not known for their ability to maintain their tyres for longer than about 15 to 20 minutes of full attack. But right now, as we see Thomas Cope making his way on through, well, in this practice session, we're once again seeing Anders Meyer at the top of the standings. But if we know anybody who could absolutely give it everything in a Porsche Cup machine, it is this man. He's a one-time champion of the UKSimRacing Porsche Cup in the gold class, and he will be looking to go even further today as he makes his way on through at turn number 9 there and up the rise. But as the Team UK driver gets himself set, ready to go on the offensive, you can even see the gold door banner there, or gold windshield banner I should say, over the top of the car in reference to him racing at the UKSimRacing Porsche Cup. And I do believe a number of the drivers here who race in the current season, they've brought their cars directly from the garages. They've not had time to repaint them in terms of changing what's on the door cards, or alternatively the window, the front windshield that is, but they have got the rest of the livery intact there, and indeed we'll have those wonderful British flags battling against the Norwegian flag machines, including here Erik Rosev for Team Norway as he makes his way on through at turn number 13. And as he does so, Rosev currently P5 in this final practice session, and we'll change of machinery here. And what can we expect from that change of machinery, so you may be asking? Well, the thing about a change of machinery, particularly to these Porsche Cup cars, is we now see a machine that's got 2.5 times the engine power, with these cars packing 510 horsepower as provided by a flat 6 engine. And as he makes his way on down through turn number 3, with the engine being located over the rear axle rather than the front, we've now gone from front engine rear wheel drive to what is effectively mid-engine rear wheel drive, some would say, but ideally rear engine rear wheel drive, as is the formula that Porsche would typically use. The only exception, of course, being the Porsche 911 GTE R machine that was retired at the end of last year, with GT being retired as a racing class in the world of international real-life racing. But still, rear-engine, rear-wheel drive for these Porsche 992 Cup cars, and that makes them very, very susceptible to oversteer. But of course, the art of the craft to take it to court is to get the rear end round as quickly as possible and return to full throttle. So these cars are all about balancing that throttle and keeping up the rear end planted. Whereas the MX-5s, it's all about lifting and coasting and carrying speed from quarter to quarter, and every mile an hour matter because you don't have the power, I should say, as I mince my words briefly, you don't have the engine power to be able to regain speed rapidly. In these Porsche machines, they have plenty of power available to them, but it's all about extracting the most out of the car and being able to get back to full throttle as soon as possible. That is the delta around here. But you can see many of you in the YouTube and Twitch chat enjoying the battling that we saw at Rudskogen, whether it be at Medbo there in the Twitch chat saying Team at Norway too strong at Rudskogen, and looking forward to seeing if the UK can bounce back at Alton Park, or Zing in the YouTube chat saying what a battle, particularly between Anders Meyer and James Armstrong at the conclusion of Rudskogen, and saying great racing as well. We've got plenty more to come, ladies and gentlemen, and it all begins again now with qualifying coming up, and it's this man, Anders Meyer, who'll be looking to make it another pole position. So as our drives get underway with 10 minutes of qualifying, it's another lone qualifying session, of course, and that does mean that all the drivers will have access to an isolated circuit in which to get things done and well. Now as they make their way out, what can we expect here in terms of qualifying? Well, the aim of the game, of course, in these Porsche Cup machines is to try and get them switched on as quickly as possible. They do take a bit of time, cold tyres and cold brakes, much like the Mazda MX-5s. But in terms of this qualifying session as well, even the qualifying lap around here is a very quick one. About the same time, in fact, as the Rudskogen lap, and 10 minutes is on the clock. Our drivers have got plenty of time in which to try and get that perfect lap on the board as Ryan Halliday decides to make his way back to the pits. Perhaps not enough fuel in the car, or perhaps they've spotted an issue with one of the tyres. But as he returns to the pits, Steinar Sani rolling on through Shell Oils here at turn number 5 and coming on out. And the thing about this circuit is it's all about commitment. You've got to be confident in your ability to know where to brake and know where to turn to full throttle, and in doing so, that's where you extract the best possible time. As you can see here, as Steinar Sani makes his way down the hilltop back straight and in to Hislop chicane now. Well, the thing about this circuit is with there being so little width available to it, therefore you can go too wide, but you've got to be brave when you do so. You've got to be willing to get a nose ahead into a braking zone if you want to make the overtake count. And if you're not able to, then you may as well back out for the simple reason you're only going to lose out in terms of time and position. But Sani makes his way in through turn at number 11 there. That return at number 12 coming on through the right-hander of which Druid's calling the infamous double right-hander, which catches many a driver out, whether it be on track days or alternatively on race day. And Steinar Sani going on through now to complete his first warm-up lap. We head to the timeline here to get set for another flying lap, and well, it'll be his first flying lap in the Porsche Cup car, and we look forward to seeing how this comes on through. We're going to wait a little bit longer before we ride on board one of our drivers, given the fact it normally does take the best part of a warm-up lap, plus also a first flying lap to get the tyres in the optimum temperature window, plus also on top of that get the brakes all warmed up, as we look to Torbjörn Møller here as he makes his way into turn at number 13 as well. But in some good performances in the MX-5, it must be said, albeit a bit of bad luck bites him in round number 3, and he'll be hoping that bad luck now does go away, and therefore he can just focus on the positives of today as he heads in towards turn number 1 here onto the brakes. He goes and through the right-hander, and as he makes his way on out right now, Mullet absolutely using all the track width available to him, coming through Dentons and into Cascades. And well, Cascades being an infamous corner for braking for the simple reason it may not be visible on camera, but a nasty bump in the road as you come out of Dentons. And the idea is you want to brake just before the bump in the road. If you brake over the bump, it will launch the car and it will cause you to pick up excess understeer. And that's when you normally see a lot of cars go straight on at Cascades rather than being able to turn left. It's because they've broken too late, and therefore by the time the car's jumped over the bump and they apply the brakes, there's just no retardation effect anymore. And well, that is why Cascades Corner is one of the hardest in the United Kingdom to master, because you've got to be willing to go as close as possible to the bump but no further beyond it, because otherwise you'll just end up going to the grass. But as Marley keeps it on the black stuff for now, we do look from him to Connor Craven, and Craven heading on through here the right-hander of Druids and making his way up towards what will be very shortly the Lodge corner turn at number 13 and getting ready to go into the braking zone. We've got some flying laps going up from drivers, and well, I think it's only fair we look to one of our dominant forces in Porsche Cup, and that is Thomas Cope, as we jump on board here for a flying lap with the Team UK driver. He makes his way into turn at number 1 and braking from fourth gear, the 100-meter board down to third gear, and then the car roll out now full throttle all the way as he heads in towards Denton. Through the right-hander he goes, nice and tight to the right side to brake going into Cascade. Down from fifth to third gear and immediately back on the throttle as soon as he touches that apex curve, knows exactly when to strike, and as he heads all the way past Lakeside now in towards Island Bend. Through left-hander, lift off the throttle, but keep someone to keep the rear planted down fifth gear as he makes his way now into Shell Oils, braking 150 metres from corner apex, trail braking all the way. Just notice how much speed he carries down into second gear as he makes his way out and up towards a hilltop as he goes flat out through the right-hander at turn number 6 and onwards now in the charge towards Hislop chicane. Now here you can take a brief breather, let the car roll out to the left-hand side, but it's not before long as he gets up to fifth gear and onto the brakes at the 100-meter board all the way down to second gear. So she's braking towards the turn 8 apex, trail braking over the turn 7 apex and through the right-hander at turn number 9. As he bounced briefly off the limiter there, coming out of Nickelbrook corner. Now for a left-hander on Client turn number 10 and up towards the infamous, not Denton, Druids corner as he makes his way into the right-hander. Now notice they're going for an early apex, letting the car then go deep and bring it back. You can take multiple approaches, but so long as you know that late apex. And now Cope going in to Lodge corner, braking at the right-hand board there, effectively 125 metres of corner apex, down to second gear, out the corner he goes, runs a bit wide, pushing it very hard indeed is Cope, and as he heads to the timeline where it's going to be a close lap versus Mario, but how far is it? And it is provisional pole for Thomas Cope. The Briton does strike back by only 400s and then absolutely giving it everything, and well, it looks as though this could be a battle of the pole sitters here between Team UK and Team Norway, and Anders Meyer seems to be untouchable in the MX-5, but I think now he is about to meet a rival in Thomas Cope with 400s between them, and Cope strikes the first blood in this qualifying session, but there's still more to come here between them as we've got half a session still to go, and with James Armstrong down in P3 at the moment, a further 4 attempts to fill, and Daniel Sergi a further half a second off. Could this be the chance for Team UK to rise? Well, outside of the top 10, it looks as though it is going to be a Norwegian midfield at the moment as we look to Thomas Aspauger, currently P13, and right in amongst his colleagues of Argard, Var, Helge, Björklund, also Skyet, Strand and Fasang. But as he makes his way on through here, the Team UK drivers have yet to get laps on the board with a number of strong names, including Lee Holmes, who's still waiting to get a first time in. The same for Simon Bamber as well. And Lee Holmes, a veteran of the UKSimRacing Porsche Cup Series, will be looking to use all that experience and veterancy to his advantage as he makes his way in to Druids Bend. And coming on through the double right hand here, looking like poetry in motion when they get it right, it must be said. But as he comes down towards turn number 13 now, onto the brakes he goes. And as he does so here, all about collecting that nice early apex and straight lining the car out there. You don't want to be too greedy with the power coming out of Lodge Bend to do so, puts you very wide. And as he makes his way to a timeline, can Lee Holmes get a bad lap on the board? He does. It's P18, so he puts himself inside the top 20, but he'll be hoping for a little bit more. But look at that, ladies and gentlemen. And it's time, the top 20 being separated by just a sliver over 2 seconds, with Connor Craven only a 6 thousandths above the 2 second mark of the pole position. But as our drivers continue to charge on, will mean while we have got more purple sectors coming from Thomas Cope, a purple sector in subsector 2. So right now looking to try and extend that pole position advantage and go a little bit further versus Anders Myra, but will he be able to do so? That will be the change that does confound him here, in the fact the pressure is on Myra to respond, of course, but at the same time, when you're on pole by such a small margin, you want to find a bit more time, but you don't want to goad yourself into a mistake, and that is the challenge that Cope will need to try and master here. Is that he'll want to find a bit more lap time, but he won't want to overdo it with the 2.5 minutes remaining. Meanwhile, other drivers are still looking to get a lap on the board. Simon Bamber, as he comes out of the final corner, the final major corner that is, and over the rise he goes through Lear Deep on towards the timeline. And what's it going to be for Bamber here as he crosses the line? No lap to speak of as of yet, and in the end it's P29 as Bamber decides to park up. I think he feels that that's his qualifying session done and dusted. Well, I think we might be seeing most of our drivers stop after 3 laps here, and if so, that could be the end of the session. But they have been advised they've got more than 3 laps available as far as we're aware. So as Cope makes his way on through into the final quarter here, not quite able to improve initially, and well, he does improve in sub-sector. What is sub-sector 6? Heads to the timeline. Does he find a bit more from the 30.541 he's previously set as the pole position marker? He does not. What about Anders Myra meanwhile? Well, Myra's just gone on to 1 more lap, and I think this will be the last lap both of them are able to get in, given the time remaining. And well, Myra right now, very close, but he won't want to be pipped to pole position. And as he makes his way out of turn number 3, out Cascades and onwards towards Island Bend. Well, right now, where can he find the time? That's the big question that'll be hanging over his mind. I think it will be a very small adjustment that can enable him to find the 400s, but it's the fine margins at this level which make a difference. But if he goes deep like that, he won't be improving. And I think that could be the battle for pole position complete, ladies and gentlemen. A mistake from Anders Meyer, who was going purple in sectors 1 and 2. But mistake at Shellwell's corner means they're all for naught in the end, and he won't be able to get around in time to put another lap in. So as a result, Thomas Coe by default here is going to take pole position unless anybody else is able to spring a late surprise. Well, the only other driver out there right now, bar the top 2, is a driver who's not got a lap on the board. You're looking at him right now, it's Owen Halliday, who's currently listed as P38. But for Christopher Stevenson and Halliday not getting laps on the board, they'll be by default starting from the back of the field. But can Halliday find a way to sneak his way a bit further up the order and perhaps getting himself inside the top 20, which is where Team UK really need more drivers right now. And oh goodness me, and Halliday getting it wrong there, coming on into his locked chicane, and as a result, with that mistake, well, that is going to be Halliday's session done and dusted, and he'll be starting last but not least in P38. Cope coming to the line here. He knows right now he doesn't need to do anything else. He just needs to bring the car into the pits. Given the fact that he's taken pole position and Mara cannot respond, he won't perhaps be aware of it unless somebody said so on the radio. He'll cross the line, but he does not improve Myra into the pit lane, so it's not another Team Norway pole position. It's Thomas Cope on pole, but another theme here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a joint pole, the joint front row between Team UK and Team Norway. That's the 4th in succession. And with that, we now head to the grid for round number 4, and here's how our drivers line up. It is Thomas Cope who takes pole position in the heat race here at Alton Park, ahead of Anders Meyer. Behind them, it's Team UK and Team Norway once again, with James Armstrong P3, Eric Rosev P4, and the same continues for row at number 3. Daniel Sedgey starting ahead of Leander Engelveld. We then have a Team UK lockout on row number 4, and Nathan Foster and Chris Eddersford ahead of Team Norway's Matt Strand, with Khalid Ramadan completing what is there your top 10. Behind them, starting in what is P11, it is Gordon Hauger for Team Norway, joined by teammate Alexander Skarret, and then on row at number 7, it's the Team Norway pair of Olav Var and Nikolai Agard, and then we can see the theme of Norwegian drivers with Krit Sada for Sang and Thomas Aspau completing your 8th row. Row number 9 seems to split between Norway's Kim Andre Bjorklund and Glenn Hummerstone, and then we can see Atle Ruud for Team Norway just ahead of Lee Holmes for Team UK completing your top 20, with row 11 then going to an all-British row of Alistair Hatcher and Conor Craven, with Ronnie Teagan at P23 for Team Norway just ahead of Adam Robinson for Team UK by the best part of 200s. We then come to what is row at number 13. It's Simon Andre Livingston and Auden Hegerseter for Team Norway, with Steiner Sunny starting P27, the Norwegian being followed up by Carl McGuirt for Team UK, and your top 30 being completed by the British pair of Simon Bamber and Craig Schill. Vigard Olsen Lear starts P31 for Team Norway ahead of Paul Halliday, with then the pair being followed up by Rob Armstrong for Team UK and Matty Wild and his fellow countryman. And then Helge Sviersen leads what is a Team Norway row 18 ahead of Torbjorn Mille. And then we can see on the final row of the grid it's Christopher Stevenson and Owen Halliday. But with that, the field is set, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get the light, and it is going to be 1 red light, 2 red lights, 3 red lights, 4 red lights, 5 red lights. And it's lights out, and away we go for a critical round for Team UK as they look to try and bounce back. Slow starts for many in the midfield, and I think that's going to lead to a couple of positions gain inside the top 10 for Team UK as they make their way through the opening corner. Thomas Coe gets the start, but he runs wide and loses the rear of the car, and Anders Meyer makes his way through. With that, the lead goes to Anders Meyer before they get to turn 2. James Armstrong right now moves into the second place position with Eric Rosev right behind, and as they make their way roaring now down towards what is Island Bend. Goodness me, it's drama to start. Thomas Coe drops all the way to P35 after righting the car as the drivers make their way through and in towards Island Bend. We're into Shellwell's corner right now. I'm lost for words, ladies and gentlemen, how this race has started, and the man who put it on pole loses out at the start, and meanwhile, looking inside the top 20, it looks as though we're in a resurgence of Team UK drivers who've made some great gains, including Glenn Humberstone and Lee Holmes, who have both gained at least 1 place at the start of this race. And as they make their way through, in fact, Lee Holmes has gained 4 places off the line. As they make their way down, can Holmes find another one as he gets ahead of Bjorklund? Bjorklund goes late on the brakes. Will there be any lockups? There's not to be. In fact, there is from Bjorklund. A small lockup that takes him a little bit deep, but just inside the Tower barrier he goes. But as they all make their way through Knickerbrook corner and onwards, a car off the road there, and I believe that's Nicolai Argard who's returned now. But as Holmes pushes on, Alistair Hatcher behind side by side here versus Kim Andrew Bjorklund, but has to back out as they make the way into the Druid's corner for the simple reason 2 does not go into 1 there. And as they go through the double right hand, and now onwards they go towards turn at number 13. but coming up towards the next braking zone. Meanwhile, car off in the distance, that's Simandre Lundstone, who's gone to the wall, keeps the car into the one, brings it back on safe as he possibly can to do so, as he brings it up towards turn number 14, or 13 first, and there's further lockups, there's a car straight on, that's Matty Wild who's gone to the bushes, I believe that's the tyre barrier there, and onwards as the UK driver brings it back together, and also near to him, that's Owen Halliday, who brings it, gets it wrong as well. Goodness me, there's drama aplenty, but after one lap of racing, it is Anders Meyer who leads ahead of James Armstrong P2, Eric Rose in P3, Daniel Senchi P4, Nathan Foster P5, Leander Engelbert P6, ahead of Khalid Ramadan, with Alexander Scarrett P8 ahead of Gordon Hale, and then we have Matt Strang completing your top 10 ever, Thomas Aspel P11, Lee Holmes fighting his way through, and goodness me, Lee Holmes has gained a plenty. You can see on the left hand side of your screen for the top 35 who's gained and who's lost out, and Lee Holmes has gained 8 places and starting from P20. He's surged his way through the field. What's been a phenomenal start for the Team UK driver. Also a major start for none other than Helge Svensson, as we see here he started at P35, gained 11 places up to P24 as he makes his way on down towards the braking zone here for his top chicane once again, as he does so now behind Alden Hegerseter, and they've got Adam Robinson and Thomas Cope, and Thomas Cope already on a charge. He was come the end of what's that instant P35. He's already back up at P21. The Team UK driver absolutely possessed to deliver, and the determination now is admirable, but how far can he go in 15 minutes? That will be the big question, as it's Connor Craven who gets it wrong. Coming out of Druids Bend, Druids claims another driver. Bit too eager on the throttle by looks as the car spinning on around, but meanwhile James Armstrong in the battle for P2 as they go on to lap number 3. Under pressure from Eric Rosev, runs wide, but able to bring it back together as we ride on board and look back from the rear, over the rear wing of the Team UK driver as Rosev puts in the pressure on here and giving it everything. Daniel says she's not too far behind as Armstrong loses the rear of the car, oversteer, kicks in the car, is spinning across the road. Everyone is able to react in time. My goodness, I'm surprised. Well, that goes to show the Calais reflexes, but it opens up a 2x2 as they go into Island Bend. Goodness me, guys, keep it cool as they make their way in towards Shellwall's corner, and Foster is ahead. Nathan Foster jumps his way into P2. Frozen Engelbert and Senchi all have to back off of the way with James Armstrong. Nathan Foster makes it count and gains 3 places for the price of 1. My good Lord, we have to take a replay back of that surely, because Nathan Foster right now, I can't believe it in all honesty. I'm speechless for words as there's a lock-up from the under angle, but he gets it stopped in time, but there's pressure from Daniel Sedgwick. Sedgwick tries to get on through. Khalid Ramadan queues up behind as well as they make their way out of the Nickelbrook corner, and as they charge their way up towards turn number 12, right now as they roar their way over the rise and into Water Tower corner. It's Leander Engelbert who's under major pressure from Sedgwick and Ramadan, but the point is, with the fly of this racing, it means that Rosev is now 1.5 seconds clear, and Rosev will be trying to chase off Nathan Foster, but he won't have much other support other than having to get the work done himself. But as they make the way upwards towards turn 13, Thomas Coates still on the charge, already up to P16 now, as we do see Alistair Hatcher on the offensive, and Team UK are absolutely biting back in this round. They know this round is pivotal if they want to stay alive in this championship battle, and as they make the way onwards towards turn number 14, into the pits comes Kim Andrew Björklund, I believe, for damage on the car. Meanwhile, that means Hatcher and Cope will gain another place at their road just behind, under pressure from Thomas Aspel, who wants to get on through, wants to get clear, and Neville makes some further progress as they head on down towards turn number 2. Through the right hander they go into Cascades, and we're only 5 minutes of this race is complete, but it has been completely turned on its head from lap to lap, and this goes to show you the unpredictability of the rear end of the Porsche Cup cars and the racing that follows as a result. But we absolutely love to see it. But meanwhile, Lee Holmes, oh goodness me, it's all gone wrong for Lee Holmes, and that's also P38 driver Paul Halliday was off into the grass. I'm not sure they had an altercation, but it's definitely gone wrong for the pair of them. But meanwhile, something that went very, very right was Nathan Foster gaining 3 places, the price of one mistake of James Armstrong, and here's a replay to explain exactly what happened. So he made his way out the corner. Armstrong losing the rear. You'll see Rosa puts the brakes on. So does Sedgwick, and Foster here just swings to the inside and says, right, I'm going to fully commit to this. Gets past Sedgwick. Sedgwick at this point has got to deal with the fact he's already got what is next to, I believe, Leander Engelbert. And in the end, Foster committing around the outside. And well, you see Rosa there trying to glue himself to the back of Foster to no avail. And that is how Nathan Foster gained 3 places for the price of 1. As we return to your live pictures, ladies and gentlemen, the racing carries on here at full impetus and momentum. Still plenty more to come, and whether it's inside the top 10 or outside of it, well, the battles are intense as ever, as Craig Shield here for Team UK P28 chases after teammate Christopher Stevens Stevenson. Keeping in mind, of course, Stevenson starting from the very last spot on the grid and now making his way all the way up to P27. In fact, starting P37, we should correct ourselves. I mean, how they started P38, but the point being here that Stevenson gaining a good number of places and just keeping his head down and trying to gain some points. But with the midfield now much more scattered between Team UK and Team Norway, this is what they'll be looking for. And speaking of things we look for, that's not what Scarrett will be looking for as he runs wide. And a turn, number 5 brings it back together and gets it stopped very nicely in time, coming out of turn 4, we should say, into 5, as he brings it back together at Island Bend. And Alexander Scarrett, to be fair, he won't be pleased with that mistake, but a round of applause for him there for catching the car, because it could have been far, far worse. It's very hard to stop a car once it goes wide out of Island Bend, but Alexander Scarrett demonstrating exactly how you do that. And as he makes his way down hilltop there, oh god, backing off Nikolai, oh god, deciding to let Scarrett bring himself back together, and I think recognising the fact that if it weren't for that mistake, his teammate from Team Norway would right now be much further up the road, and therefore he doesn't want to be in the way, because Argod's got the pressure here of Lee Holmes behind, and Holmes is continuing to bite and try to fight his way through into P11, but he can't find a way in at the moment as they reach the halfway point of this race. Still another 7.5 minutes plus the final lap to go, and as they make the way out of Drury's Bend, Holmes close, looking eager, looking to pounce here. Meanwhile, Argod defending hard as they make the way in towards Lodge Bend, rolling on through. We jump on board here, and Lee Holmes, who tries to cut it back, gets the power down better. Argod with a little bit of oversteer on power. It's going to be a run in towards turn number 1, and Holmes on the inside, Argod on the outside, onto the engines, they get ready to go. Will Holmes fully commit to it? He's going to go for it here. Argod's still there, and as they make the way through, brilliant side by side, out of the pits comes Robinson, who immediately pulls the grass. He doesn't want any part of this. Holmes on the inside into Denters, but on the outside of Cascades here. Meanwhile, Argod holding on to the inside as they roll them through the right hand, all the way they go, still side by side as they charge their way up towards Island Bend. This is incredible racing between the two of them as they head on through, but Argod gets the nose ahead, and Holmes backs on slightly and recognising he's got to give it in for now, but I don't think he's going to give up in the bigger picture as Argod goes defensive into Shellwell's corner. 9, Holmes is right there, he's waiting, he's pushing, he wants the top 10, he wants to help out his team, but as they make the way on for the right hander return at number 6 right now, Holmes just having to wait in the wings. It's coming, but will he be able to find it? That's the question. He's been alongside enough times now to know he can try and make the fight happen, but can he pass a stoic influence such as Argod here? That's the question, and with Argod absolutely demonstrating why he should be inside the top 10 right now. The Team Norway driver here is buying Alexander Scarrett, Christada Fasang, and also Matt Strand a lot of time, because Lee Holmes' pace, if he's in clear air, is good enough for the top 5, but right now Argod is frustrating that. He's literally stuffing the cork in the bottle, and he's not letting the champagne flow, and Holmes right now pushing once again as they make the way up towards Lodge. This time he looks around the outside. Can he go for it? It'll be an attempt to an outside run all the way around as Argod there takes it very carefully in the brakes. A small lock-up as well. Holmes is there on the outside now up towards turn number 1, but he's got the nose in where he wants it to be, and now can Argod keep him there? It's going to be side by side, but positions reversed as they make on to lap number 7. Holmes is going to fully commit, and Argod in has to give in, and Lee Holmes around the outside makes it work for P11. Goodness me, what brilliant racing between the two of them, and as they make the way down to Cascades, Thomas Cope meanwhile still on a mission to gain places behind Alistair Hatcher. He'll be hoping that Hatcher lets him go soon, given the fact they bought themselves some time. And that's how you see pulling out there into the rearview mirrors. Oh, what is Hatcher to say to him? Look, I'm coming through, let me go. And I think Hatcher right now just trying to keep the car on the road. But Coe very eager to go pushing on, chased after Chris Edison and then Nikolai Argod himself. But as they make the way on through, meanwhile, we see that Argod dropping on down. In fact, a run off wide at what was Shellwell's corner for Argod, drops to the P13. And whilst this is playing out, let's not forget we've got a battle for P2 here with Anders Meyer already the best part of what is 6.7 seconds up the road. He's absolutely just bolted it from the stables, it could be said. Meanwhile, Nathan Foster in P2 right now is forming the traffic jam of the century here for what is Eric Rozo, Leander Engelbert and Daniel Secchi. You can understand Foster right now just wants to try and keep the two Team Norway drivers behind, and he'll be hoping, he'll be crying out for Secchi to try and make a move to move into P3 and make sure it's a 2-3 for Team UK. Given that Anders Meyer has already run off with the lead of this race, and only an error, an absolutely catastrophic error, can stop Anders Meyer from winning this one surely. But as they come on through the right hander at turn number 1, this could be enough points to tip the balance back in the favour of Team UK in terms of keeping their hopes alive. We've still got the best part of 4 minutes to go, so don't count anything out yet, ladies and gentlemen. We know how unpredictable the race here is, and you've already seen just how crazy it can get at Alton Park at the Porsche Cup racing machines. But right now Eric Rose will look into the inside here. He's got the overspeed, but has he got the confidence under the rotation at turn number 4? He thinks he has, as Foster puts a wheel on the grass. Car gets pulled wide, rejoins, gets it stopped in time, but it's a bit of a lock up on the front left brake. Tiny tap to the rear of Engelbert's car, but in the end, Nathan Foster loses 2 places for the price of one tiny mistake, which becomes a major error very quickly. But as they make the way on down the back straight, meanwhile, Lee Holmes now chasing after Alexander Scarrett, and as we said, he would very quickly close up to the top 10 if he was released, and now he's on the charge once again. Meanwhile, Nikolai Argaard here trying to keep the whole long line of Team UK drivers of Alistair Hatch and Thomas Cope behind him as the P13 Team Norway driver pushes on absolutely now, determined, and I can imagine that the rest of the team are going to be on the radio to him saying, just keep them back, do not let them through, because this could be the result that makes sure that Team Norway have got enough advantage going to the final 2 rounds to feel confident. But it could be anything but that. If Hatch or Cope can get through, there'll be more points to Team UK, and it will be potentially enough to surge back. But keep in mind as well, the top 3 right now is all Team Norway, so it's all finally in the balance here. We won't know until after all 3 of these rounds are done. If you do a little bit of mental maths, it doesn't take much to figure here. With this field being shaken up as much as it is, it could turn things on the head. And as they make their way through turn 13, Argaard doing very well to keep the car going and pushing it past Hatcher in terms of lap times to get back into what is half a second now compared to 3/10 previously. Small lock up under braking there was into Lodge Bend, but he's going all for it. Argaard here, I don't think he cares about preserving the tyres anymore. I think right now only 2 minutes left on the clock plus 1 more lap, and in terms of the final lap, his focus is firmly on just delivering this result. As he chases after Chris Edison, who is struggling, having a brief off track at turn 1. As we're to understand it, there could be more plays from Nikolai Argaard just yet, and Edison will be under pressure. Meanwhile, Alexander Scarrett here going defensive as much as he dares to try to do so. Goodness me, if we've seen anybody trying to park the car in a defensive like going to Sheller's corner, which is very much allowed to do so, to be fair, ladies and gentlemen, this shows you just how much Alexander Scarrett is defending right now. He wants to make sure that his rival behind just cannot get any momentum, and again, this is probably another call to say, look, you're not going to be able to make much more progress with Strand of a Sung ahead, so instead keep Holmes behind and prevent it from gaining more places, and therefore keep Team UK at bay. But as they make the way out of Knickerbrook corner, meanwhile we look back to Atley Rudd, as we can see here that the P21 number 99 driver chasing after Simon Andre Livingston, and right now these guys pushing for the final spots in terms of that top 20. Should the consolation race have the reverse good as anticipated, then that start from pole position for one of these drivers could prove important, and it could be a major result for them on a personal level plus a team level. But from them we do look back to what is your battle for third place. This is Leander Engelveld as the number 66 driver here, follows Eric Rosev. He's got Nathan Foster immediately behind, and Foster right now trying to redeem himself after that error at Island Bend. Only 3 laps to go. The redemption is a long way coming, and the thing now is that Engelveld feeling very comfortable in that P3, and well, if Team Norway can bring this result home, it'll be the first all-team podium of tonight. We haven't seen that so far. We came close in round number 2, albeit one member of Team UK making sure to stay firmly on the podium, but this would be the big result for Team Norway. It would be the best part of 118 points going their way just in their top 3 drivers alone, and that will turn the tide quite noticeably in terms of how they're feeling into the final 2 rounds. We're going down to braking in. Engelveld right now just keeping it calm. This is the final lap of racing. 10 laps is what we'll get in this round of racing, ladies and gentlemen. The clock about to strike the 15-minute mark, but as they make the way on, you can see there both Sedgley and Foster running wide, trying to stay close, pushing as much as they can, but they just haven't got enough in the tank to get under the skin of Engelveld. But meanwhile, one driver who's just run away with this after Thomas Cove's error coming out of turn number 1, and he hasn't looked back since then. He's been absolutely unstoppable in the lead. He's going to make it 4 wins in a row. It is Anders Meyer who takes the checker flag for Team Norway. Another win in the books for the Norwegian driver, and the best part, 7 seconds clear of Eric Rosev. P2 ahead of Leander Engelveld, who brings home an all-Team Norway podium. Nathan Foster P4 leading home the charge of Team UK ahead of Daniel Sechin, James Armstrong. Khalid Ramadan P7 in a quiet but strong race ahead of Kritsada Fasang, and then Matt Strand and Alexander Scarrett will complete your top 10 ahead of Team UK's Lee Holmes, who in the end was held to P11 by Alexander Scarrett. Then Chris Edison P12 ahead of Nikolai Argaard, with Thomas Cope P14, Gordon Haig P15 ahead of Thomas Aspau, and then Olafar, Helge Sversen, Simon Andre Livingston and Atle Rudd completing your top 20. Glenn Humberstone at P21 ahead of what's Kim Andre Björklund, Alistair Hatcher I do believe at P23 ahead of Steinar Sani and also Alden Hegeseta, and then we do see Crystal Stevenson coming on through for P26 when all is said and done, just ahead of Vigard Olsen Leah, and then it'll be Matty Wild coming home P28 in the end in a challenging race for the Team UK driver ahead of Connor Craven and Simon Bamber, who will round off your top 30 as he makes his way to the checker flag. It'll then be Carl McGuirk in the rear of the picture there, P31 ahead of Rob Armstrong, with Torbjorn Miller being the final driver to finish on the lead lap of this race, P33. Well, we did have what was the best part of 38 starters, and in the end we are going to see a grand total of 38 finishers, albeit some a lap down or 2 laps down. But goodness me, what a first race here at Alton Park. And the great thing is, we've now got our second race coming up immediately, and this is the consolation race, and here's how they'll line up for what is the top 20 reverse grid race, round number 5. It is Atle Rudd who takes reverse grid at pole position for Team Norway, joined on the front row by Simon Andre Livingston. Helge Seversen and Olev Var make up the second row for Team Norway, ahead of another Team Norway pair of Thomas Asphaug and Gordon Haug on row number 3. It's then Thomas Cope for Team UK starting P7 on row number 4, ahead of Norway's Nicolai Argaard, with Team UK making up row number 5. They're completed the top 10 of Chris Eddersford and Lee Holmes. On row number 6, it's Norway's Alexander Skarret and Matt Strand, ahead of row number 7, Kritsada Fasang for Norway and Khalid Ramadan for UK, and then it's the UK pair James Armstrong and Daniel Sedgley. We then have Nathan Foster starting P17 for Team UK, ahead of Leander Angelveld, and then Eric Rosev and Anders Meyer completing your top 20 there for Team Norway together on the 10th row. Glenn Humberstone and Kim Andre Bjorklund make up row number 11, ahead of Alistair Hatcher and Steinar Sani. And then we'll have to stop there, ladies and gentlemen, because the lights are going on, the grid is set, and it is going to be, once again, 1 red light, 2 red lights, 3 red lights, 4 red lights, 5 red lights. And lights out and away we go for our second round of racing now. Alton Park, round number 5 gets underway, and it's a very fast start. Oh goodness me, it's gone very wrong already, and I'm not quite sure what that is. I think that's Chris Eddersford who's gone spinning onto the grass, but they all made their way through, plenty of cars running wide. Thomas Cope immediately on the charge here. He's like a shark to blood in the water as he goes down into turn number 3. Lock up there from what was Alec Rudd immediately. The same for Thomas Asphaug, and Cope's up in a P2. My good lord, and there's Team Norway regroup behind him. Right now, Thomas Cope absolutely charging. Lee Holmes also coming through the field very quickly as well, and this reverse grid is leading to absolute craziness as Helge Svensson off the road towards the tyre barrier, and it's gone very wrong for the Norwegian as the cars are to the barrier. He's going to have to try and recover that as gradually as he possibly can. He's got it on gravel now, and also a very bumpy piece of what is off track, and as they make the way on through turn number 6, James Armstrong will start for the field. Plenty of places gained, and Thomas Cope is already into lead. By looks like he breaks his way down into Hislop chicane, and as he comes up through, he takes lead in this race, and now he's definitely looking for the redemption arc after round number 4, as he makes his way out of turn at number 9. Lee Holmes in the pursuit of Gordon Howe as they make the way up the rise and through Water Tower Corner, and coming back to James Armstrong. Let's not forget him as he charges on the Team UK driver here. Up to P7 already, 8 places gained, and looking for plenty more as he makes his way through Druids Bend. His next target will be Alexander Skarret, who right now under huge pressure as they head down to the braking zone for Lodge Bend, but going defensive here, he knows how to do that very well. We saw that with Lee Holmes earlier, and as they roar their way through turn number 13, onwards towards the second lap of racing they already go. Well, after 1 lap, it is Thomas Cope leads ahead of Simon Andre Livingston, Gordon Howe P3, under major pressure from Lee Holmes P4, Thomas Asphaug P5, trying to help out Howe now with James Armstrong P6, Alexander Skarret P7, ahead of P8 I should say, because of the fact that Daniel Sedgley has just found his way past, and here is Sedgley who's just made the move counting to turn at number 1 slightly off camera. But meanwhile, everywhere you look there's overtaking action happening as Lee Holmes here on the inside looking for the move versus Willis Gordon Howe, and Howe backing off. Thomas Asphaug being allowed through. I think there Asphaug on the radio to Howe to say to him, look, just let it go as Holmes outbreaks himself, goes deep and goes off, and that's going to be a major loss there. That's going to be the most part of 6-7 places lost as he rejoins on the exit Shoals corner, side by side with Alexander Skarret as they make the way through the right-hand kick of 6. On the back straight they go now up the hilltop, and now it's going to be a drag race here, but Holmes is battling against the elements. He's on the outside, and that's going to make it very difficult for him to push the move around the outside to the inside of the second part of his lots, but not if that happens. Skarret goes deep, locks up the brakes, but Holmes picks the wrong place to go around the outside. He gets the inside, Nickenbrook, however, Skarret gives up the position with a little bit of contact between the two of them in the end. Meanwhile, Atle Rudd now comes back on throw, but I think Lee Holmes may have just been released as they roar their way up towards Druids Bend once again. But as they do, meanwhile further back, Simon Bamber, P13 ahead of Glenn Humberstone, and these two trying to carve their way through as well. Simon Bamber having a fantastic start, 17 places gained as they make the way on through, and we quickly reload the overlay because we're missing one circuit map that's got a bit shy from all the intensity of the racing action, but we bring it back now, and as they make the way down to the braking zone here for turn number 13, will Simon Bamber on a mission to charge through the field as quickly as he possibly can, but as he does so, makes his way up towards lap number 3. Well, Thomas Cope right now is soaring away at the front of the field, and well, to be fair, we would expect it once he'd take the lead, much like Anders Meyer in round number 4, but the key point being here is that it's providing a lifeline for Team UK as the points continue to swing back and forth between the drivers. But as Simon Bamber makes his way on through the left-hander turn number 3, we're heading on down the back straight and up towards what will be tunnel 4. Meanwhile, that was, I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, Robert Armstrong getting it horrendously well coming out Cascades, the car being launched to the inside wall coming to Lakeside, and the Team UK driver rejoins, but it's going to be a difficult rejoin. In fact, still dirt on the tyres, he can't quite get the car to settle down, and as he finally gets it to stop there, going into what is turn number 5 at Shell Oil's corner, well, Rob Armstrong definitely having a heart in the mouth moment there and losing multiple places as a result, as he now brings the car up to speed. We'll be hoping that's the end of the drama for him for the time being as he makes his way down the back straight. But meanwhile, looking from him to Nikolai Argard here as we see the Team Norway driver chased after Nathan Foster, and we'll jump in on board with Argard as he gives pursuit, and these two very close together at the moment with quite significant damage on Foster's car, it must be said. I think here what is a bit of a challenge for Nathan Foster at this point as he tries to chase after Matt Strand, who is a lap down, and of course here being caught up behind Matt Strand, there'll be blue flags waving that Strand's not intentionally trying to block, but at the same time just being in the dirty of another car around here Alton Park, particularly when these Porsche 992 Cup cars have some little downforce on them by default. The downforce they have is provided by the massive rear wing on the back, where it means the car's more prone to understeer, and it makes it a very uncomfortable driver. I've they almost lose to the rear of the car coming out of Lodge corner. A bit too much apex there as he tried to take the throttle back on, and as a result now number 30 driver having to catch the car, very well handled by that man, but at the same time losing out significantly, losing 3 tenths to his rivals. They make the way on towards Denton as they come into the right hander. Meanwhile, looking from there, and this is a return move for James Armstrong, looking up the inside towards Aspel, goes in very late, runs a bit wide, and as both of them run wide, it's going to be 3 wide as they make the way back into the circuit, and Daniel Senji says, don't mind if I do, thank you James. But I think right now James Armstrong would have liked to have come through and Senji to have followed him through, not for it to play out like that. My goodness, and Daniel Senji there, absolutely committed as they come, and well, here's a replay from his perspective. You'll see Armstrong as he gets the pad out, a small bit of netco contact there, I believe, between Armstrong and Aspel, and Seji making his way through, having to straighten the steering very rapidly there after a bit of contact, but Daniel Seji showing no restraint in terms of trying to get the move done. And well, right now, I'm not sure they've been told in what is the locker room, as we like to use the football term, after round number 4, but the Team UK drivers right now, I think they're just coming out all guns blazing, and we're all here for it as James Armstrong looking up the inside Aspel once again. He wants to make it happen this time and do it the right way, and as they make the way out 13 through 14, gets the better run out of Dearly. I think this is going to be a foregone conclusion surely into one. Indeed he does, as he gets there, parks it on what is the racing line, and says to Aspel, right, that's done, I'm now going after your teammate. And speaking of that teammate, that's Gordon Howe, who's just been passed by what is Daniel Seji for P3. So Seji right now making the rest of the Team Norway in front fall like a house of cards here, but is it going to be enough? Thomas Cope leads, and of course Team UK will want to respond. Well, 1, 2, 3 here to match what Team Norway did in the previous round of racing, but when there's a 339 points delta going into these final 3 rounds, Team UK are going to need a lot more than this in the midfield if they want to turn things around in the late stages. But as they come through turn number 5 and onwards again, Half now will have the mandate. If you can't get on the back of Seji and harass him, you've got to keep Armstrong behind. You can't let him through. As they run their way through, you see Stevenson there. Well, in fact, that's not Stevenson, that is Seji. I think Seji picking up a slowdown penalty for track limits of one of the chicanes, but he's going to defend here as they make the way through Hinslock's corner. That's battling side by side with Aspel. He's on the inside now into Knickerbrook corner, and as they make the way through, Knickerbrook proves to be decisive in the favour of Seji, as Seji holds on for now in P5, and behind them, well, here is the man who we talked about earlier. We ride on board the front bumper. It's Lee Holmes, the number 35 driver, who absolutely on a mission right now now to carve more places as he can, as he makes his way under the bridge. Looking to the inside already versus Aspal. The gloves are off here, and Holmes right now, I think he's seriously considering making lunges if he needs to. With 7.5 minutes to go, he's got to be tactical about this. He can't just simply go in. But to be fair with his veteran to see, you can understand that Holmes right now will do every trick in the book, through feinting all the way through to committing to the send. As they make the way in towards turn number 1, he's got to keep in mind as well, he's got a very fast driver coming up behind him in the form of what is going to come in the rear of Holmes' car. That is none other than Leander Engelbert as they come into Cascade. Holmes goes bit deep, and as a result, Engelbert's going to be there on the exit on the inside. As they make the way on through, it's going to be the left into right now, Violent Ben. Bit of contact between the two of them here as both drivers squabble for space. Holmes is out on the outside, he's not going to have much to play with here, and as a result has to back off. Meanwhile, there's a lock up in front as they come through, and as they do, oh goodness me, I'm not quite sure what's happened to our timing tower. I believe there might have been an error from a driver that's called a trigger, caused an error in it, but what I can tell you is there was a car off there, and that was none other than, I think, what was Casada was saying, who got it very, very wrong at what was Shell Oil's corner. But meanwhile, as things calm down once again, and well, our normality is restored to our timing tower. We can see here in what is the bottom end of the top 10, we've got the four-way pack of Norwegian drivers of Anders Meyer, also there Gordon Howe, Atle Rudd and Kim Andre Bjorklund, all trying to hold on here as they make the way out to turn number 9 and over the rise. But as they charge the way through, with James Armstrong still trying to push on here, trying to make more places count with 6 minutes left on the clock. And it really is right now for Team UK. This is the round where they've got to have a resurgence. If they don't in this one, it may be very difficult, if not nigh impossible, in round number 6 for them to be able to suddenly sweep things away, barring an absolutely exceptional set of circumstances from Team Norway. But if anything, Team Norway have proven to have the consistency just as much as the pace to carve out the title. But as Armstrong begins pursuit here onto lap number 7, meanwhile further behind, another move being made. It's Nathan Foster up the other side of Vigard Olsen-Lia as he takes P17 off the Norwegian, does the Britain, and as they roar their way on through and up towards the timing line. Well, right now for Nathan Foster, his next target is Qatada for Sang, who is the best part of which 2.5 seconds up the road as they push on. And will we say hello to a good number of you there who have recently dropped messages in the YouTube and Twitch chat, including Sean Cradley Swash in the YouTube chat says what a start from Cove, and also James Parker 90 in the Twitch chat is cheering on UK. But as we look to some other drivers here, well, goodness me, what's happening to Glenn Humberstone? Well, that is James Armstrong, in fact, who's had another adventure to the grass at Shell Oil's corner, and the Team UK driver dropping from P11 down to P13, not losing any places for the team, but losing places respective to his teammates. And right now I think Armstrong might be thinking more and more about perhaps bringing home the result at this point. Then again, it's the racer's mindset. They never think that, they've always got to be in it to win it. And as Simon Andre Livingston here now has the fight off Daniel Sedgwick, will we ride a ball on that back from the rear of the leading Norwegian driver P2. And Sedgwick has been closing arm over fist as they make the way up towards turn number 13. Livingston defending off, making the cars wide as possible. Look at this for Engelbert as he looks up the inside. Contact between the two of them. Engelbert loses the rear of the car, trying to go all in on the inside here, but it doesn't pay off. And Sedgwick just sticks to his guns. And well, for that, Livingston trying to back Sedgwick into his team, but in the end, it goes wrong. But there's another Norwegian teammate coming up behind, and that is Thomas Aspal, who's getting closer and closer as they make the way in towards turn number 3, down through dents as they go. You can see that Sedgwick getting so close. He wants to get through past Livingston, but Livingston right now is doing a gold star job in terms of just being an absolute as wide as possible and just making sure nobody can get through it, trying to back his rivals into his fellow Norwegian teammates. As they come into Shell Oils, it's going to be a brave move from Sedgwick, but Sedgwick goes onto the tyre barrier, he throws everything at it, but we're missing his brake, his own lock-up as well. Sedgwick's race is in tears, the car's struggling. That's going to be a tow to the pits for Daniel Sedgwick. It ends in disaster as that now releases Stephen Andre Livingston and Thomas Aspal into the what is P2, P3, and behind him Anders Meyer, Gordon Howe, Atle Rudd, and then it's Lee Holmes, who now is the next Team UK driver after race leader Thomas Cope, and Cope is 6.5 seconds clear. I think barring a major error, it is going the way of Thomas Cope for the win of the race, but meanwhile it does look as though for Lee Holmes it's anything but that as they make the way through turn 11 into 12 here. And well, for Lee Holmes right now, it's going to be on his shoulders to keep Kim Andre Bjorklund behind as they roll off of turn number 12 up towards 13. Well, Simon Bamber is closing, but he's not closing anywhere near enough, 2 attempts at most as he makes his way into the braking zone and coming in towards Lodge Corner at this point. James Armstrong, Glenn Humberstone behind. The reinforcements are coming for Lee Holmes, but I don't think they're coming in time right now as they make their way onto lap number 9. There'll be one more lap after this, and that'll be the checker flag for round number 5. And right now, Team Norway are looking at another result that is only going to increase their points advantage going into the final round of racing here at Alton Park. But still, anything can happen until the checker flag falls. And meanwhile, speaking of exactly that, oh goodness me, and I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, that was Christopher Stevenson, a lap down who's had a spin, and with that, what was a bit of a difficult moment for, I believe, Gordon Haug, who's had to take evasive action, the same for Kim-Andre Björklund. But the key point being that Lee Holmes has now moved up into P6 as a result of it all. We'll take a look back at that very shortly and see what happened. And in fact, here's the replay. So this was coming out of Cascades, loses the rear of the car, and we have the blue smoke there, but that's where we saw the evasive action have to be taken by drivers, and Lee Holmes in the end just sweeping his way past Kim-Andre Björklund. And meanwhile, as we now return to your live pictures, ladies and gentlemen, will Lee Holmes gain more place? In fact, that's off the road for Atle Ruud, who's had to go straight on. And in fact, the car parking up there. What's going on for the Team Norway driver? Has he hit us? Has he stalled it? I think he might have, and it's got the car restarted for the Team Norway driver, dropping down to P12. And as a result of that, as he rejoins, well, goodness me, another late surprise there. Not quite sure what triggered it. He did go straight on. We do know that going into his loss, unless he had the time to give back, of course, through cutting the chicane. But even so, the number 99 driver dropping all the way from being battling for the top 5 all the way down to what is P12. But meanwhile, as we see some place swaps here playing out between Simon Andre Livingston, Anders Meyer and Thomas Asphaug. Well, Asphaug coming on through there. And the Team at Norway driver pushing it on as they make their way down through turn 2 and in towards turn number 3. And well, at this time, it is looking as though now the battles inside the top 5 might be coming to a halt, but still there's more battling to come as we ride on board here with Glenn Humberstone looking for P10, but makes contact with the rear of Angervilt's car, and he goes off into the gravel there. And well, for Glenn Humberstone, a bit of an error there, just getting a bit too close, and I think misses his braking point and breaking over the bump going into Cascades. He rejoins, but that puts him down to P14, and you can see going on through Kinsala for Sang as they head up towards what is Island Bend. But as they do, side by side here goes Anders Meyer and Simon Andre Livingston, with Meyer being released here by Livingston, I think looking to try and get the most possible points for himself, but also for the team. And well, with that, the clock strikes 15 minutes in 3, 2, 1, and well, the checker flag will be out, ladies and gentlemen. And whilst Anders Meyer has made his way through to P2 in the end, ahead of his teammates, and is putting in a leading performance. Meanwhile, this man is leading the field, and will be his first win of the day today after a difficult round number 4 where he had it all go wrong after one corner, after a fantastic pole position. But it is redemption in the works in round number 5, and as the checker flag waves, Thomas Cope brings a victory back for Team UK by 8 seconds in the end over Anders Meyer, who will take home P2 and lead Team Norway on through, ahead of Simon Andre Livingston P3, Thomas Asphaug P4, Lee Holmes P5, ahead of Kim-Andre Björklund P6, Gordon Haug P7, James Armstrong P8, and then Simon Bamba, and it will be Leander Angervelt P10, ahead of Atle Ruud, who finishes P11, and then it will be Alexander Scar at P12 ahead of Quixada for Sang, and then Glenn Humberstone will be P14 ahead of Carl McQuirk. That's your top 15, with Nathan Foster P16 in the end ahead of Adam Robinson, Craig Schill, Steinar Sani is in a chase right now. Well, he's being chased, we should say, by teammate Nicolai Argaard, but he will complete the run to P19 ahead of Argaard, who will finish P20 as they all make their way to the checker flag. Alistair Hatcher will take home P21, albeit away back at the moment, but here he comes, ladies and gents, for the Team UK, and as he makes his way in to Lodge Bend, through the right hander he goes. We do have Rob Armstrong a little bit further back, and well, we have had quite a few drivers finish a lap down already, but to those who are on the lead lap, here they come, including Alistair Hatcher P21 for Team UK, and then it will be Rob Armstrong who makes his way through the rear of the camera, and will Connor Craven just with him there to take P22, P23 respectively. Alden Hegeseter will then be coming on through P24 by looks for Team at Norway. And the challenging race on the number 33 driver, and the same for Torbjorn Melle, who battles here with Paul Halliday to the checker flag, and Melle just creeps down for P25, Paul Halliday P26 at the end. And well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got one more race to come, the round number 6 feature, and they'll line up where they finish from round number 5, and this is the grid for the final race of this event. Thomas Cope takes pole position then for the finale ahead of Anders Meyer. Round number 2 goes to Simon Andre Livingston and Thomas Asphaug, with Lee Holmes and Kim-Andre Björklund completing your third row. Gordon Howe and James Armstrong line up on row number 4, with Simon Bamber and Leander Engelvelt completing your top 10. Behind them on what is row number 6 is Adelaide Rudd, best the rest, ahead of teammate Alexander Scarrett for Team Norway. And then we have on row number 7 Quitsada Fasang and Glenn Humberstone. Carl McGrath and Nathan Foster make an all-team UK row number 8, ahead of Adam Robertson and Craig Shield, their teammates. And then Stein Sani and Nicolai Argod complete your top 20 for Team Norway. Row number 11 goes to what is the British pair of Alistair Hatch and Rob Armstrong, with Conor Craven P23 ahead of Auden Hegerseter. And then we can see starting P25, it will be Torbjorn Merle ahead of Paul Halliday. The close finish between the two of them, with Vigard Olsen Leah and Daniel Sergi on the 14th row. But we have to stop there, ladies and gentlemen. The lights are going on. It's the final race of the day, and it is going to be the last time. The lights are all going on. That's 5 of them, and it's lights out and away we go. It's green flag racing. Thomas Cope launches off the line. He knows only a win will do now in this final race, and as my immediately puts the pressure on, as it's going to be a battle of the two giants at the front of the field, but as they all come roaring on through turn 1 and down towards 2, the field all safely away here as they roar their way down to Cascade, but it's gone very wrong, and that's a car sideways for Lee Holmes, who's to the barrier immediately. Goodness me, it's a nasty knock, but meanwhile, as everybody else carries on and charging away on throw, well, Thomas Cope under huge pressure here. Meanwhile, just behind, we can see where's Nathan Foster trying to put some pressure on Leander Engelveld, and also James Armstrong carving his way up through the field, albeit a bit of a lock-up there for Armstrong, Team UK, but he gets it stopped just in time. I think that the lock-up was for Simon Bamber, as he was trying to hold off Alexander Scarrett, but some great gains being made by James Armstrong. 2 places gained off the line, Bamber gaining 1 place as well, so as they make the way down the back straight here with Armstrong on the offensive, battling side by side with Kim Andrew Björklund and trying to make his way through. Looking around the outside, inside, a little bit of tap there between the two of them. So then Armstrong not able to make his way around, but meanwhile coming into turn number 9 for Nickelbrook corner, and this is going to be Gordon Howe who's looking for the move, but Armstrong gets the better exit out of the corner. He'll have the inside coming up through the left-hander and going past the water tower now, and Armstrong surely will have that place in his hands coming into Druids Bend, but meanwhile further down the order, Daniel Sedgley making some progress, albeit we've got a long line of Team UK drivers here from P14 through to P20, all trying to make a bit of headway, and well, they're going to all need to finish inside the top 10 at this rate, as they want to give the opportunity for Team UK to bring it on back. But as they make the way in through, there's a lock-up for Rob Armstrong, who goes straight on and well to the barrier as well. That's not going to be nice damage for the car, and it definitely will upset that front left suspension. But meanwhile, after 1 lap, it's Thomas Cope who leads ahead of Anders Meyer by only 3 tenths. They've already broken away from the rest of the field. Simon Andre Livingston 2 seconds further behind in P3 ahead of Thomas Aspau, with Kim Andre Björklund P5 ahead of James Armstrong, who's coming on right now like a storm as he charges after what is an attempt at a podium finish. Gordon Howe P7 behind him ahead of Simon Bamber, with Leander Engelvelt P9, Nathan Foster P10, and there's Alexander Scarrett who completes your run to best the rest P11 there, ahead of teammates Adelaide Rudd and Nicolai Argard. But as he comes down into a Shell Hills corner, we do have Glenn Humberstone, Alistair Hatcher, Daniel Sergi, Conor Craven, Adam Robertson and Khalid Ramadan, and a long line of Team UK drivers itching for an opportunity to finish inside the top 10, but they've got a way to go and they'll want to close up sooner rather than later. As Ramadan, they're trying to capture as much as possible of turn 6, but meanwhile we look back to Armstrong, who's making another place, already going on through there into his lock chicane versus Kim Andrew Björklund, and now looking for a move on Livingston here, as Livingston gets the elbows out, but Armstrong says, I'm not going to be made to back out of this. He's going to go for it through Watertown to Druid. Surely he's not going to fully commit all the way to the inside. He backs out just about, but it causes a mistake there from what is Gordon Howe, and in fact, as they made the way through, they found out Livingston, my apologies, and Simon Andre Livingston locking up, and Armstrong gains P4 there by just putting on sheer pressure to his rivals, with James Armstrong right now literally like a missile through this field. He's in the scooter and just making his way through it left, right and centre, and we love to see it as he makes his way in towards turn number 1, but as he does so, meanwhile behind Leander Engelvelt at this point, the Team Norway driver right now, 9, he's got to try and keep Bamber and Foster behind as they make the way through the right and into left, and we see TTV drops 1, 2, 3 say Norway domination at this point in the Twitch chat. All the battles are still on, and indeed right now UKSimRacing having one last gasp at this, and I think it's going to take a lot for them to be able to bring this back, but they're giving it one last ride, and there's no doubt about it, they're going to leave everything on the table before 2023 is up. But meanwhile, as they make the way through the right hand here at Shell Hills corner, one driver going a bit high there, and I believe it may have been another driver who's a lap down. We'll have to try and discern. In fact, that is Matty Wild, who you can see in the lead of the camera right now, who is trying to steer clear of what is all of the Team Norway drivers on the lead lap. Blue flags waving. It's a very hard track to let people go at, it must be said. But meanwhile, Nathan Foster there behind with Simon Bamber. Meanwhile, going straight on this Matty Wild, steering clear of the lead car pack as everybody queues up, going on through his lots and through Nickelbrook corner. And as they make the way out to turn at number 9. Meanwhile, let's not forget this battle for the lead here. It's a very quiet battle for the lead because it's only 2 of them, and we ride on board with Anders Myra as he comes out of turn number 12 up towards 13 he goes, and the number 20 driver here, well, he's close, but is he close enough to think about a move? No, not at this time. And now it is going to be the big question of who can manage the pace for long enough, who can save the tyres over the 15 minutes and have all the life left come the end of it. And these two have been non-stop with regards to battling with one another in all of our rounds of racing today. It really has been about these two at points as Myra makes a mistake there, and that is, I think, going to set up a big tune in the Team UK garage as Anders Myra there with a brief bit of oversteer. Losing the rear of the car, coming on through was the opening corner, brings it back together, it buys Cope 8/10 of a second now in which to try and steer clear, but Myra pushed on, and it shows you how much it means, not just to Cope but to Anders Myra, the fact he's already picked up 4 wins today, but no, undoubtedly he's going to be the highest individual driver who scores for Team Norway, if not out of everybody. But the thing is, even so, he's pushing more. He wants to try and make it 5 wins out of 6 and leave a legacy from this event, and he's chasing down Thomas Cope, one of the hardest drivers to try and get a one-up on. But meanwhile, as we do look here to kill Andre Brooklyn as they make the way out of turn number 6 and onwards towards 7, we can see here right now it is going to be making it too wide as they come down to breaking. So does the lock-up for Bamber as Bamber goes straight on, and with that so does Hauck as Bjorklund just carries on through the chicane as normal. My good lord, and well, it's disaster for what was there. I do believe Nathan Foster in the end, who's just carried on through. That was Nathan Foster, not Simon Bamber getting the lock-up. For the point being, Nathan Foster's race in tears now with regards to dropping all the way down the orders. He does rejoin, but he rejoins in P22, and as he tries to bring things back together, well, who else now can try and make some more progress? Well, here's Adam Robinson, who's trying to push on as he makes his way out to Drew's Bend. He's into P14, and Robinson going on a charge here as he heads on through the right hand of turn number 13. But a look up from Robinson. Is it all falling apart for Team UK? Are they all starting to fall off the cliff as they make the way on towards another lap? It looks though a number of members of Team UK are just pushing a bit too hard for what's left in the tank, as out the inside goes Eric Rosev in a smooth move, and right now the Team Norway driver doing everything he can to make the move. He does exactly that and moves up into P14, and Rosev right now, he may not be the fastest driver out there, but he's picking up the places when he can and capitalise. And we know that Rosev, when he's not the fastest, he's an incredibly consistent driver at that and can just pick up the places one by one. But meanwhile, car off to the wall, and that is Carl McGuirk, who's got it very wrong coming out of Cascades. The car's got around, and that's a tow to the pits for Carl McGuirk. It's disaster at the last quarter for the number 97 driver. But meanwhile, from there, oh goodness me, it's all going crazy with Connor Craven straight off into Shell Oils, and I think taking with him for a brief moment Ronnie Teagan, who right now has rejoined but behind. So I think they're a lock-up for what was Connor Craven, and then Teagan just being in the right place in the wrong place at the right time and being collected as a result. But meanwhile, Nathan Foster now trying to right the wrongs of what happened at this corner previously at Hislop. On the inside there of Gordon Howell gains one place, as meanwhile on the rear of the picture we can see that Connor Craven going straight on, and Craven struggling. I think so he's gone with regards to the braking potential of the Porsche for Craven as he rejoins, having cut the chicane. He's going to have to give a lot of time back in terms of the automated stewarding system. But meanwhile, Nathan Foster here pushing on, as meanwhile speed of drives pushing on. New fastest lap of the race for your race leader, Thomas Cope, of 30.693. He's absolutely gunning it at the front of the field. He wants to break away and not let Anders Myra get any closer, but of course when you do push that hard you are at risk of making a mistake, there's no doubt about it. As we say hello to Yanis Albert there in the Twitch chat, who is cheering on, I do believe, James Armstrong. We also do say hello there to Matty Wild and also Aidan in the YouTube chat. Everybody right now enjoying the racing, no doubt about it, and as they all make their way on through, where it is going to be David Foster who try to keep the tide behind him on Haug and also for Sang. But as they head on through and up towards turn number 4, well, these drivers absolutely on the ragged edge of adhesion. And meanwhile, further behind, it's not over between these two as we jump on board with Ronnie Teagan. Looking up the inside there, this is Craven. Gets a bit close for comfort, but right now I think Teagan feels like he's got the pace, and I think he'd like to get one back over Craven after Craven's mistake at this corner a lap ago. Both drivers driving cars that now definitely seem bad. Oh, he's Teagan lose the rear end of the car, and it goes out onto the grass, avoids the barrier, but the point being he's got to get that turn. That's going to take quite some time as he brings it back on, and Rob Armstrong that takes the place of him, moves back to P26 then. There's Ronnie Teagan, and the Team Norway driver just pushing a bit too hard for the life that's left in the tyres of the car. Meanwhile, Khalid Ramadan also now trying to battle for P11, but he's got Simon Andre Livingston on his inside into Druids, and as they make the way out of the corner and down the final small stretch before Lodge, where it's going to be Livingston on the inside, Neil Ramadan on the outside. Ramadan going as late as he dares on the brakes. Can he get it stopped in time? The answer is yes, and he holds on, as meanwhile behind Asta Hatcher and Alex Rosev are fighting, but we ride aboard here and look back from the rear of the leader of this quartet as they head in towards the opening corner, and as they do so, you can see there that right now Alistair Hatcher doing everything in his power to defend, but he loses the rear of the car, drops it off the exit curve, and as a result, Rosev comes on through. He picks up another contact there between boys Livingston and Ramadan, goes to town, nothing in it, and as they make the way out of Cascades corner, right now Team Norway coming on so strong in the second half of this race as they make the way in towards Island Bend. Ramadan right now literally clutched at straws. When's the next attack going to come? Where's Livingston going to go for it? And Rosen is now there to support Livingston. Those two so well coordinated. We've seen them in the past in the GC3 League and also the GC3 GTP League. So as a result, we can expect magic from them shortly. But Khalid Ramadan's going to do everything to make sure that the magic is on display as they make the way over hilltop and down towards the Hislop chicane. In the charge they go. Behind them, James Armstrong on the resurgence now in P14, but the problem is for Armstrong here is the fact he's got a lot of pace in the car, but has he got enough life left in the car to be able to make the overtakes that matter most here as they roar their way up the rise and going towards the Water Tower corner, and then Druids once again, well, as they do the battle that right now definitely staying firmly inside the top 15, and well, for Khalid Ramadan it is Groundhog Day over and over again with Livingston right there ready to attack if he can. But meanwhile, speaking of battles playing out, this is Daniel Sedgley getting up the inside of Alexander Scarrett as they make the way out of turn number 14 on towards lap number 8. They go side by side. It's going to be Sedgley on the left, Scarrett on the right, and as they head in towards turn number 1, the number 37 driver there gets the move done. I think he'll feel as though he's got number Scarrett's right there behind after a cut back out the corner. As they come down for turn number 2, it's a free, onto the brakes they go, but Sedgley right now doing everything right, as meanwhile there's a rare error from Kim Andrew Bjorklund, who's gone deep, he's gone wide at Cascades. It's a place gained for both Williamson Bamba and Daniel Sedgley, and right now Glenn Humberstone is coming on through. There's Humberstone on the right, and Bjorklund's got no means of counter-attacking here with not enough speed in the car, but the point is now that it's going to be Humberstone who's got some life back in this race. Also Khalid Ramadan's only 2 seconds off, and if Humberstone can keep Bjorklund behind and just frustrate him, it could be Ramadan's opportunity to get into the top 10 in the closing stage of this race. Well, again, we'll have to wait to see how it plays out, as meanwhile this man continues to charge on as we ride aboard the nose cone of James Armstrong here, making his way in towards what is turn number 7, coming down onto the brakes in towards Hislop very shortly, and as he does so right now, getting as close as possible to those apexes and just trying to build one more attack on the Simon Andre Livingston. Khalid Ramadan needing a relief. Eric Rosen has dropped 2.5 seconds back and has dropped further by running off track. Coming out of Nick and corners where to understand it. So meanwhile, whilst Rosen's got it wrong and Nathan Foster's going to get in the mix, in fact, we can take a look back to them right now as this is Nathan Foster trying to find his way past Eric Rosen, as Rosen's struggling for grip at this point on the rejoin, and as they make the way up towards turn number 13. Onto the brakes, they get ready to go. Well, as they do, Rosen now back in the smooth position in terms of feeling confident in the car once again. It doesn't take him long to restore his momentum as they make the way to lap number 9. Nathan Foster will feel some life breathed into his race. He'll be looking for that P14 as meanwhile Adam Robinson, a further 2 seconds behind, might be watching this from the wings. But as they make the way on towards turn number 2, this is James Armstrong up the inside to Cascades versus Simon Andre Livingston, and he takes P12. What does he? Runs wide, and James Armstrong in the end just a little bit too early with the frontal. He just can't find a way to get this move made. He can get ahead, he can get alongside, but the one thing he can't do is make the position his. And P12 continues to confound as he's relished back to P13, and we're so unlucky for some, and it seems to be unlucky for James Armstrong today as he makes his way on through turn number 6 in the pursuit of Simon Andre Livingston once again. But as they make the way onwards and up towards turn number 7, well, I can tell you Simon Bamba meanwhile is chasing after Thomas Aspel in the battle for P4. The gap between the two of them is 1.1 seconds at this time. Bamba and Aspel are trading lap times as if they're trading blows. It must be sent to the boxing ring. Indeed, the gap between the two of them has never grown or shortened, with the last lap, the difference between the two of them only being a tenth, if that. And Bamba right now is trying to hustle down Aspal with only one more lap to go after this one. But I think it's going to be a question of a mistake coming from Aspal rather than Bamba being able to close this gap down in totality now, because as they make the one to lap number 10, there's only a minute left on the clock, and come the end of this one, the final checkered flag will fall. And right now it is looking the way of Team Norway as this man leads the team in P2 for with the number 20 car for Anders Meyer. It has been a day of success, there's no doubt about it, with 4 wins so far, and whilst a 5th and a 6th win may elude him here, because those are going to go the way of Thomas Cope by looks of things, I don't think he's going to be complaining when he sees just how many points he's built for the team come the end. And meanwhile, it's now a 2-on-1 here with Ramadan ahead of Livingston and behind Armstrong trying to get back in. And it looks so here James Armstrong rely on a little bit of support from his teammate in front to try and back Simon Andre Livingston into him. Was they make their way to Sherwell's corner? Here comes Armstrong looking around the outside. It goes all in, and Livingston in the end's not got any means of response other than to defend on the inside. But James Armstrong uses the camber of the corner to his advantage, and a brilliant piece of driving there from Armstrong, and Ramadan's defensive driving makes the difference. But meanwhile, as they make the way through, we need to look to this man, and Simon Bamba meanwhile had to be towed to the pits right at the end due to an instant. It's late drive for Team UK, but still at the same time there's a positive to take away from today, and it's for Thomas Cope, a winning round number 5. It's going to be a winning round number 6, and a winning end to his day of racing at Alton Park as he takes the checker flag for Team UK in the 64. Anders Meyer will come on through to take another podium for Team Norway, just ahead of Leander Engelbert P3. Thomas Aspal will be P4 in the end for Team Norway, ahead of Daniel Sedgley, and then it will be Alexander Scarrett who finishes P6, ahead of teammate Atlane Rudd P7. Kim Andre Björklund holds on to P18 ahead of Glenn Humberstone and Khalid Ramadan, with Khalid Ramadan taking the top 10, finishing in P10. James Armstrong P11 ahead of Eric Rozev. Simon Andre Livingston P13 ahead of Nathan Foster, and it'll be Adam Robertson who completes your top 15 with Kritzada Fasang, Alistair Hatcher, and then Gordon Haug and Nicolai Argard through to P19, and Chris Edersford at P20 just behind Argard, with Helge Svensson at P21 ahead of Steinar Sani, and then it will be Rob Armstrong at P23 very shortly, we do believe, ahead of Ronnie Teagan, who in the end does get one over Connor Craven and holds on to P24 in the great little battle between the two of them. Paul Halliday finishes P26, and it'll be Vigard Olsen-Lear P27 as they make their way down the back straight here in towards what is turn number 13 through the right-hander. And for Olsen-Lear, it may not be a winning race, but it could be some points that make the difference for Team Norway, and that's where you've got to be in it all the way to the end in these team versus team events, and that's exactly what the 38 driver does, ahead of Torbjorn at Melee, their teammate P28 for them, and it'll be Auden Hegerset at P29, and those will be your final finishers on the lead lap. But my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, what a race to wrap up proceedings here in the United Kingdom, and indeed to wrap up the entirety of the UK versus Norway special event hosted this December 2023 for UKSimRacing. The Team Norway think they've done it already. You can see the donuts being done there by their drivers. They have got the confidence to think that they've taken it, and I think they may have taken it by storm. We are going to be waiting for what will be of course the official points to be released, and those will come in due course. But in the meantime, as we do see some celebrations already for Team Norway, Kim Andre Björklund there doing some donuts on the exit turn number 6. In fact, he does a few more there, or just does some wheel spinning, whereas he does so, calming himself down now and just bringing the car on home. And I think also just noticing there, he's got a bit more space to do some donuts, so why not? And let's watch him do so, the number 17, because he's driven at some of the best defensive driving today, and absolutely stubborn was the number 17 driver, and that stubbornness being a critical factor to Team Norway's success, no doubt about it. But as he does so, let's take you through those race results subject to Eddie Stewart's inquiries, and here they are. And as we can see, after another 15 minutes of fast, furious and absolutely breathtaking racing, Thomas Cope taking the win for Team UK by 7.7 seconds over Team Norway's Anders Meyer. Leander Engelbert P3 there in the end to make it a Team Norway 2-3 ahead of teammate Thomas Aspal, with Daniel Sedgley at P5 for Team UK. And then Alexander Scarrett P6 ahead of teammates Atle Rudd and Kim Andre Björklund, and Glenn Humberstone P9 there. The third of the Team UK drivers inside the top 10 ahead of teammate Khalid Ramadan, with both of them fighting extremely hard to find the way into the top 10 in the final race of the day. James Armstrong at P11 there. The Team UK driver will be gutted not to have taken what is a P10 in the final round of racing here, but the same, some of the best overtakes of the day we've seen from him in the 47, ahead of Eric Rose and Simon Andre Livingston, with the Team Norway drivers preceding Nathan Foster and Adam Robinson, and then to complete the top 20, Kvitzada Fazang, ahead of Alistair Hatcher, Gordon Haug, and then we can see Nikolai Argard and Chris Eddersford. Helge Sversen at P21 ahead of Stein Arsani and Rodney Teagan. Then Connor Craven P24 ahead of Paul Halliday, with Vigard Olsen and Leo, I should say, P26 ahead of Torbjorn Miller, and then Auden Hegerset at P28 there. I believe we got some more donuts on display from what is Thomas Cope in the background there. We can hear him revving the engine, so let's see those in the background as he does so. And then we can see round off the top 30 was Simon Bamber, a lap down alongside Owen Halliday. P31 for Krista Stephenson in a difficult end to the racing for him, ahead of Rob Armstrong, and in 2 laps down for Olav Varr and Craig Schill, with retirements for Carl McGurk, Matt Strand, Matty Wild and Lee Holmes. But that's how your 38 starters finish, ladies and gentlemen, with 34 finishers, of which 29 of them were on, in fact 28 of them were on the lead lap. But what a fantastic race to wrap up things. And well, of course, we're not quite done just yet, because we need to get all the points calculated and tallied, and we'll give you the final results. And of course, very shortly, we are going to be getting ready for post-race interviews with our drivers, if any of them would like to volunteer. Of course, it would always be great to hear their thoughts on the racing. But as Thomas Cope there does some donuts to celebrate what may be his final win of 2023, unless he's got any racing planned tomorrow on New Year's Eve, well, that'd be crazy to do so, surely. Well, it has been a fantastic event, no doubt about it. And great to see so many of you in the YouTube and the Twitch chats absolutely loving the racing. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back in approximately 12 minutes time for our post-race interviews and to give you the final results of this event. Don't go anywhere, you won't miss them. We will see you very shortly. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and ready to go for our post-race interviews with our volunteer drivers. And today we've had volunteers from 3 of our drivers, 2 from Team Norway and 1 from Team UK, and we're going to be hearing from them all very shortly. Without further ado, he's been waiting patiently in the interview room, and he joins me now. It's none other than Anders Meyer from Team Norway and their #1 driver today, who really was a dominant force on the circuit. Anders, welcome to you. It's great to have you back in the interview room, and what a day of racing from yourself. I mean, the statistics say it all. 4 wins and 2 second places. You couldn't ask for much better than that. It really looked as though no matter what you were thrown, whether it was MX-5 or Porsche Cup, you excelled today.
Yeah, thank you. It was fun. First of all, the MX-5 felt okay. I mean, it's really hard to break away with the amount of slipstream that it's in that car. I almost managed, but Armstrong came back to the slipstream, and he was really fast at the end stages of the races. So it was really nice battling with him. Some nice and clean battles.
Now, I have to ask with the MX-5s, rather than dissecting it down race by race, qualifying, you put yourself on pole by 2.5 attempts in the end in both the first and the second unexpected qualifying session at Rudskogen. Is it a combination that you frequently go well at, or you just enjoy it, the combination of MX-5 and Rudskogen? Just take us through, what was the secret behind those absolutely phenomenal pole laps?
To be fair, I haven't driven the MX-5 since rookies until I think it was Wednesday. I started driving it because we had the MX-5 race at Rudskogen on Thursday, the Racing Lab Christmas race. So I had the race on Thursday, and that's pretty much the experience I have coming into this, so which was really good practice. MX-5, like I said, not really a car I've driven a lot. Obviously, I drove it in rookies, but that's probably like 4 years ago, so I didn't remember much. It was really difficult on the cold tires, but I don't know. I just Rudskogen, obviously being the only Norwegian track, it's a track that's being used in a lot of Norwegian Championship and other Norwegian series, so it's a track I know inside out. But yeah, the MX-5 was a bit tricky to learn, but I feel like I found pretty good pace in it.
Oh, most certainly. And going into the races, I mean, in race #1 and really all the way through, we got to see some phenomenal battling between yourself and James Armstrong in what was both round #1 and round #2, and also in round #3 with Daniel Sedgey. The 2 of you were absolutely neck and neck through the S's. I mean, it's a slow car, but still, it takes a lot of confidence and respect between yourself and the other driver to go side by side for practically half a lap.
Oh yeah, it's really difficult. And with this car, you know, it's finding the limit between having the grip and going sideways is it's so narrow, that line. So it was some close calls with the wheel-to-wheel action, but it was really clean, and the guys from England did really well up in the front in the MX-5. It was really clean. The first race I dropped back a bit, so I had to work a bit more for it, but yeah, I enjoyed the MX-5 races a lot, definitely.
Well, that enjoyment absolutely showing through. And at the halfway point, when we did take a look at the point scores, we saw that you were leading the way with what was the maximum score of 120, and Team Norway were leading going into the rounds of racing in the Porsche Cups with a 339-point advantage. I have to ask, going into this and then getting to that midway point, did yourself and your colleagues at Team Norway feel as though, you know what, we've got this now, we've got the UK on the ropes?
We felt pretty confident because the Porsche Cup has been a car that's been used a lot in Norwegian series before. So a lot of guys from Norway are really fast in that car. And I myself, I used to be pretty much only a Porsche Cup driver from last year. But it's been, I think it was 2 months ago, it was about 14 months since I had touched the car, and I decided to touch it again and use it in the Apex Porsche Cup, but I didn't enjoy it anymore. I don't know. I just felt like it was so unpredictable. You didn't feel when you were losing the rear and stuff. So I actually resigned from the Apex League, and I didn't want to drive the car anymore. So, but I know I can have good pace in it. But it again, like in the final race now, I had 2 slides coming off the corners, and that ruined my tires. So even if I tried to brake smoothly or whatever, I kept locking up, and tires were completely gone from only having 2 small slides. So yeah, the car is, I don't know, it's not my best friend anymore.
Well, the car may not be your best friend, but still, you gave it everything with the car, and in qualifying, just missing out on pole position by 400ths. And I reckon a final lap, which whilst you had to abort it, it was purple in the first 2 sectors. You were giving it everything to try and make it another pole position at Alton Park.
Yeah, it was the qualifying, the turn 1 I messed up. I was I didn't have the confidence in the car going into T1. So on that final push, I saw that I almost gained. That was about 2.5 tenths up on the first half of the lap, and then I messed up. So that could have been a lot faster. I feel like when I get it together, I have good pace in the Porsche Cup, but it's still it's the mystery to me when it's so hard to notice when you get those slides that I got in the race that messed up. So yeah, I know I can have the pace, but yeah, definitely not the confidence in it.
Well, that's absolutely fair. And of course, if we see you have one of those slides which you mentioned only moments ago on the replay footage right now in your chase of Thomas Cope coming into the first of the Porsche Cup races. Of course, we saw Thomas Cope and yourself both get off the line pretty well, and after turn number 1, it was almost as if the whole world opened up for you with Thomas Cope spinning off the road. I mean, just from your perspective, how did you react to that?
I was a bit surprised. I know that Thomas is really good in the Porsche. I raced against him in the Apex Porsche Cup I mentioned, and I know he's a really good driver in the Porsche, so I was a bit surprised. But then again, it's like I said, that I guess he got caught out by the same thing that I struggle with this car, that you really don't feel the rear load going out before it's too late. It's no warning. It's suddenly just steps out, and there's nothing you can do, and that's it was pretty sad because this is just a fun event, and I was looking forward to having that fight with Thomas because I saw the guys posting his practice times, and I saw that on the same temperatures I was able to beat him. So I was looking forward to starting behind and trying to get past, but obviously he showed in the final race that he had full control. So but yeah, that I was a bit surprised, but kind of not surprised as the car is like it is.
Oh, goodness me. Well, still, whilst you may not have been able to chase him all the way down in what was race number 3 in particular, and still brought home 2 second place in races, what was it, 5 and 6. It was looking very strong from yourself throughout, and whilst we haven't revealed the results from today yet live on the broadcast, we're going to hold off doing that until after the interviews. Obviously, you've had a lot of fun today by the sounds of things, but what's next for yourself in terms of 2024? It's an all-new year when it comes to life and sim racing. What are your big plans for next year?
The first plan is I signed up for the let me remember, the World Sim Racing GT3 series, which in the class I was put in has 6,500 strength of field. So I don't know. I will do my best in that. And we have, I don't know how official it is yet, so I don't know how much I can say, but we have been made official partners with a manufacturer. So we just need to hope that iRacing can get one of their cars into the sim pretty soon, and we will have some big things to announce when that. I think it's in January it will be official, but yeah, we have to see. The start of 2024 will be focused on the World Sim Racing Series and the Norwegian Championship starting already in January. I was going to do the UKSR GT3, but that crashes with the Norwegian Championship again, so I'll have to join the next season of that. But yeah, for the beginning, it's World Sim Racing Series, and Norwegian Championship, and when the car of that manufacturer comes to the service, it will be a focus to that. I can say it will be probably GT3. So, but yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, that's fantastic to hear, and we'd love to know more, but obviously we appreciate you might be under a non-disclosure agreement, so you can't talk about it, but we'll keep our eyes peeled for that. And in the meantime, we wish you all the best in the upcoming WSR series and also the Norwegian Regional Championship. But just before we do let you go, Anders, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast tonight?
Yeah, first of all, I have to give a shout out to England for giving us a hard fight on track. I know there's been some banter in the chat already, but when people calm down, they might see that it was just a fun event. And big thanks to all the British guys, and thanks to to UKSR for organizing this, and to you for the awesome broadcast as always. And a big shout out to the Norwegian guys. They did really good. So proud of everyone, and I wish you a happy new year.
Well, likewise, Anders, we wish you a happy new year and an absolutely fantastic 2024 ahead. It's been a blast having you in the interview room and seeing you out on the circuit today, absolutely enjoying the racing. And to be fair, wherever we've seen you racing, you've been an absolute force to contend with, and today's been all the same with that. Hope it all goes well in 2024. We'll check it with yourself at some point in the year ahead, but until then, have a fantastic rest of your evening, a fantastic New Year's Eve celebration, and a great year for 2024.
Thank you very much.
So hearing there from the number 20 driver from Team Norway, Anders Myhre, and what a day of race it's been from him. And talking there about the fact the recent experience he had as part of the Racing Lab Esports special event held over Christmas, where one of the combinations was the Mazda MX-5 at Rudskogen, and also the fact that Rudskogen's a circuit that comes up regularly in the Norwegian regional series, and therefore having a lot of experience racing at Rudskogen, albeit the MX-5 car he hasn't regularly touched, but still having that experience from earlier on in the week and bringing it through. And in the Porsche Cup, interesting to hear him talking about his previous experience of racing the Porsche Cup and just losing the feel or the liking for the car over what was about 14 months ago, but coming back to it today and seeing some of those little moments where he struggled in the past rear their head, particularly in what was race number 6 or our third race at Alton Park, but still enjoying the chase with Thomas Cope and seeing the two of them go blow to blow in the Porsche Cup. And in the Mazda MX-5s, enjoying the battling with James Armstrong and Daniel Sedgey. He's definitely absolutely loved the racing tonight, there's no doubt about it, and we love to see him enjoy it, and well, we wish him all the best, and we look forward to hearing about these announcements of Racing Lab Esports in 2024. There's no doubt about that, and hopefully we'll see the team and Anders Myhre on the grid in the UKSimRacing series sometime in the near future. So I can tell you one thing, whenever he's there, he's going to send ripples up and down the field. But now, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to our second interview, we're going to be speaking to another member of Team Norway, and it's going to be Simon André Livingston who joins us. And as he gets ready to join us, as we just give him the heads up to come join us in the interview room over the Discord voice over Internet Protocol surface. Well, he joins me now, and good evening to you, Simon André. It's been a little while since we've last caught up, but today you've definitely caught up with plenty of brilliant racing action, and we got to see you enjoying it up and down the field, whereas the MX-5 or the Porsche Cups. But I have to ask, how was it for you?
Wow. The MX-5 racing, I don't know what I can say about that though, but yeah, that was I was spinning more than I was driving with that car. I don't know what happened. I think my quality was quite good, like P8 or something, but then during the race I just felt I was driving the same, but my back tires was just gone or not had any heat in them or anything. I don't know. But the Porsche Cup, I enjoyed that race. Oh, those races, to be honest, that was fun. That was my highlight of the day, I think.
Well, that's absolutely fair. And whilst things perhaps were going around in circles a little bit, the Mazda MX-5, like you say, still credit to yourself for the P8 in the first qualifying session. I have to ask, Rudskogen as a circuit, your colleague only moments ago, Anders, was saying about the fact it's been a circuit he recently used as part of the Racing Lab Esports Christmas special. Is it a circuit you quite enjoy or one you're quite familiar with?
Yeah, when we raced like 2 days ago, we were also racing the MX-5s, and in that race I were in contention for the win in both of the races, got P5 in both of the races, and felt like I had fully control over the car. So I don't know if I just thought that I had broken some codes or something when like my quality time was good and stuff. I don't know if I just started overdriving or something, but yeah, Rudskogen is like probably the track this year with like the Norwegian Championship and everything. I think I have maybe 1,000 rounds lapped around the track this year, so it's a track I'm really familiar with. But today I don't know if it was set up or whatever, but I think I blame it on myself for just being not prepared for the setup and the conditions for the MX-5 on Rudskogen today.
Well, that's absolutely fair, and let's no longer dwell on some of the more difficult times. Let's talk about positives, because that's what today's all been about, having fun and a little bit of battling along the way, and talk about Porsche Cup. And at Alton Park, we got to see in the qualifying session have a difficult session, P25 in qualifying, but in the races really coming through and fighting hard inside the top 20. I mean, it looked like you may not have been the fastest driver out there, but you definitely were one who wasn't going to just let people pass you.
No, when it was such a narrow track, it was just to defend. Yeah, but like I think I could have made a better time in qualifying. I was like 1 second off my personal best, but it is like a really weird slowdown, or not slowdown, but like off track in turn 3 that I managed to hit twice, I think, in the qualifying. So my best laps didn't get like counted for. So I haven't gotten my head around what is not an off track or what's on track in that corner, to be honest. So I felt that was a little bit bad, but yeah, during the race, first race was quite good. I think I got a good start, but got put in the wall going up the hill on the back straight, before the back straight there. But people, I don't know, I was just driving, and then I just saw people locking up and flying everywhere, and then I just saw, okay, now I'm like in contention for like the reverse grid pole, so I was trying to just stay there. So that was my tactic going into race 2, and in race 2 was just to defend as hard as I could, but Thomas was too, he's fast, so I thought, like, I don't know if I can manage to keep him behind me for the majority of the race, so I let him go and try to keep pace with him in the second race. But I think, like, for me in that race, I was mostly having good Norwegian teammates behind. I was not really pushing me, letting me race, but I was one of the UK guys that came and almost got me, but I felt like I did a big brain move, because I saw he was going for a dive, but I just broke as late as possible, but just kept my line, because I knew if he didn't break at that point, he would just lock up and go straight. So he did that, and after that I was just cruising, and I had to let Anders pass, because thinking of tactics for the next race, him starting in the first grid. So I gave him a P2, so a little bit of a delayed Christmas gift from me to him.
Oh, indeed. I'm liking the fact, talking about really being smart about the race, not just with regards to battling with the UK drivers, and like you say, letting them lock themselves up and go straight on, but also the tactics in amongst the Norway team. And just on that, out of curiosity, was there a lot of back and forth talk between yourself? Because, of course, we've had both teams in separate voice chats able to communicate, but it does sound as though in Team Norway, at least, there's been a lot of talk about, okay, I'm going to let you go, defend against this guy, etc.
Yeah, we weren't everybody, but like the majority of the field was in that voice chat, so we were just cooperating between each other. We just, yeah, I think like for the majority of us, this was just like a good way to just have fun and race and enjoy like the community that I feel we have built between like Norway and the UKSimRacing team. So for me, that was just the goal, just to have fun. But of course, it's fun to be in the front as well. So, but yeah, we were the guys that was in the chat. We were talking to each other and trying to make it as easy for us ourselves, not to drive out any Norwegian. But I still managed to punt off my teammate in Rudskogen. So I don't know. Even though you're communicating, it's not always working out. Yeah.
Oh, without a doubt. And it doesn't always go to plan, but when it does, it looks absolutely fantastic for us as viewers, and it must feel fantastic for yourself and the team. And whilst we're not going to reveal the result just yet with regards to who's won this evening, I do have to ask, after what has been a great year of racing for RaceLab Esports, and also for yourself today with the Christmas event earlier on for RaceLab Esports and tonight's racing, showing just how great your driving is, whether it's battling up front or defending hard from the guys behind. What's in store for you personally on a sim racing level in 2024?
For me, I think I have been like a little bit in between going for the Porsche Cup or continuing my progress in the GT3, and I think I have gone for putting more effort into GT3. So I have enlisted for the UKSimRacing GT3, which is starting up again. So I will be putting all my eggs in that box, I think, for next year. Just trying to get some more good races in the GT3 classes. I'm enjoying those type of races, but I'm still racing a Porsche Cup series right now, and it's halfway through. So I think I'm just gonna race that series out and just see how the results go. But I thought that Porsche Cup was going to be like a car that suited my driving style more, but in hindsight, I'm struggling more in the Porsche Cup than currently in the GT3. So I will be putting effort into becoming faster in GT3.
Well, that's absolutely fair. Like you say, investing all your eggs in one basket, and that being the GT3 basket. We definitely look forward to seeing you on the grid in the new year. But with that, Simon Andre, just before I do let you go, I have to ask, as always, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast tonight?
Yeah, I will have like to do a shout out to all the UK drivers that raced today. We were racing tough, but I felt like every situation I was in was on the clean side. And to all the Norwegians, which also raced, it was fun to see some new names actually that I haven't raced against before. So that was fun. And lastly, I need to thank all my teammates in Racing Lab. It has given me this progression through this year, seeing that this is like my first year racing sim racing. It's been fun to have the great progression, and having won the UK Sim Racing AM Championship that last time out, that was my highlight of this year. So hopefully I can make it again this season, but we will see.
Well, that's absolutely fantastic, Simon Andre, and to be fair, in how far you've come with the team in a year, it goes to show, given the fact your results on track are a reflection of your development. There's no doubt about that, and I'm sure the team will agree with me. But until next time, thank you for joining me in the interview room. As always, it's been a pleasure, and I wish you a happy new year ahead in 2024. May all your aspirations come true, and we look forward to plenty more racing from yourself in due course.
You too, Paul. Goodbye.
So hearing it there from Simon Andre Livingston, Team Norway's number 23 driver, who today in the MX5, as he openly admitted, things went well in qualifying, but after that it all seemed to go so wrong, and end up spending more time looking at the wrong way rather than the right way, and washing out the results as a result of the MX5 and focusing more on the Porsche Cup. It's understandable, because at the end of the day, this event's just as much about a little bit of friendly rivalry and having a bit of fun as it is about being competitive. And in the Porsche Cup, my goodness, in the end, not quite able to put the lap down he wanted due to track limits, but when he went racing, did he absolutely go for it. And like you said there, feeling as though he could go toe-to-toe with other drivers from Team UK, but also work with his colleagues at Team Norway to make the tactical decisions to let drivers through or be let through, and in the end bringing home key results. And that P3 in race number 5 would have been a P2 if it weren't for letting Anders Meyer through, but again, a team decision to let the fastest driver at Team Norway take on arguably one of, if not the fastest driver at Team UK, and we got to see sparks fly there. And thank you to Team Norway for that, we must say, and to Anders, well, not just Anders I should say, but also Simon Andre for letting that happen. And a P13 in the final race today with some absolutely brilliant battling. I mean, what a treat. And we get to look forward to seeing Simon Andre on the grid in the upcoming UK SimRacing GT3 League Season 12 as well, investing all his effort in GT3s. Well, what a time to be alive to see the Racing Lab Esports driver back on the grid next year. But we spoke only months about seeing Anders Meyer taking on the fastest, or one of the fastest, Team UK drivers today in this event, and he's going to be joining us in the interview room now, because as we can see here, we've got one more interview, and it's none other than Thomas Cope. And as he does join me in the interview room, good evening to you, Thomas. It's always great to have you joining me for an interview, even though I may have wished you a happy new year only a couple of days ago in the Porsche Cup, but let's rewind the tape and whatnot. But tonight, Wasn't quite to go your way initially, but the last 2 races definitely did go your way. Looked so you gave it everything out there, whether it was in the MX-5 or the Porsche Cup, but I suspect a night whereby you might have pushed a little bit too hard.
Yeah, I'll openly admit my MX-5 skills are not quite as nice as I would expect them to be. A hell of a lot better they could have been, but I gave it my all. I put my heart into it, and I did the best results as I could. And obviously the final 2 races in Porsche Cup, obviously it wasn't a good start for Porsche Cup in race number 1, but I gave it my all and put my heart into it and tried what I could really in the end.
Oh, most definitely, and we've always seen that from yourself, no matter what series of race it is, giving it everything and leaving nothing on the table. And talking about MX-5s, like you say, may not be your strongest car or machine for going racing, but still some solid results out there, including a P5 in the first qualifying session, the same in the second qualifying session, in fact. And it looked like everything was consistent, minus the blip of a spin in race number 2.
Yeah, we'll just fan host that moment. I don't know what you're on about. I didn't spin in the second race. But yeah, other than that race 2 incident, I wanted to be consistent and try and be near the top and score some good points for the country and towards myself in the championship. But yeah, I knew my Porsche Cup would pick up a little bit, and then yeah, the mistake early on in that first race, spinning out of turn 1, didn't really help. But luckily we were able to back it up and get onto the reverse grid and then pull it away from there. But yeah, it's one of those mistakes happen, and they come at the worst times. And yeah, those 2 mistakes today definitely came at the wrong time for me.
Oh, without a doubt. And on that regard, with regards to mistakes and then pushing forward, I mean, in the MX-5s, we got to see some great charging through the field from yourself, and in particular, carrying that through into the first race at Alton Park in the Porsche Cup. I mean, a spin that put you all the way down to outside into P35, if my memory serves me correctly. And then, I hate to use this word, but I have to say it, you were absolutely feral in coming through the field at a circuit where overtaking is perhaps the hardest in the UK. I mean, there were people driving off the circuit, there's no doubt about it, but at the same time, to pick up at least the best part of 15 places through raw overtakes, you must be proud of that.
Yeah, it's one of those. It puts my eye in as well for other events I've got coming up in the new year. So seeing where you can and can't overtake. Obviously, the skill set was pretty varied throughout the grid, and I mean, I know at least on the UK side there were quite a few guys who were picking up the Porsche Cup, potentially for the first time, or if not, you know, still fairly new and fresh to them as a driver. So it's one of those. A lot of the guys in the UK were easy to let me go and knew I was one of the faster guys to come back through the field. But still, it was getting past a lot of Norwegian drivers, which they weren't going to let me go easily. I had to kind of fight against them. So all in all, yeah, it was a good race on the comeback. I wouldn't have had it any other way. I really enjoyed the comeback. And then I was sat behind, I think it was Alistair Hatcher, just riding out for the last, I think, 7 or 8 laps of the race once I had eventually got up into the top 20 mark. So yeah, just helping be a bit of a back marker and blocking. I think it was Thomas Arsvåg from Norway that was trying to overtake me for the rest of the race to try and gain some extra positions in the end.
And just on going into the other 2 races, the 2 wins, we did see, of course, start P7 on the grid for the second of the Porsche Cup races at Alton Park, and by the end of the first 4 corners, already up to P3 and fighting for P2. I mean, I get the feeling that going into that second race, you'd said to yourself on the grid, I'm winning this one, it doesn't matter what happens.
Yeah, I definitely sat down. I gave myself a bit of a slap after the silly mistake in lap 1, turn 1. For the heat race, so I knew I needed to be better. I knew I am better, and I knew that mistake was a little bit of a blip. And I'm kind of happy it came out in this sort of event where it's a one sort of day event and not a big championship. But it's still a bit annoying. A little mistake like this is something as a driver I shouldn't be making, and I'll try and correct it myself in my own driving, and I will beat myself up about it. I will admit, but in the end, we just gotta get on with it and move past it and crack on with the next race, I guess.
On speaking of the next race, well, I mean, we got a treat in the end. It did take us the best part of 6 races for it to happen, but we got to see arguably the 2 fastest Porsche Cup drivers on the grid go toe-to-toe for the best part of half the race, until a couple of small errors from Anders Meyer saw him drop away from yourself. But you've been in the situation before with, say, Philip Hammer in the UKSimRacing Porsche Cup, where you've been leading and chased relentlessly. And again, that today, as we look back at the pictures, I mean, you absolutely revel in these conditions.
Yeah, I love being the guy out at the front and demanding the pace, because I know the pace I can put out in the Porsche Cup. It may not have quite been where I wanted it today. I think there was still a bit more pace that I could have got out of the car. I did actually have an optimal down into the 29s from qualifying, which was a little bit upsetting that I could only do a 30.5. But we still got the pole, and yeah, just knowing my pace, what I can do, and trying to pull the pressure from the guys behind really was my ultimate goal. And let them make the mistakes, and I'll cruise off into the sunset sort of thing, which ultimately is what kind of happened in the second and third race, where with Anders being behind, you know, I knew my pace, I kept consistent, I know my level in the car, and I know my limits, and I know the limits I can push are pretty much flat out every lap. So obviously, unfortunately for Anders making a couple of mistakes, but obviously I don't think he's quite got as much of the track time in the car that I may have over top of him, really.
And that's absolutely fair. And much like you made the mistake in the race, just coming back to qualifying as well, I mean, 400 separating the two of you in the end, and a mistake from Anders on his final flying lap, scuppering at what could have been an attempt at an even fast lap. I mean, at that point, there must have been a smile on your face, knowing that, okay, it didn't work out in the MX-5, but everything would start to come together in the Porsche Cup.
Yeah, I was kind of on a high note after qualifying, hoping I got the good start, which I did, and I got, when I had the good start, I kind of relieved a bit, and I knew from there on I could manage the pace and work on my own race from there. And that's when I let my guard down a little bit, and I made the very silly mistake out of turn one. So obviously I know what not to do next time, but yeah, it's one of those. We all can theorize what it could have been if I had gone and taken all three of the Porsche Cup races, but ultimately it's one of those. Anders did a great job, still getting some really good points and being towards the front every race all the way through this evening.
Well, still some great effort and results from yourself, no doubt about it, and well, plenty more to come in 2024. Speaking of which, of course, we talked a little bit about it on the show with Porsche Cup last Thursday, but just for our viewers tuning in at the moment, I do have to ask yourself, what's the big plan for 2024? Of course, you've always got plenty happening with Olympus Esports, but are there any particular goals or aspirations you've set yourself for next year?
Yeah, I set my goals this year, 2023, to improve my rating and get in the top leagues and keep pushing to get the team better, which really helped this year, goals wise. We're doing the same again going into 2024. I got my goal of getting to 7k rating, which I actually achieved on Friday, yesterday, ironically. So that was very recent. And then also qualifying for the Carrera Cup GB. Unfortunately, it doesn't come to Alton Park, but it is what it is. They're missing this one this year. But I managed to qualify for that. So my goal ultimately for 2024 is to really show my actual talent in this Porsche Cup and go and put some real good pace in that series and bring it to the pro drivers, what really, you know, us slower drivers can actually do, and bring the pace and heat, really, hopefully. And then just the normal goals to try and improve I rating. I want to try and get to 8 or 9k I rated, so we'll see how the goal goes for next year and see if we can get the I rating gains.
Well, we wish you all the best, Thomas, with regards to competing in the Carrera Cup. I mean, that's a huge series to be in, and no doubt about it, you're going to knock it out the park, and also in your pursuit of the higher I rating as well. Good luck with that. I mean, if you've hit 7k, then 8k is the next step away. There's no doubt about it. But just before we do let you go, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast tonight?
Yeah, yourself for the amazing broadcast. I know my family have been watching. Hi, Dad. I know he's probably listening in the living room, but yeah, yourself for the broadcast. I'm going to look forward to watching this back in the morning or at some point over the weekend, if it's not tonight. And the whole UKSR community for showing up and putting out the heart as well, trying their all to give it a good race and really make it close today with the Norwegians. The whole admin side of the UKSR for even setting up the event and getting it going and putting it on the track so we can give it our heart. The Norwegian squad, they did an amazing job coming out and giving it their best and showing what they can do as well with the depth that they've got in the Norway. And the whole Olympus Esports squad as well. they've put the heart out and won the heart and the sleeve in 2023. So hopefully we can do the same in 2024 as a team, and keep everything going, and if not better, in 2024. So we'll see where that takes us as a team for Olympus Esports. And then all the team sponsors, I won't give them all a shout out, but with it being a UK event, but they all know who they are, and they all do an amazing job getting our cars on track and keeping us drivers motivated to keep going and doing what we're doing, really.
Well, Thomas, it's been an absolute pleasure having you join me in the interview room and representing Team UK, both proudly on circuit and also in the post-race interviews. There's no doubt about it. You've been one of the stars of the show tonight, and we look forward to plenty more from yourself in 2024. But until then, we hope you have a happy new year and hope all your dreams and aspirations come true. I'm sure you'll achieve them, and we'll look forward to seeing plenty more from yourself in the remaining rounds of the UK Sim Racing at Porsche Cup Season 9.
Thank you very much, Paul, and have a good new year yourself.
So hearing there from Thomas Cope, a man who's absolutely driven to success, there's no doubt about it, and today pushed himself hard in both the MX-5 and the Porsche Cup, and wanting to talk a little bit less about the Mazda MX-5, and understandable, not quite perhaps as quick as he'd like to be in the car, and also with some difficulty, particularly in race number 2, but still consistency across the board. And that was the key theme that he was talking about with regards to the MX-5s, is the fact, and that's reflected in a P5 in the first qualifying session and the second, plus also 6th place in race 1 and 6th place in race number 3. What could it have been in race number 2 rather than the P29 after the incident coming out of turn number 2? We can never know, but you'd imagine he would have been targeting another P6 as a minimum, but then going into the Porsche Cup, taking pole position by a slender margin in the end, but the smallest of margins or the biggest, it doesn't matter. Winning's winning, and in the end, going into the first race of the Porsche Cup, a easy mistake to make, confidence abounding out of turn number 1, but then recovering while fighting back through the P14, one of the hardest circuits to overtake, and then taking up back-to-back wins to wrap up the day. It may not have been perfection for Thomas Cope, but one thing it definitely has been is an absolutely stellar set of performances to wrap up the event for himself, and also to wrap up 2023, and we wish him all the best as he goes into 2024 with the Carrera Cup GB, and also his ongoing pursuit of 8,000, even 9k iRacing, and on top of that, his ongoing charge in the UK Sim Racing Porsche Cup Season 9. The future's looking bright for him, and he's the one who controls his destiny. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes all of our interviews for today. And you've heard from 3 drivers on the grid, 2 from Team Norway, that being Anders Meyer and Simon Andre Livingston. And we just heard from Team UK's Thomas Cope. Congratulations to all 3 of the drivers for their fantastic performances and putting on an absolute spectacle of a show. There's no doubt about it. And a huge, huge thank you to every driver who was on the grid today, whether they were up front winning races or all the way towards the back and finishing a lap down. It doesn't matter. You've all made this event special, and an absolutely fantastic demonstration of the racecraft and batting action that both the UK and Norway have to offer on the iRacing sim racing platform. So thank you to you all. Thank you to all of our interviews for volunteering their time, and congratulations to everyone on their performances today. But of course, now we do need to give you the update on the final result, and here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, starting off the top 20 drivers for this event. And as we can see, in the end, your winner on 238 points with near perfection, only dropping 2 points over the course of this event, Anders Meyer for Team Norway, leading home a 1-2 ahead of Leander Engelvert there for P2 on 219 points. Excuse me, then your leading Team UK driver of James Armstrong, P3 on 206 points, 5 ahead of teammate Daniel Sedgley, and indeed it was a 1-2 for Team Norway, a 3-4 for Team UK, and then we see the switch back and forth between Alexander Scarrett for Team Norway, P5 on 200 points, and Thomas Cope then 190, and what the difference would have been if he'd been able to avoid the errors of both race 2 and race number 4. We could have been right up there as well. And well, he may be kicking himself right now, but I think on reflection he'll be pleased with what he's been able to achieve today. We can then see the run to the end of the top 10. It was all Team Norway with Kim Andre Björklund, Gordon Haug, Thomas Aspaug, and also Adelaide Rudd. And then wrapping up the run to Bester SP11 and Nikolai Argard there for Team Norway, ahead of teammates Simon Andre Livingston and Chrisarda Thasang. Then it was Team UK's Nathan Foster, P14 135 points, just ahead of Eric Rosev based on result countback, with Lee Holmes a further 2 points behind outside the top 15, 1 point clear of teammate Adam Robinson, and then Helge Severson, Steinar Sani, and Khalid Ramadan completing your top 20. And congratulations to all of our drivers who finished inside the top 20 after 6 of 6 rounds. Fantastic racing, no doubt about it, and a very tough amount of competition in the field, and we'll a big round of applause to them. But now the big question we came here to answer today: who are the better sim racers in terms of the speed and the ability to take victories? Is it Norway or is it the UK? Well, we can answer that question, ladies and gentlemen, because as we can see, Team Norway have taken the title on 2,731 points to Team UK's 2,118 points. Congratulations to Team Norway. Brilliant racing for them, no doubt about it, from start to finish, and very tactical racing as well, it has to be said. And we did hear some of that insight from Simon Andre Livingston in his interview. I may have already decided to sell up my house and move to Norway to go bunker down with them, and I do believe UKSimRacing is about to be rebranded to Norway Sim Racing going forward. So it's been a pleasure being part of UKSimRacing, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, joking aside and whatnot, it's been an absolute pleasure seeing both teams go toe-to-toe all the way through, and indeed looking forward to plenty more battling between the two countries' drivers going forward in UK Sim Racing Series. And what a fantastic event this has been. But Norway has taken it by quite some margin, and I do wonder if next year around Christmas time we may see a recurrence of this event, and perhaps Team UK will come back with a vengeance. We'll have to wait and see. But with that, it is now time for us to wrap up. Thank you very much for watching. This has been the UK Sim Racing UK versus Norway special event for December 2023. And if you have enjoyed it, and perhaps you're sat there right now wanting to know more about the UK Sim Racing community, perhaps you're keen to be on the grid for some of our future events, well, the first thing we can recommend is that you check out our official website, and that's at uksimracing.co.uk. You saw it pop up on screen earlier, and the web address is there. Again, if you'd like to find out all the latest details and information of our upcoming series, but also how you can join the official UK Sim Racing Discord and become part of the community. And there's never been a better time to be part of the UK Sim Racing community, not just because of the affiliate discounts we have available, but also as the community continues to grow and go from strength to strength. We're growing larger and larger by the day, and it would be a pleasure to have you as part of the community. But if you don't want to go to our website, perhaps you're more of a social media person, then the number one place to go to social media place-wise is our official Twitter, now known as X, and that's at twitter.com or x.com/UKSimRacing_. We can stay up to date with all the latest announcements regarding UK Sim Racing events and series, and also the trials and tribulations of the official UK Sim Racing esports teams. We'd also like to take this moment to say a big thank you to our affiliates, who do include Swelly Omeda's Sim Racing Coaching, the creator of the Motor Racing Checklist. Swelly Omeda's Sim Racing Coaching can help take your sim racing drive to the next level. Whether you're looking to gain a 10th, improve your approach to the race line, or develop your consistency, Swelly Omeda has a coaching course to meet your needs. And with Swelly being a multi-time champion of official iRacing series, including the 2021 PSCC, you're receiving coaching from the very best in the industry. We also have Race Anywhere, the provider of curated sim racing equipment aimed to only stock products that represent excellent value for the sim racing community. Demon Tweaks, the provider of the most complete and innovative motorsport product range available worldwide, so no matter what your level of discipline, Demon Tweaks can help drive you to realise your motorsport ambitions. SimLab, the lead manufacturer of high-quality sim racing-related hardware, as a proud partner of Mercedes AMG Petronas Esports, SimLab aims to enhance virtual racing experiences with uncompromising solutions that push the boundaries of esports and make SimLab the go-to brand for quality sim racing rigs. We also have Amazon, the company striving to be the Earth's most customer-centric company, the Earth's best employer, and the Earth's safest place to work through the provision of concepts pioneered by Amazon, which do include, but not limited to, one-click shopping, Amazon Prime and Amazon Web Services, and last but not least, SRC Driver Academy. Elevate your sim racing skills at SRC Driver Academy. Their team of experienced professionals is dedicated to helping you reach your full potential without compromising on quality. But why choose SRC? Affordable, quality coaching. They have experienced coaches who provide valuable insights and a competitive edge, making high-quality coaching accessible to all at an affordable cost tailored to your needs and goals. You can learn race strategies, precision driving, and much more, and offering virtual coaching sessions at nearly all hours a day, every day, ensuring flexibility for all. So join SRC Driver Academy today and unlock your true sim racing potential. Visit the website to learn more and accelerate your sim racing career. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we now look ahead to next time. And well, we'd first at UK Sim Racing, and indeed in the commentary booth here, like to wish you a happy new year for 2024 and look forward to welcoming you onto the grid grid for an all-new year of exciting racing action. Even if you've just been a spectator, that's all well and good, and we look forward to having you back with us tuning in on a weekly basis as we continue our racing series as they grow and continue to expand in 2024, and we have got plenty in store ahead, and let's just take you through some of it indeed. In the fact that firstly, ongoing currently and more racing action to come next Thursday, you got to be there to believe it, is the UKSimRacing Porsche Cup Season 9, which is midway through the season, and we are going to be racing at what will be the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps for rounds 4 and 5 in a week's time on Thursday, the 4th of January. And if you want to be on the grid, there are still places available. And whilst the price there is listed as £18.50, we will be rolling the price down if you do join it midway through the season. It'll be a pro-rated price. So definitely, if you love the Porsche Cup car and you've loved the Porsche Cup racing you've seen today on the broadcast, we would love to see you on the grid. There's no doubt about it. And, well, you can see all the details there. But perhaps if Porsche Cup racing is not for you, perhaps you're not a big fan of the flat 6 without ABS and also what is traction control, well, perhaps you're more of a Porsche GT3 driver, or you just love your GT3s in general. Well, Season 12 of the UKSimRacing GT3 League is going to be getting underway in only a week's time. Indeed, tomorrow is Sunday the 31st of December. It's New Year's Eve, so we're not racing on New Year's Eve. That would be absolutely scandalous. But what would be a scandal is if you weren't here to tune in or be on the grid for the season opener at Daytona in round number 1 of the championship in a week's time on Sunday, the 7th of January, when we get an all-new season of GT3 racing underway. And, well, it's going to be absolutely incredible. There's no doubt about it. And with the new Audi R8 Evo 2 on the field, well, I'm sure plenty of variety is going to abound, with it being Porsche, Ferrari and Audi typically at the front of the field. But with all ABS changes and also traction control changes, it has completely blown the field wide open. And if that's not for you, perhaps you're a little bit closer to home, you want cars which are more close to what you perhaps drive on a normal road, well, we're currently in the process of getting ready for a limited GT4 series. Indeed, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, the British GT4 Limited Series here at UKSimRacing. It's not going to be broadcasted unlike the Porsche Cup and the GT3 League, but it's something we're experimenting with, and we'd like to try and dip our toes into GT4 racing action. And we've got 6 rounds of racing coming up starting in mid-January on Wednesday the 17th of January at Alton Park, concluding at Brands Hatch on the 28th of February, and we'd love to see you on the grid. And if this gets enough popularity, you never know what could happen. Perhaps we might be able to roll it up into a bigger series. Perhaps we'll even for a future season get it broadcasting. But it's you guys and girls who make the series, so if you want to be on the grid, if you're a big GT4 fan, then definitely make sure you sign up for it today. You need to join the official UKSimRacing Discord to find out more about the British GT4 Limited Series. But it's one that's hotly anticipated, and you never know, this commentator may even be on the grid, given they are a particular fan of the GT4 series. But then again, we'll have to wait and see what the future holds. Indeed, 2024 is going to be an interesting year on all frontiers, ladies and gentlemen, but looking forward to this one just as much as the many. And whilst we don't have a poster available at the moment, we've also got the Mazda MX-5 Cup Series, which we run at UKSimRacing, which will be coming back in 2024, and there will be an endurance series or endurance events for the Mazda MX-5, so stay tuned for those. There's never been a better time to be part of the UKSimRacing community, and therefore it's never been a better time to join our Discord. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we once again would like to wish you a happy new year for 2024. Whether you're setting yourself big ambitions for next year or just trying to keep it calm and collected, well, we're all rooting for you. But until next time, we've been UKSimRacing. I've been your host and commentator, Paul TX141 Walsh. Thank you very much for tuning in today and throughout the year. It's been an absolute pleasure to be bringing you all the racing action here at UKSimRacing. And until next time, remember to stay safe, stay well, stay smiling, but most importantly, remember to stay on track. Good night.